Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
We're live?
No.
Okay, sorry everyone. Chad made us late tonight. But
Most nights it's Gene.
Well, I was traveling, so that's why I was AFK the last couple weeks. I'm going to be traveling again the 19th. But we are going to do a election day stream. So we're going to stream and cover like the entire election. And then not just going to do commentary throughout the election. I'm also going to get some like trivia games together and stuff. And we're going to compile a bunch of cringy videos from like Kamala and Trump and a bunch of like different people that are typically associated with them. So we're going to have fun like roasting both the candidates. And
Kamala isn't cringy.
Yeah, but I'm also going to get a bunch of videos of sycophants defending them and, like, Trump bites and stuff, and we can laugh at that while we also, cover, like, the campaign.
Why would you say that about Queen Kamala?
I would just like the record to show that I, Dirk Cobain, have been waiting in Discord for 1 hour and 49 minutes exactly to that T-minus 10 seconds. Waiting for
Good job. You're early.
I was on fucking time. No, I was on time. You motherfuckers were late. Late.
I said you were early.
Not even that, John. I was on time.
You were early.
You were both extremely late. And honestly, John, I'm gonna write you up.
Well, I was doing another show. You know.
Yeah.
This is another show that Gene favors.
Excuses.
You may have never heard of it, John.
You may have never heard of it.
Who are you voting for? Yeah.
I'm not voting.
Wow, you're really just going to absolutely neglect your civic duty as an American citizen?
Yes, I am going to do that. I'm going to do that.
No, Chad. You're not allowed to have opinions on any political issues, and you're not allowed to talk about them if you don't just exclusively vote for the president and then not vote in any other like local state elections and not vote for your senators or whatever. No, it's only the presidential elections where you got to vote for those. You have the right
it's
to
your
talk
civic
about
duty. What?
Yeah.
But no, fuck all that chastising, John. Shabisky, what's your excuse? Huh? Why are you
I'm too dumb. I'm a single-celled organism. Okay.
Oh, that person.
Yeah,
they're kind of cringy, but let's not talk about them.
But what I was gonna say though is, you know what? You know what's one of the things with that I hate that's so illogical to me is the idea that everybody should vote and it's their duty. What about people who know? What about people who know nothing, little to nothing about politics? They should just go.
You're saying we should start like exploiting people? Wait, no.
I'm saying these.
Chad's recommending people need to take a test to determine if they're knowledgeable enough. So, are you promoting like the Jim Crow?
Yeah, you would lose. You would lose that test. You'd flunk it.
Beyond Jim Crow, John. We'll take it beyond race and education, John. Are you trying to say the mentally disabled American United States citizens should have no right to vote? The mentally disabled have no rights to vote, to participate in their civic duty, Shabisky? Is that what you believe?
I think it's stupid. No right to vote. Yeah. Like if they're drooling on themselves, maybe by some chance you shouldn't tell them that they're obligated to vote.
No,
And the same with the regular average American who knows little to nothing about politics. Why should they be voting on this? Why should they be being told by you that they should feel obligated to vote?
The problem is that if you... It's same thing with, like, hey, should you need a license to have a kid? It's like, I think if there is an unbiased way to do it, then
Well,
yeah.
I'm not...
I do think... Well, I do think when it comes to measuring whether somebody is competent enough to vote in the same way, like measuring whether somebody's competent enough to have kids, the problem is, it's like, how do you create an objective system for that?
Well, that's not my argument, though. My argument is that these people act like it's just a black or white thing. Everybody should vote. And it's like,
well,
do
it's
you
not
really...
just that. They also only want... It's only the presidential election because they're idiots.
Yeah.
And to them, that is the government. And then they don't pay attention to politics, or they don't pay attention to elections when it comes to
mayors
electing
and stuff.
their or like the state governments. And I'm saying at the very least, if you vote for like your Congress, like officials, your state representatives, if you vote for your governor, I mean, okay, but it's like they don't vote for their governors, they don't vote for their like general assembly or anything like that. They don't vote for who their judges and sheriffs are, but then it's like, yeah, you need to vote for the president in order to have an opinion on politics, but it's just that one particular election that matters.
Story overseas, the devastation in Spain, where more than 200
Okay, but we're going to cover, I guess, the more boring story. I mean, only 200 people died here, so sorry, I'm just joking, but
died after catastrophic flash flooding there earlier this week. On Friday, the region saw another...
Now, close to where I live, Ellicott City, I was planning on moving, or I was considering moving there before I ended up moving to like Baltimore City. But Ellicott City, like several years ago, was ravaged by a flash flood. I think it completely demolished the area. So in Maryland, because like we're completely, I guess, it's almost like the Chesapeake Bay and everything. Like pretty much all of the municipalities in Maryland are like on the coast of the bay. So flash floods are very ubiquitous in Maryland. So it's not tornadoes or earthquakes; it's flash floods.
Bro, I'm telling you, I live not far from where those hurricanes just fucked up the Appalachian Mountains. So, dude, I'm telling you, like, low-key, I'm scared. I want to get the fuck out. Like, literally, I was...
You should come to Baltimore, then.
I was asleep. Yeah. I can't afford Baltimore. Fuck you, John. Pay me better. When the podcast hits 1 million subscribers, I'll move to Baltimore.
You were saying that you were scared, and then, like, when you visited us, like, in D.C., it's like you talked about how that was the most terrifying moment in your life driving through Baltimore.
Oh, I think if I said that was an exaggeration, but it was honestly, because I tell you, I've had a lot worse shit happen to me than me walking through fucking Baltimore Drive, whatever. Anyways,
sorry for what I did to you, Dirt.
It's okay. No, okay, whatever. I was literally like dead asleep when like the hurricane first popped off where I live, and I wake up to like several missed calls and messages like, "Are you okay? Are you alive? A tornado just touched down near you." And I'm like, I didn't know. I'm good. I slept through it like a baby.
Even more difficult.
NBC's Danielle Hamamdin has the very latest on this ongoing disaster. Danielle, good morning.
Good morning, Laura. We still don't have a full picture of the devastation, and just one look at the images coming out of Spain, and you can see why.
Now, do you think climate change, global warming, has any impact on flash floods? Or hurricanes?
John.
Or tornadoes?
John.
Because, significant changes in the climate, or there's temperatures, it's stupid to think that impacts, the climate, the weather. I mean, when climate changes, it doesn't affect, dynamics of the climate.
Towns.
Yeah, John, but you haven't.
and in
Have you considered HARP, John? Have you
Oh
considered-
God. Yeah. It's all a conspiracy.
some areas, more
QAnon.
rain is expected, and as you can imagine, that might complicate rescue efforts. The majority of people now have had their power restored, but tens of thousands are still
Now, okay. You got me thinking. So, like, I'm writing a book, and one of the big things in the book I'm writing is, like, pathogen wars, genetically modifying viruses, and using nanobots to, like, kill everyone and shit. So, it's like, that's scary. Like, if there's, like, they put nanobots in the water supply that can just, the government can program them to lobotomize people and shit and so forth. But then you think, like, controlling the weather. Because that isn't something that's completely outside the realm of, like, any sort of, like, it seems like it's something that is achievable to some extent. So it's
that's why so many people believe they're doing it, John.
Well, I don't think they're doing it. I don't think that they're there yet when it comes to the technology. But the problem is, imagine if they do, like, achieve that technology. It's like, if they can just, like,
weaponize a tsunami.
Hurricane strike. They can just hurricane strike an island, or
they'd never admit to it because, wow, John.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that make sense why people believe they're already doing it, John?
Well, they won't admit to it, but I think other governments would be accusing one another, and it's like, it would benefit, like, opposing governments to throw other governments under the bus. So that's why I think it's not likely. And I don't think they really have that sort of technology currently, but I do think it's technology that is possible to, like, create and develop. I don't think maybe underground they're investing in it, but I think that if they are, definitely not it like being applied yet. But it's kind of scary if it ever does. And nanobots, that's even more, I guess, achievable when it comes to developing. So it's just, and maybe I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but in like 5, 6, 7 decades, imagine that you can just put nanotechnology in the water supply and just program them to, like, lobotomize people. And the thing is, people think that's absurd, but it's like, look at AI and how it's advancing. Look at nuclear weapons. It's like, if you went back to, like, 1920 and told people that, like, things like the, like, Tsar Bomba was going to exist, that, like, blast radiuses that are, like, the size of or larger than Mount Everest. It's like, people look at that like that's fantasy. That's like supernatural horseshit. So when people poo-poo the kind of stuff I'm talking about, it's like, I think they're being a bit naive and close-minded.
What if they
unable to even communicate by text?
the stuff you're talking
that's
about?
so funny, Shad.
Messages. In some cases,
I was just
firefighters
wondering
have
the
been
difference.
siphoning gas from abandoned cars.
You're the one that
to
started with the
power
poo-poo
generators.
stuff.
No, the word I was using was to show how they're just blindly dismissing it.
What's wrong with PP? Poo-poo's okay, but not PP, Gene?
A total of
Bitch.
10,000 soldiers and police
Hawk to a
officers
PP. Shit on that.
will be deployed to help out on the ground. That's just been announced minutes ago. And a convention center has also
they
been
got a
turned
pool in their
into
house.
temporary
Hey, you're talking over it.
morgue as
Oh,
the
I haven't
search
put it on
for the
1.5
missing
speed yet.
continues. Now, the National Weather Service
What
said
the
that in
fuck,
one area,
Gene?
it
See, that's
rained
why I
more
was
in 8
talking
hours
over
than
it. Because of
in
copyright,
the previous
idiot.
Shut the fuck up.
20 months. That's staggering. And take a look at this. You can see the before and after images of the eastern coast of Spain. People are furious, and they're directing their anger at officials. By the time some residents received the warning alerts,
What
on
was
coast
the
Tuesday
before
night,
and after Spain picture? I didn't understand that. What are we looking at?
That's the water levels, my dude.
Nah, conspiracy.
Oh, I
flood.
see. I see. Okay. Okay.
Hey, you know, people that support the HARP, now you got me obsessing on this. How many of those people do you think are also climate change deniers? It's kind of funny how, because even if it's not rising temperatures due to pollution that's causing it, and it's some, like, sort of, like, technology that's, like, artificially manipulating things, then if that's the case, then the climate's still being changed. So it's like, do they believe it or not believe it? Because it seems like this kind of shit that climate change deniers.
Nah, they believe it, but the government's responsible for it now, and they're trying. It's only this. All this shit's just to make you believe in it, John. You know what I'm saying? It's all a conspiracy to make you docile, John.
Yeah, idiot.
Idiot.
Furious.
And it's working, John.
Officials. By the time some residents received
fluoride
warning
in his
alerts on their
brain.
phones Tuesday night, the water was already gushing into their homes and within minutes reaching their ceilings. They were left with no time to react. Some were trapped in the vehicles, others in their homes and businesses. Authorities still don't know how many are missing, and so the death toll is likely going to keep rising.
Ooh, and again, they're organized from like descending order from oldest to newest. So I think we're going to see the death toll climb. Surpass 200 as we get through the more recent videos.
Guys, back to you.
Danielle Hampton with the very latest from there. Danielle, thank you.
Ooh,
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the video.
You're welcome.
The death toll from the historic flash floods in Spain is still going up. The bodies of 205 people now have been recovered so far.
Yep, there we go. 5 people.
More deaths are feared with an...
Gene, real quick, just want to say, everybody, hit the like button for us. Give this stream a
hit
like.
The like button, share the stream out.
Well, just
I mean, do everything you can. Twitter or X, apparently, like me and Dirt, it wasn't allowing us to share out. Like we post the link and the link wouldn't register, and like I tried it several times. We think that maybe X is they're probably going to charge people for like promoting links or promoting content outside of X. Like I bet that's gonna be a new thing.
Unknown number.
Probably just a technical error, but we're only at 6 likes as far as I see right now, so everybody just hit that like button, help the stream do better.
Hey, Bill Hicks, this happened within the last, like, several hours.
Number of people still missing. Rescue teams have brought nearly 5,000 trapped people to safety. More rain is expected this weekend, which could hinder their efforts. This is Spain's deadliest natural disaster in living memory.
I wonder if Portugal, like, they're on the Iberian Peninsula and they border Spain. Wonder if they're affected. But I do know, like, it's North Catalonia, which is trying to secede from, like, Spain, and they're having referendums and stuff, and the government is constantly trying to, I guess, interfere with that happening. And what if the Spanish government, I don't know if this is in Catalonia, but they were blaming the government. Maybe if it is in North Catalonia, they used HARP technology to fuck the region up. Yeah.
Emergency rescue.
Gained a new subscriber.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark, for subscribing.
Yes,
Speaking
we
of
need more subscribers.
I wanna say
53 concurrent viewers. Yeah, fuck X. We don't need them.
We're at a miracle moment here, everyone. We're going to only enjoy this one time because it'll be a long time before we see a consecutive number in our subscribers. We have a 1, 2, 3 going on the screen right now at 1,230 subscribers. So once it hits 1, 2, 4, it'll be a long time before we see 1, 2, 3. No, 4. Well, no, there'll be a 4 because
What's wrong with that dude's race? Huh?
Say at least 2.
I don't know if they're
205 people were killed in flooding. Spain's deadliest natural disaster in decades. Authorities say emergency services are struggling to reach some areas.
Yeah, I was trying to cut myself the other day.
Oh my god! No!
See, this is why you're. This is.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Whatever.
This is why you're an idiot. I would have done it right the first time.
Attention. Don't do that.
I would have done it right the first time. This is why I'm smarter than you. You fucking idiot. Okay? I would have done it right the first time like a fucking pro.
Okay.
Pussy bitch.
Spanish armed forces have already rescued more than 4,600 people.
Juanita! Get that shit!
Comida, homie, that's food.
Oh, I thought she said Juanita!
Wow, Chad.
I don't know, dude.
They speak other language.
Well, I wasn't making fun of that. I just thought she was saying Juanita, and that's a name to me.
Yeah. Chad.
Comida.
What's the most
close enough?
What's the most commonly spoken language?
Spanish.
Nope. That's number 2.
Oh no! I know.
Yeah.
Indian.
They speak
Hindu.
Hindi. No,
Hindi.
not Hindi. Hindi.
I know that's what I wanted
God
to say.
damn it.
That's why I know. Look, it was a joke, but it would have been a bad joke, so I had to say it anyways. They speak Hindu.
Mandarin.
Mandarin? That's a
what
chicken. That's a chicken.
Oh my god.
No.
That's what they speak.
All right.
Chef's so funny. That's what they speak in China. So what's the third most commonly spoken language, Shab?
While you go through Shabisky trivia, I'm gonna piss. I won't piss any more times tonight. I promise. This is my only piss.
Chinese.
Chinese isn't a language. It's Mandarin. But that's the number one. So what's number 3?
Chinese.
No, they speak.
Isn't it a
the same
language?
way-
Well, why do people say that then? People would be like, I speak
because
Chinese.
People are misinformed. They're ill-informed. It's like saying they speak Indian when it's Hindi. But
I don't know what the answer is.
English.
Russian. Oh, English. Okay.
Why would you think it's Russia?
I don't know. I don't know how many people live in Russia. I know it's a good
like
amount.
100. No, there's like 140 million or something like that. 120, 140. Roughly half the population of the U.S. Plus, Russian isn't like a language that's really speaking abroad. English, it's like outside of Mandarin and Hindi, it's like a lot of the most commonly spoken languages are from like all the colonizing like European countries. So like Britain, France, Spain, even Portugal, because Brazil, they speak Portuguese because they were a colony of Portugal.
Now, I'm going to imagine right now that those were bricks of concrete that woman was just carrying by. I'm just going to say that. Those were bricks of concrete.
It's probably food.
I know it.
Distribute
it's
food.
bricks of concrete. These are super strong people.
Dude, Shab's so funny. Can you believe this guy thinks he's funnier than me?
Have you ever heard Cry All the Time? Ooh.
Yeah.
Now that's food. Oh, they're all clapping for the food.
Wait. In India, we have English.
Yeah, see, I told you I was right.
Well, shut up. I know they speak multiple languages in India. Big country, populated country on the planet, but I know Hindi's the most common language there. America, we only have one, I guess, official language. Canada, they got like Quebec, like so they have like English and French as their official languages. But a lot of people do speak Spanish in America. So I guess if we did have 2 official languages, Spanish would be the other one.
That's so noisy.
They're saying like what is it, English? So is that like Spanglish or whatever? I know like in Singapore, like that's a thing. They call it Spanglish, which is like kind of like a hybridization of English and some other languages. Shab, if a notable natural disaster happened in your area, would you be like taking action to try to give out supplies and aid and care?
Oh,
to
yeah.
The locals?
Oh, yeah, I'd be saving everybody's
If the
life.
tsunami struck Vegas, would you be there?
Yeah.
If Vegas had a flash flood?
There'd probably be hundreds, if not thousands of lives saved just by me alone.
Now, Shab would only go out so he could film it.
No, I'm a hero to the people. Okay.
He'd be live streaming with his fucking his finger going.
I'll be live streaming while I'm saving the people. Yeah.
Maybe like
here's the child that's dying. Hold on, stream. Let me. Oh, are you seeing this? You see me hold her?
But because he's in the desert, and one thing that they deal with is like a bunch of what happened?
We gained another subscriber.
Yay!
We're celebrities.
More people need to subscribe. We're important.
Too many. Stop doing it.
No, but Vegas, because it's like in the middle of the desert and they got to pump water out there because they don't really. Maybe they got aquifers or something, but tumbleweeds. You'll see scenarios where entire towns are just like, I guess, flooded with tumbleweeds. So what if something like that happens, like the Great Tumbleweed Catastrophe, where just tumbleweeds start like flooding into Vegas and
we'd all die.
It's like a giant tumbleweed ball pit.
Oh, it like swallows the city like a tidal wave.
Yeah, C-Shab. Maybe that's not like a knee slapper, but that's a creative joke.
That was fucking stupid. Hope you fall in a ditch.
I didn't realize it was a joke. I thought it was a thought experiment.
I thought you were just being a fucking dumbass again. That's what I thought. Repsol? I like these people.
How much collateral do you think they're dealing with here?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I know there's lots of casualties, but I'm wondering like if there's entire like towns that are now pretty much like wiped off the surface. Because I know like where I live, like I mentioned, Ellicott City, like that particular town was completely fucking ravaged by a flash flood.
Asheville got fucked by that hurricane, dude.
Yeah, we got to start like holding the world's governments accountable. I mean,
we need to start having the funding where we go to these hurricanes. Like me and Dirt will be in the hurricane, and Gene will be back at home. You're like, back to Gene, back to Dirt. Hold me, I'm about to fly away. Like we need shit like that.
Well, anyway, talking about like the like all these natural disasters and so forth. Do you think that all the world's leading governments, Russia, China, and stuff, like the Ukraine war, like what's going on in Israel, the reason why they're competing there, that's just a front, that's just a ploy. All the world's governments,
yeah, they just fronting, dog,
cooperating as they're controlling the weather to fuck with the people. Yeah.
It is fronting, dog.
We cracked the code.
We've smoked the crack. Oh, did you see how okay, I'm sorry, maybe this is just silly or whatever, but Donald Trump called Kamala a cracker?
Well, probably.
I'm not even kidding.
What's that?
I'm not even kidding. He straight up called her a cracker in one of his speeches.
Look.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
I need to fight.
Okay, continue.
Holy shit!
Them all wearing their masks. Is this like a single earbud video? See, not a lot of good coverage.
Bro, I don't even hear it.
Yeah. I guess it's aerial footage, a bird's eye view shot. Okay, so now I'm going to derail things. Like that footage right there, it's like, for the longest time, you need like a crane or a helicopter. You think that if you want to direct some good independent films because of like drones and like camera drones, it's like you can have those like vast, like sort of like epic landscape shots, bird's eye view shots. Like everyone's going into the forest to, like, I don't know, like fight and die, and you show that's yeah. And you set the tone by showing the vast landscape. Next
Well, tonight, anger is growing in Spain 4 days after terrifying flash
floods. Did you see the video that I sent you, Gene, for the show? That through like Twitter or whatever, I sent you a short video. Every now and then I do that. That would have been good.
Send me the videos through Discord. I never go on Twitter.
Well, I don't know your life.
This is the 20th time I told you. This is the 20th time where it's like, hey, you didn't play the video. And then I told you that it's Discord.
I'm gonna drink more A1 sauce because of you.
Flooding 210 people. More than a year of rain fell in just 1 day. The eastern state of Valencia was hardest hit.
Okay, so it's Valencia. I guess Okay, I don't think the government did it because it was Catalonia.
Say
Then it would be
on the
plausible.
rush to help.
They've come by the thousands, volunteers armed with brooms, shovels, or their bare hands.
Kamala hatred worldwide. Like, we all are divided by race and religion, but united by hatred towards Kamala. I mean, she's
Dude.
She wasn't
that guy in the chat would bang her.
I don't know. Oh, that's the important thing.
Yeah,
That's always the most constructive things to say. It's like, she's a woman.
It was the chat. The chat said it.
Wait, did somebody say that?
Yeah, that guy. This guy in the chat.
Searching for survivors and the dead, like this rescuer chest deep inside a parking garage. In some
I'm
areas.
guessing, do you think the criticism, backlash towards the government is that they did like a Bush administration where they didn't send in like aid in time?
More than a year's worth of rain fell in a mere 8 hours. In just minutes, this street goes from bone dry to swallowing cars and flipping them, all before residents got their first emergency phone alert warning them not to leave home.
And anger because it's outrageous that, our local government didn't do anything about it, knowing they well knew that, this was coming.
Climate scientists blame a warmer atmosphere for retaining historic levels of moisture.
Oh, what do scientists know? Yeah, what meteorologists and climate expert, what do they know about the climate?
They know about the HAARP.
Yeah. See, I just don't tune into the news or do any research, and then when I just hear through I don't know, the hearsay grapevine that the government just makes it up. I mean, yeah, I'm clearly the one that knows what I'm talking about. It's those libtards where, they read books and do their research. They just believe what experts tell them.
The storm away and parched soil that couldn't absorb the catastrophic downpour.
We have no resources. Everything we have is thanks to the volunteers that are helping.
They're now being joined by 10,000 troops in Spain's biggest peacetime deployment in history amid the country's worst natural disaster in generations. Chris Lipsey, CBS News, Rome.
Oh, okay, I guess we're done with that. It's not
Who the fuck is this?
I don't know.
Anyways, that's over.
She showed up in my feed, so I'm wondering...
Is she crying about
maybe
me?
We should look into that. Okay, to be fair, when we do cover these videos, I do want to hear what they have to say. I don't want it to just be a roast.
Well, don't just start with some lady crying. What's the title of this video? Why'd you click on it?
Called Saturday. I told you, it's just randomly showed up in my feed, so I saw
Saturday Video.
What's the title?
It's called. It's right there. Saturday.
Yeah,
Video.
Saturday. No, but it's Vid OE. The Vid EO is
Saturday
switch.
Video.
Wait, it says, where is Gene's mic? Do they not hear me?
No, they hear you. Oh, they're talking about probably visually where it's at? I don't know.
Oh. That's to the sides down there on my desk.
It's close enough because he's loud enough.
Be more specific with your feedback.
I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of you for...
I don't think we need to speed this up a bunch, though. What's she crying about?
Well, it's only 1.5.
You're gay.
And even
can barely
in
hear
hard times, you're still spreading the positivity and the kindness to everybody. I wasn't expecting.
226 views and 2.6. So why did this show up in my fucking feed?
Because they love you, Jane.
I'm guessing we did cover a while back. I don't know. We've done that at times where people talk about stress and depression. So who are young, they feel like failures. So that is a thing in America because of the narcissism epidemic. Everyone needs to have a college degree and have a house. And if you're not, which it's not really obtainable these days, then you're a failure. So I do take that seriously when people who are teens or young adults, right out of high school, are dealing with that sort of, they feel inadequate and so forth. I do think a lot of times they're not really that aware of just how common their situation is, and they're much more within the, I guess, the majority of the population, a pretty vast majority. So that is something that's going on. Is people are starting, like, there is a depression epidemic, and I was talking to Dirt about this the other day, but it's like psychologists are coining it a quarter life crisis or an early life crisis, and they blame that toxic element of American culture that if you're not like a CEO by the age of 19, you're a complete total failure, because you can be whatever you want to be.
So I'm proud of you for that. Good morning, friends. I know my nose looked really red. This morning, one of my other friends reached out, and I just bawled. And yes, I know, it's...
Okay, next bit.
Hello, and welcome to the video. It is 11 p.m. on a Saturday.
Okay, so that previous video showed up at my feed. So then this was like then in the like sidebar.
This suggested.
I guess suggested, but it was on like
Bill. He said, "Why did you add this? Ooh, she's crying. This looks good."
Saturday night, Halloween weekend, and I slept all day.
Hey, I did the same thing. Fuck Halloween. But actually, no. Like I usually do like go to like parties and stuff on Halloween. I didn't do it this year because I've been busy. But it is like I don't know how old she is, so I don't
12.
know.
She's 12.
I had to work. Oh my god.
I'm really bad at telling people's age because it's like she could be like 26 or she could be like fucking 12. Did you know that a fourth of millennials openly admit to not having any friends?
Wow, what a bunch of losers.
Oh yeah. Shab, how many friends do you have offline?
None.
Oh yeah. How often do you leave your house offline, Shab?
Well, he usually
Well,
streams when he goes to get beer. No, I'm just
Yeah, don't you
Yeah.
do it a bit? Yeah.
I go everywhere naked.
My loneliness persists, and the pain persists.
Okay,
Aw.
if she's like a minor, I don't want to.
I feel like the only solution is to keep making videos. I've been sobbing for like...
Okay, do you think she's a teen or do you think she's an adult?
If it's questionable, why bother, right? I don't know. It's poor girl. Hope she finds friends and has a better Halloween next year.
Okay, and then this one showed up. All three of these, one after the other, showed up where I click on one.
Are
and
you
then
just
that's-
so you
Okay,
may have
that's-
just found
okay, whatever.
teenage girls using their fucking YouTube's
Yeah.
as diaries algorithm, and that's a weird fucking algorithm, John.
What?
You're a weirdo, Gene.
It is Shab. Who was the person that?
Oh, it's my fault that you're a weirdo now.
Who was the person that told you that you were a single-celled organism?
Oh, we don't need to mention people that say mean things.
Well, that person, you sent me like a link and stuff of them and stuff. So I went to their YouTube channel and they were pretty crazy and they had a bunch of shit like this. So
you got
maybe,
it was
maybe that's what it was.
I blame Dirt.
No, it's Shab's fault because you sent me a link to a crazy person who has entire channels doing shit like this, and then that, yeah.
Gene's harvesting depression videos.
After learning details surrounding...
Well, I'm a sadist, so when other people are like having a bad time, it makes me feel better. So it's a good medicine for me. No, I'm just joking, not being serious. For those who don't know.
Of a Temple daycare teacher at Ignite Learning Academy. 24-year-old Jasmine Collum is charged with the offense of injury to a child. She's accused of violently bouncing a 3-month-old baby, causing brain and retinal damage. That's according to an arrest.
What is it? The glorious content? Hey, did you know, they're saying men do depression better?
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Wait, shut up. I have clinical depression. Did you know that? I'm very
Yeah,
depressed.
shut up, you
No,
fucking
I don't.
loser.
Yeah, wow. Snowflake Gene. I'm just kidding.
Snowflake Gene, go.
Yeah.
Fuck up your
I
wrist
deal-
some more, you
I deal
dork.
with a lot of depression. I'm a person that...
My wrist is an asshole.
I deal with a lot of emotional instability. I'm a very emotionally unstable person.
Fuck Jean's wrist.
I just can't.
Fuck Jean's wrist.
The rage and the distress. And you're just getting on me. But okay, again, I'm joking. I don't.
Shut up! You got hella scars. I saw you in person.
I do think depression is a serious issue. So
yeah,
like I'm not trying to discount people.
Hence all those scars.
Legitimately dealing with depression, but you know, the joke is, for those who aren't regulars, is that people talk about me being a robot. So
yeah, you're emotionless, except for when you have the knife in your hand, and your wrist right there.
Did you not just get mad at me for?
I'm sorry. Go.
It's the only time
you hypocritical.
It's better when I make the joke, though. Okay, go on.
All right. Paints a violent picture of what happened before that child was rushed to medical care.
To harm a baby, like, how sick are you?
Maya Warren is a local mother of 2.
You know,
that is pretty sick to harm the baby.
A 24-year-old.
Yeah, leave that baby alone.
Video shows the teacher aggressively bouncing a 3-month-old. An arrest affidavit revealed
a teacher? It's a daycare.
It was so hard, the child flopped around like a rag doll. In one instance,
I do think that's kind of stupid when they call daycare providers teachers. They're not really fucking teachers, they're babysitters.
It says Colum is seen picking up the child, then slamming them back.
I guess you could call a teacher a babysitter, but
to a bouncer, quote, so hard that the chair and the back of the child's head appear to strike the concrete floor. The child became unresponsive.
That's my baby you're messing with. So she would have got hit probably multiple times.
Colum took the child to the daycare director, who called EMS. Doctors found the 3-month-old had severe brain and retinal damage. It's left parents like Warren questioning the facility and its process of hiring employees.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves for even allowing that to happen. That's your employee. You hired them. You have them with children.
Texas law requires background checks for people working in childcare.
That's how I feel about when I was a kid and the teacher I had. No matter how much times kids came up and...
They were bouncing Shab on his knee.
No, but...
And ended up hitting his head when he was 12, and that's how he, that's what's wrong with Shab.
No matter how much times the kids complained to the principal, they just came up with an excuse. And the next thing you know, oh, you're wrong after this, like, 5 or 10 years of abuse.
Yeah, a teacher can't ever do anything wrong. It's just the laws of the universe.
I could sue this fucking... Should I not sue the fuck out of the fucking school? I should be a millionaire by now.
I think there's statutes of limitations and...
Yeah, it's a whole new district.
He fingered my butt.
Oh my god!
He didn't, but I could say he did.
Yeah, what?
Nothing.
In Minecraft. No, what I wouldn't say in response to this video here is that, it's a good thing I don't want kids, because, look, if I did want kids, I'd want nothing for the best of them. And honestly, the truth of the fact is, maybe if I was in a better situation in life, maybe I'd want to have a kid. I don't need a fucking kid right now, bro. So that being said, I'm glad I don't have one, because all the things I would do in Minecraft, if this daycare was built in Minecraft, don't even want to talk about it.
Me and you could, like, adopt a kid and we'll trade them back and forth so you guys have half of the...
shared custody?
Yeah, I could probably deal with half of the responsibility of a child.
Yeah. We'll get married, adopt a kid, and divorce.
Let's do it.
So, discussing, like, polygamists getting married, imagine, like, 10 polygamists get a divorce and they all have shared custody. And, yeah.
Stop. My
what?
brain, you just made my brain hurt.
Every 3/4 of a day, you have to go to the next fucking parent. Like, yeah.
Sorry, I'm with my other dad on the weekend.
And a lot of like polygamous families. I mean, a lot of Mormons are polygamous, and they have a shit ton of kids. And to be fair, you look at the videos, the kids seem very, very fucking happy. It's like when I've watched documentaries on like polygamists, it's like there's lots of adults taking care of all these kids, and then because there's so many, like I guess they have so many siblings to interact with, and because it's a much larger family unit, they're less lonely. So I mean that nuclear family paradigm of like the two adults where 50% of parents get divorced, and then it's like 1.3 kids per household. I mean, it's not the most, scientifically, it's not the best way to, or environment to raise a kid in. So, It's just ironically, like, people make fun of it, but they do seem pretty happy, well off, like, emotionally.
They're required before hiring new staff and at least once every 5 years after.
Of course, polygamy is legal. Polygamy is. Someone asked if polygamy is legal. Of course, it's legal.
It's legal, but like it's not. Like it's kind of like for a while same-sex marriage. It's like you can get married, I guess, traditionally, like, but in terms legally, you couldn't get like legally married where you'd be recognized as married by the state. They wouldn't put people in prison if they had a wedding and identified as being a couple, but the state wouldn't recognize them as a couple, so they wouldn't have like the same kind of custody rights like that other like I guess heterosexual couples would have. And then polygamy, that's the issue, is that I do know that in most states, it's like you can't have more than 4 adults that are unrelated living in a household or in one like property. So the fact that all of these like polygamists, so I'm guessing there is some legal protection because there's like 30 or there's like 12 of them living in one home. So I'm guessing that maybe it's like it's not the same level of like shared custody rights that I guess parents who aren't. I don't know how it works, but maybe it's because like they have kids with like multiple of like the parents or whatever. They're all allowed to live there because they're related.
Go on with the video, Gene.
On this and take actual precaution on who they have around children.
I just want to say,
have cameras, everywhere, so you guys can
before you go on with the video, Maddie in the chat, whoever you are, set me up because, whoa, the dude in the bottom right looks exactly like Sean Carter. That's crazy. So I go to Google and I realize that they said Trubisky looks like Jay-Z. You got me.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Jay-Z.
check in on their employees to make sure that
Beyonce is my bitch.
Because a lot of places they don't check in on their employees. Like, burnout is real.
Now, Temple police are actively investigating this case.
Did you know daycare is more expensive than college tuition? 2 years daycare more expensive than 2 years college. And a lot of countries have universal daycare. Do you think we should have universal daycare? Because it's like people work full fucking time and
pretty much have to. Maternal leave isn't guaranteed either.
Well, hey, we're the most capitalist nation, so they need to pay for it. Next, your people are going to expect universal health care.
Are encouraged to contact Detective Corporal Goodson. His information is on your screen, and that's if you have more information. Ignite Learning Academy declined to.
But it is toxic as fuck, where it's just both parents are expected to work full fucking time. And how much maternity leave like do mothers get? Because it's a very like small amount of time. I don't even know, like, do the fathers get maternity leave?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of like European countries, it's like both parents get maternity leave and it's usually longer. Same thing with vacation time. It's like people, the US, it's like you're given like 4 or 5 vacation days a fucking year. And so I do think, I don't know, universal daycare probably should be a requirement or should be like a right people are given, because if we're going to not have laws to give people the time off to raise like newborns and shit, and they pretty much have to rely on daycare, then you know what, maybe we shouldn't be like fucking with people's finances to such an extreme.
Yeah, it's like we get public school to send them to fuck off to for free, but you know, for those first 5 years, you gotta thug it out.
Is now
well, preschool I think is free.
Oh yeah.
So it's like what I said, the first 2 years, because when they're like toddlers, so it's not until they're like 3 or 4 where you can send them to preschool.
Because of a criminal investigation.
I feel sick. I feel like I didn't do my.
Dude, Scappy is like, I get 4 weeks of paid vacation. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, fuck you.
Communist
Fuck
Canadian
you.
Fuck. Yeah.
Scabby. Piece of
Canadians, they drink milk in bag, or they store milks in bags. They're so backwards.
Yeah, it's paid vacation, but they don't even pay you real money.
Yeah.
It comes as mothers of 3 infants have reported
Canadian money, so it doesn't count.
Injuries that they think happened at the facility. Good evening, I'm Cheryl McHenry.
And I'm James Brown. Now, we're talking about New Beginnings Daycare on Shoal Road in Huber Heights.
That's when News Center 7's Mike Campbell joins us live. Mike?
Well, Cheryl, it's not clear how long the Huber Heights police investigation has been going on, but I spoke to 2 of the 3 mothers today. We're not identifying them, but they told me they believe the injuries to their children happened at this...
Wait. Several infants suffer brain injuries? So the last one, I think it was just one infant.
And they said...
So there are so many stories of, like, in daycares, where it's not just one kid. So, like, in public school, even, like, an elementary school, so here, I'm going to kind of defend, I guess, educators to some extent, their reputation. So if you see a story of, like, a teacher doing something really fucked up, it's like, well, hey, it's like, we're talking about these schools where there's dozens and dozens of staff and hundreds of kids, and it's such a large sample pool that it's like, okay, one teacher, like, I don't know, slaps a kid across the face. It's like, well, it's guaranteed that you're gonna see shit like that. But with daycares, it's like, usually they only have like 10, like 12 kids at a time, and there's so many stories of where it's like they go in and they just find like 12 kids behind drywall or something, or they find all these kids tied down and so forth, where every single kid in the daycare is being abused or subjected to some kind of inhumane treatment. So it's like, maybe they do need better, I don't know, legal sort of like oversight when it comes to these places, because it's just, what are the qualifications for being a daycare provider?
Public schools get a security officer. Why not? Dude, it's a shame. We need somebody to watch these fucking daycare providers. That's insane. You're right.
Well, the problem is, so they called her a daycare teacher, but it's like, does she have any like education? Because I'm pretty sure that any person can sit there and, I don't know, try to like start a daycare. So a lot of people will do that, where it's like you legally can have like a certain amount of kids depending on how large your house is and stuff. So I know somebody has to come and verify that. But it's like, you don't need any qualifications. I think just as long as you don't have a criminal record, that's the only qualification.
Raised an alarm as soon as it became...
I guess if you're like in an apartment, you can't have like a large daycare. It's like, I guess your like living space has to be large enough. So like I said, they evaluate that. But if you just have some average sized home and you don't have a criminal record, pretty much that's your qualification.
To them, what happened?
The most traumatic moment ever, to hear that your daughter has a brain injury, that you don't know how it happened.
This mother told me a doctor noticed something wrong with her daughter, Andy, at a wellness check and sent her to Children's Hospital.
Once we mentioned early beginnings, she had a reaction that made me feel like something was wrong.
When she sat down and she told us, your son has bleeding on his brain.
I'm wondering, how much will this injury impair their cognition overall? Because like when you're an infant, brain injuries can be really, really, really serious, can affect you long term. But if you're like past like infancy, I do know that certain brain injuries, it's like you're probably going to be able to recover a lot more, or you're going to be able to, I guess, have a much more sound or more complete recovery compared to an adult, because once your brain stops developing, then dealing with some kind of traumatic brain injury is kind of significant. But traumatic brain injuries aren't always that like severe, so it's like sometimes it's like somebody gets punched in the face in a bar fight and they don't even get knocked out or unconscious, and they technically had a traumatic brain injury. So I do know that like there can be some pretty like minuscule benign contact, and then that technically classifies as a traumatic brain injury.
And this mother, Emily, has a 6-month-old son, Theo. She went to Children's because...
I don't know about that with this case, John.
Oh my God.
Doctors found swelling bad enough to do immediate surgery, leaving scars on little Theo's head.
Ooh, and that is something that I do know, like if people do suffer certain like trauma to the head, they have to like drill cavities into the skull to like release the pressure. So I've never had that done, but I did deal with a traumatic brain injury because I got into a car accident. I had a seizure, and like I ended up driving the car into like a lamppost or whatever, or a street sign, something stopped the car from driving off of a fucking cliff. But I was very lucky, and I was unconscious. They had cut through my seatbelt. I woke up in the hospital, and all these like medical staff were surrounding me, asking me questions, and they had to cut through my clothes as well, so I was naked on the hospital bed. And I remember, like, because head wounds, even if it's not a serious head wound, apparently they do bleed. Like, the level of blood is pretty significant. So it's like I see all this blood all over me, and I'm thinking that maybe my, like, entire scalp is open and stuff. And
yeah,
it was weird.
Hanging out, for all you know.
Yeah, but it was just a little cut on my forehead where, like, I hit my head on the steering wheel and then the airbag came out. But one of the things that was odd is because I have temporal lobe epilepsy, the part that deals with speech. So they're asking me these questions, and, like, as I'm trying to talk, it's like it's all gibberish, but it's like I could hear myself talking like the way I regularly do, where it's coherent, but I could also hear the garbled, mismatched speech as well. So it's like hearing two different vocalizations at once. One's garbled, one's coherent, but like that was so fucking uncanny. But then I passed out again within like that was only like several seconds what I described there, and then I woke up again and it's like, oh, my skull's not open, and I'm able to actually put sentences together. So it technically was a traumatic brain injury, and I was kind of out of it for, I guess, several months afterwards. Did go to cognitive behavioral therapy, which is what they do, where I don't know, they give you certain mental exercises and shit like that in order to recover. So I guess it's kind of like physical therapy for the brain.
Women were told doctors believed the injuries were intentional, and the only thing in common was new beginnings. I went to Huber Heights Police. They told me that because it is an ongoing and active investigation, specific details cannot be discussed at this time. However, HHPD takes all reports of crime serious, especially those involving children. I also went to New Beginnings, looking to hear from them. Hey, it's Mike Campbell from Channel 7. I was hoping to speak with Center Director Allison.
She's unavailable right now.
These two mothers have learned there was a third woman who came
Why don't you
forward
think
before.
she wants to talk to the journalists? What do you think the reason is? Yeah.
Man, it's a bad look.
Reporting brain injuries and suspect.
Why, excuse me, miss. Why did you drop that baby on its head?
That they happened at the daycare.
Well, I think it was the director he was trying to speak to there. So
either way.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like,
what are you gonna do about the bitch who dropped the baby on its head?
Why did you hire several people dropping several kids like on their fucking head?
The mothers want answers and to give a warning.
It's unbelievable. It's
Egghead's
unbelievable that people who are
girlfriend.
trained to take care of your baby and
I was going to mention that earlier, but then like, you guys cut me off. But yeah,
children.
Brain injuries are pretty significant.
Chad, why are you bringing up people? God, why are you bringing them up? Why are you bringing up Egghead? God,
For something to be done.
I brought up Egghead's girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. It's different.
No criminal charges have been recommended or filed against either the daycare center or any individual employee. And we have also reached out to the state agency that regulates daycare centers, asking them if they received the mother's complaints.
I don't know. Like, if I was to predict what's the dangerous country for a woman to be, India wouldn't be my first pick.
I've heard it.
This is what I'm guessing. I'm guessing because they have such a large population, it's probably more of a per capita thing. Maybe that's it. So
Well, let's see how you feel after this 17-minute video, John.
The thing is, I'm not going to deny that in certain areas, it probably is very significant compared to a lot of other parts of the globe. But I'm guessing, like, if it's like an average thing, like I don't know, I think like Afghanistan, like there are a few other countries that would be what I would put my like chips on.
And global outrage, sexual violence is on the rise. Most perpetrators face little to no consequences.
Feminism led to this. Yeah. I know what Modi has to do. You know what? You know what it is? Yeah. Dude, Dirk is so quick with the
What the fuck does Prime Minister Modi have to do, John?
He likes his bulldozer politics. So maybe these areas where they're mistreating women, maybe he needs to use the bulldozer politics. Yeah.
Yeah, just destroy it all.
No, don't hurt the people. Just destroy the neighborhood, and that way, like, you know, they like move them somewhere else and start over. So there you go. It's just toxic communities, tear these toxic communities down and build them back up somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bill. The subject matter was too heavy for Shab. He had to dip out.
Yeah. I do know in a lot of less developed areas of the globe that there will be problems where it's just the government doesn't have a presence in more remote or rural areas. So essentially, because of that, it's like they're not really investigating or they're not really there to prevent anything like this from happening. Now, I know, again, India, there's a lot of really well-developed like parts of the country, and like because there's over 1 billion people living there, it's like 1/8 of the world's population is India. So that's something people need to take into consideration, is that like there's provinces with tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, and so forth. So it's like you can easily go to parts of India where it's like there's millions of people living the same kind of lifestyle that somebody in Britain or the US would live. So it's like
you're trying to downplay this crisis in India, John?
Well, I'm trying to make it clear that I'm not trying to act like India is just completely poor, but there are going to be places in India, because there's like 1/8 of the world living there, where there's some of the there's slums, and it's something like 2 billion people globally, according to the UN, live in slums. So, and a lot of times in slums, the government doesn't really have any level of presence. So because of that, people can kind of just
Oh, John, this show hasn't made me cry yet, but you're pushing it, dude.
But what do you think the religion is of the people in this general area? The reason the reason I bring it up is because, like I said, this area looks like it is like a slum and stuff. It doesn't look like they're actually regulating the area of the government. And I'm wondering if, because you look at, like, Modi has been going after, like, minority religions, like Islam, like Sikhism, Christianity. So I'm guessing maybe the reason why these areas are so, like, I guess, lawless, because maybe they don't feel the need to actually, I don't know, provide any basic semblance of, like, social government institution in these areas.
Perpetrator, that man, didn't even spare a child.
So neglect.
This is a busy street. People live right across the way. We never imagined something like this could happen here.
And discussing whatever the demographic is, it's not that it's that specific demographic. It's any area where there's pretty much no government oversight at all. You're probably going to see fucked up things like this happening. So it's just kind of a given regardless of who the demographic is. And then the problem is that why is that demographic that's kind of segregated in this area, why aren't they being provided with that basic sort of, I guess, level of protection from social sector that pretty much every area should have?
Masoom's grandmother Sultana is concerned about the lasting impact this traumatic event will have on her granddaughter.
She used to be an active and happy child. She was charming and full of life. That joy and brightness have vanished from her face since the incident. She doesn't eat, or whatever little she does eat is not making her strong. I want no other daughter's life to be destroyed the way he destroyed hers.
Okay, so discussing a crime like this towards a minor, one of the things we covered in, like, it was a 12-year-old in the U.S. because of, like, them overriding Roe versus Wade, and she wasn't able to get an abortion. So a 12-year-old was forced to give birth to a child that they conceived due to the R word. So I know in a lot of places, like, there was a story in Venezuela where they made a 10-year-old give birth because they didn't allow her to get an abortion. So do you think maybe abortions are legal in this part? Because, like, whether you condone, like, abortions or not, just in general, it's like there are extreme cases like this where whatever it is, like, there's no reason why you should be against it in a case like this. So if you're going to play devil's advocate, it's one thing if you want to argue that it's like, hey, it's their body, their right, or it's like whatever, it's still a living thing, so it's not the opposite. If you're going to try to support that, whatever. But I do think if it's a child that's conceived into something like this and they're so young, there's no way I think any sane person can be anti-abortion in this scenario.
Masoom's rapist, 27-year-old
I just want to say,
was tried and sentenced to life.
My bad. While you're on the topic of abortion, I want to say it because, abortion is a lot of times, it's the fundamentalist, evangelist, Christian right in America here who say no abortion, God loves babies, blah, blah, blah. The only fucking time, abortion or child murder are mentioned in the fucking Bible, really. Number one, it was mentioned, I forget what the term they used.
It's the literal word of God, Dirt.
It was prescribed as a method to punish a woman who had conceived a child out of wedlock. It's the only time it's ever mentioned in the fucking Bible at all whatsoever.
God damn it. Yeah,
so
and if you do the
they should be aborting all these fucking bastards if they want to live by the fucking Bible. So fuck Christianity, fuck right-wing fundamentalism, fuck the sheep who tell you to think for themselves and believe only what we've been spoon-fed because that's what the grandpappy told their daddy to tell you.
I do know that the Bible, according, like, you said that, hey, that's a punishment for a woman if they're guilty of wedlock or whatever, but it's like, what's the punishment for men? It's like, do they, like, castrate men or whatever if they succumb to error? But I like how it's usually the women that need to be severely punished for shit that usually, and a lot of times, they're the victim of. But also, it says in the Bible that if you subject them to the R word, I know they're using the video, but probably should avoid it being mentioned as much as possible for the algorithms, then you're supposed to marry them and then give them 50 shekels of silver. So people will make the argument, well, it doesn't say they have to accept the marriage. What's
50,
that?
You mean give their parent 50 shekels?
That's what I said. Give the father 50 shekels of silver.
And father.
That's what
he said.
What's that?
You said father. Shab, I'm tagging you in. Where you at? I gotta go pee.
Yeah. But essentially it's like, the father's the one that gets the 50 shekels of silver. It doesn't say the parents. And then it's like the man that violated the woman, they get a free, they kind of like get a wife in the process. And and again, people try to defend it by playing it depends on how you interpret it. When it says that, what it really means is don't eat cheesecake on a Tuesday.
Hierarchy.
Oh, yeah, the caste system. So I do think that they didn't abolish this caste system, and it was a part of their legal system until very, very recently. So it's kind of like this feudalistic system where, similar to feudalism, where it's like, let a lord be a lord, let a knight be a knight, let a peasant be a peasant. It's just, they have like these 4 or 5 castes that you're born into, and you're kind of just forced, or it's just, you're that due to just birth and everything, and then or only allotted certain rights or like liberties based on whichever tier you fall into. And I think that maybe they got rid of this legally on paper. I know it was very recently, but you probably still see it in effect to some extent because people probably are still like it's embedded in the system or whatever, where people haven't fully transitioned out of it yet.
She tells us a powerful.
Oh, and I did mention like different religious groups being targeted, but I completely forgot about the caste system here.
Gene, Donna subscribed.
Oh, yes. Nori people need to subscribe.
Thank you, Donna.
We need to inform the people. But anyway, see, I lost my train of thought, Chad, because of you.
Consequences. Researchers have found that rape is sometimes used as a weapon.
Oh, but I mentioned these groups being marginalized and stuff, and they mention that they're rarely ever held accountable when they commit these crimes. And again, why do you think they're not held accountable? Probably because the government doesn't really feel the need to have any sort to provide them with like the basic level social institution that pretty much every single area should have, every single zip code should be provided with. So it's like I guess in more developed parts of it, it's like every area you need to have a fire department, you need to have your postal office. So here it's just they don't have that basic level of political resource or social institutions. So because of that, there's going to be people that exploit the sort of anarchy.
Against Dalit women to assert dominance. Chandralekha's father is now facing intimidation.
I am under a lot of pressure. I have not bowed to it. I'm fighting back. They are threatening to kill me. The rapist said to me, I am upper caste, and you are at the bottom.
Ooh, so it's not even like... So I mentioned before, I was predicting that because there's a lack of a government or a police presence, that's probably just in the same way in any demographic, any area where you have a lack of government, people are going to do fucked up things like this. But it seems like it's even worse. So it's not just people in that demographic, it's people of the higher caste system of the other demographic going in and exploiting the lack of that would be like in the Jim Crow era. If I guess a white American went into a black neighborhood and did bad things like this, and because they're white, pretty much the authorities don't care. They're not even going to investigate. So it seems like it's a situation like that.
He uses a lot of caste slurs. He said, you are lower caste, and we will make sure you suffer. I said, do what you will.
A 2020 report found that law enforcement, often staffed by upper caste men, frequently ignore crimes committed against Dalit women. In Chandralekha's case, the police allegedly instructed her family to file a harassment complaint instead of...
I do know Hinduism, one of the dynamics of Hinduism is it's karma. So essentially in Hinduism, it's the belief is that you inherit the karma of your past lives, your ancestors, and based on how you act, you'll your children and so forth will inherit that karma. So it seems like part of this caste system that's been around for quite a while is sort of based on that Hindu principle of hey, well, if this person is dealing with poverty and put in this situation, it's because their ancestors must have done something bad. So they're just naturally part of this flawed bloodline that it's kind of I don't know, let them be in that caste because probably for the better because of what their ancestors did.
And for rape, this allowed the accused to obtain bail and intimidate her family. Even if he's tried, the punishment is likely to be less severe.
And I don't know what I think the Brahmins are the top caste. They're the top tier. So, and I think there's 4 or 5 tiers in the caste system. So, I don't know what the lower ones are, but I don't know if this is the lowest tier, the second lowest tier.
Did the police take your testimony and act on it?
When I asked the police to write rape in the report, they refused. They only arrested him after 15 days when I called the women helpline. Shortly after, he was released on bail.
Do you think this guy's a narc?
Yeah, what a dick.
Is it because they're not applying the penal code for rape in the police report?
No, they are not. They won't listen to me. They said, why should we follow your instructions?
Chandralekha's mother says their family is facing not only pressure to settle the case out of court, but also ostracization from the village. Survivors of rape are often shamed and stigmatized as if it were their fault. Social isolation.
Why do you think they're treated like it's their fault? It kind of seems like the element of religion, like the Bible. It's the woman's fault, what Dirk described and everything. And it's the father who is viewed as being more the victim, where they need to be paid a certain amount of shekels of silver. But I described with Hinduism the sort of karma inheriting the bad things your ancestors did, so you should be punished for your past lives. I'm thinking maybe that religion probably has something to do with this, where it's you know what, these scriptures that people follow, maybe people need to stop giving credence to these scriptures that were written thousands of years ago.
Isolation is often a consequence. How has this incident affected you and your family?
Our ration shop.
And when we covered like Prime Minister Modi, who his particular party, he was part of like the RGB, and it's the Hindu like something party or whatever that pretty much stemmed from like that the like what is it, the RGP that he like the organization he was part of, and they're like a Hindu supremacist group, and that's the same group responsible for murder or assassinating Gandhi, because they didn't like that Gandhi was promoting that like people of all religions and stuff should get along and so forth, and they didn't like that he was promoting equality, and because they were like a supremacist group, they ended up killing him. And it is just they mentioned I remember they mentioned Sikhism, Christianity, and it seems like the main group that's targeted is Muslims, but I'm wondering Buddhists. Do they like do you think Buddhists are also targeted? Or because if they are, it's kind of odd, because like most of these religions, they have fucked up things like that where they usually like treat women like property and dehumanize them, and it's their fault for being subjected to these kind of violations. But Buddhism's kind of the exception, like where if you want to argue that it's about peace, and even if you don't take the I guess creationist aspects of the religion literally, then you'll just look at the ethics or the philosophy of the religion, and it's still like they're pretty sound ethics that you can't really point to a lot of it and say that, hey, like this is antiquated and so forth. Saying that you should or shouldn't do this is stupid. And I do know that Buddhism, out of all the primary religions, is the only one where there hasn't been any wars over it. So I'm wondering, what if they are like, it would be kind of ironic if like Buddhists are one of the groups targeted here, because out of all the fucking like ideologies, that's the one that probably is going to condemn this kind of shit the most.
Got shut down. Out of fear, we all stay home and do not go to the fields to work. We sold all our livestock to be able to fund this case. If we don't work, what can we afford to eat? He destroyed my daughter's life.
Chandralekha was always a brilliant student.
Ooh. Bryant says Gandhi was asking for it. Now, there is a lot to criticize about Gandhi. He's not as altruistic as a lot of people think, but their reasons for like murdering him, it's just definitely had nothing to do with anything. What's that?
You said their reasons for murdering him. I think you said there are reasons. I was like,
no, their reasons for like assassinating him was because of like supremacist ideologies, and he was preaching against supremacism. So still, the reason they murdered him was pretty fucked up. It would be one thing, and I don't think it's okay to murder anybody, so it'd be one thing if it's just, hey, here's a white supremacist and stuff, and then somebody murders them. And then if you're going to make that argument that they had it coming, where they're doing these horrific things, so no wonder somebody like ended up targeting them, there at least it's like, okay, they were a pretty distasteful person, or the motive the person had was sort of but even though murder's wrong regardless, it's still their reasons were it was more of like a Martin Luther King scenario of a white supremacist assassinating Martin Luther King.
He doesn't dare go to school anymore. What punishment do you want for him?
He should be hanged.
Sexual violence in rural areas
A white
often fails to make
supremacist,
headlines,
John?
but in cities,
Or the United States government?
I'm fairly certain he was a white supremacist.
it can spark massive public outrage, like in the recent case of the rape.
You know, it is proven that the government was involved in. Like, I don't. Yeah.
Fast-track such cases within a year, it is overwhelmed by the sheer volume of other.
And it's just like, I don't know. So it's like I said, murder's wrong regardless. When it comes to the R word, it's like, yeah, you're a sicko if you commit a crime like that. But it's just the fact that it seems like it's kids that are just so often like the ones targeted. It's like, God, why kid? Like, it's just a double whammy where it comes to just how fucking horrific the crime is overall.
Just depraved fucks, dude. So fucked.
Well, it is like in Colombia was Jose, like God, I forget his name, or it was not even Jose, it was Luis Garavonka or whatever. He I guess it has the largest kill count of any other serial killer, and they were all children, and they were also pretty much all victims of the R word. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of weird how many people there are out there that seems to be the thing they're into, is the R word in conjunction with Modi in his last two campaigns or terms. He like the two big things that he was supposed to address is it's on the excessive sort of like bureaucratic process where it causes a lot of problems with things actually getting done, because there's so much like pointless bureaucracy in certain areas where if people are driving like commercial like trucks, vehicles to other provinces, it takes forever for them to go through all the paperwork and shit, and it causes a lot of problems. So it seems like he's got to show up for all these steps, and seems like he's not doing a good job actually fixing that problem. And then the other big thing was what is it, ghost money or shadow money, and that's where, because of the poor sort of oversight, a lot of money isn't being taxed or whatever, because it's like they don't really have the resources, or they don't have the actual infrastructure to actually I don't know, document people's like earnings and so forth. So because they lack the proper bureaucracy there, a lot of the GDP, like 30% of the GDP, does go untaxed. And the thing that Modi did there was he outlawed the two most commonly used currencies, or notes. So when he did that, it's like that caused this really significant problem where people weren't given enough time to go to the bank and actually withdraw money or exchange the notes and so forth, and that caused a shit ton of problems. And then it's like we saw that his election a while back, he was arresting political opponents, and it's just abruptly they think that he tampered with the elections, filling like ballot boxes. So probably, and he passed a law where the government can arrest people for saying things that are inaccurate about the government on the internet. So they're not at China level where the internet's being completely censored, but he's kind of passed policies to push things in that direction. Yeah, that is something. It's sort of like, hey, well, they were dressed that way.
In our heads that women are equal to.
What did they do to their to the person that subject them to the R word? What did they do to the rapist to give them a good reason to do that? Because same thing with bullying. What did the bully victim do to the bully to justify the bully's behavior? Because people aren't just going to bully somebody for no reason, because human beings are so pure. People never do bad things to other people for really unjust or self-serving reasons.
To men.
And brothers.
And so they will keep striving to try and make India a safer place for Masoom, Chandralekha, Sarita, and thousands of other girls like them.
I was shocked. I knew something was wrong, but I did not think it was going to be cancer.
I was 25, not very many 25-year-olds have advanced colon cancer.
Shay Wright and Tanner Martin's love story has been drastically altered following a terminal cancer diagnosis.
You know what? I haven't had a physical in over a year. And, I don't know, I'm hitting 30. I think maybe I need a...
You're gonna die within the week if you don't do that, Gene.
I need to have the butthole evaluation. I don't want butthole evaluation.
Gene, come out to Vegas. I'll give you a butthole exam.
Bite the butthole.
Yeah, I'll bite your
met
butthole.
when Tanner was a LDS or a Mormon missionary in Mesa,
I'll chew on
Arizona.
it.
And then about 5 years later, we reconnected after he was done with his mission. I was done with my mission. And then it turned into more than friends when we made out one night.
Chad, what's the number one cause of death?
They made out one night?
Chad,
Oh my
what's the number one cause of death in America?
I know.
What?
Heart disease.
Yep. It's kind of giving you a trick question there, but...
Yeah, but I'm
number
too
two.
smart.
Yeah.
I'm too smart.
And you should know, every day in America, more people die of heart attacks than all the victims of 9/11.
Yeah, it was an accident.
And then, yeah, it was kind of history.
Something like 9/11, I think it was close to 3,000 deaths or whatever. It was like 2,800, 2,900 something. And I know like over 3,000 people die every day in America of heart attacks.
From there, after that makeout, it was like, all right, we're going to date each other.
In 2020, Tanner began having symptoms. He was 25 years old.
I just started having some digestive issues. I was going to the bathroom a lot, and then I started to see blood in my stool. And I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I was pretty sure
Okay, good. I don't have blood in my stools, so maybe I shouldn't have to worry.
that wasn't supposed to happen.
At first, doctors weren't worried.
He gave me some medicine that helped my digestion like calm down, I guess. It made my acid less acidy or something. And that actually made my symptoms disappear for about 6 months. But then it came back, and it came back hard. The meds weren't working anymore, and I was tired all the time. And that colonoscopy, I mean...
Okay, I need to schedule my physical.
Couldn't even really do it. He like started it, and then I think he said he got the camera like 10 centimeters into my colon, and then the camera, there was a giant tumor, and he couldn't fit the camera past it at all. And then he woke me up, and he was like, listen, I'm not an oncologist. And he's like, but you definitely have colon cancer, or, you know, some form of bowel cancer. It was kind of a...
Dude, that must suck. Like, be the worst thing about being a doctor is when you gotta tell people that they have.
I thought you were gonna
terminal
say
illness or
like when you
something.
can't go deeper because there's a
Okay,
tumor
shut
ready.
up, like-
Oh, okay, sorry.
Leave, because I remember...
Chad's bad when it comes to dying.
I'm not doing well.
I wanted to go deeper, but
No, Chad. When I make points, I kind of want people to take in the gravity of it. So just maybe let it sink in a little bit before you.
Timing is the essence of comedy, John. If you wait
Nicholas
too long,
liked
wouldn't
it.
be as funny.
Gee, Nicholas liked it, I bet.
At work and at school, and I was like, there's something wrong with me.
The oncologist was like, it's probably stage 1 or stage 2 because you're so young. So let's do some more scans. And he was like, it's spread to your liver. It's stage 4. And that was a shock.
Oh, fuck.
Stage 4 cancer means the cancer has spread from where it originated to another organ. It is the most severe cancer diagnosis.
The statistics of...
So with the liver, I do know it's the only organ where you can give somebody a liver transplant and it's like they don't need to take like immune system like suppressants, because apparently your immune system will just accept any like liver that you put in there, but all the other organs, it's like you got to take medication to suppress them. So like I'm not an oncologist or doctor, but I'm thinking maybe if they swap out the entire organ. I know he's still got cancer that's spread to other parts, but it seems like maybe that's a way to address it.
Surviving with stage 4 colon cancer for more than 5 years are very low.
Yeah.
It's like 14%.
Tanner immediately attacked the cancer head on.
The most aggressive approach we could take, we took 12 rounds of a IV chemo called FOLFOX. I've gotten like 20-ish rounds of another IV chemo called Full Fury. I've done like 50 rounds of radiation. I've had, I think, 4 or 5 major surgeries and then dozens and dozens of just small procedures.
But in 2023, the pair got bad news.
They were like, hey, your cancer's incurable now.
You know, my doctors are like, your cancer spread so much, this is most likely what's going to kill you.
Then more bad news.
Tanner got septic in July, the end of June of 2023, and he battled sepsis from then until January of 2024. So that means like no cancer treatment, like just battling sepsis over and over and over.
I was basically living in the hospital. Yeah. Like there's nurses that I know on like a first name basis. Our pastor came to visit me in the hospital and he hadn't seen me in a couple of months. He came in and he thought he was in the wrong room. Like he saw me and he was like, oh.
It's always the worst when it comes to really serious conditions where like you'll hear relatives talk about how it's like because they were living in a different state and they only see them like a few times a year. When they came across them for the first time in like 5-6 months, it's like they didn't even recognize them.
Oh, he's like, I'm so sorry. I'm looking, for Tanner Martin's room. And my mom was like, that is Tanner.
Yeah, watch Mystery Diagnosis and you'll see with doctors, like there's that one woman who had FOP, and they ended up removing her arm because they thought she had like malignant like growths in her arm, and then it turned out that she had FOP. So they pretty much ended up removing her arm for no reason. And then it's like, not only does she have to deal with like the debilitating factors of FOP, which is a condition that like turns your muscles to bone, but she also has to also cope with having only one arm along with that. And there was a doctor that, because it took the longest time to diagnose her, when he found out what she had, it's like, not only did he feel like, he talked about how he's sitting in front of the phone for like an hour trying to go over how he's going to tell the parents, and that not only does he need to tell them that she has FOP, but he also has to tell them that she had her arm removed for no reason. And then that's like what I said. Imagine being a fucking doctor, and it's like, that's part of your job. You got to tell people or parents that they had and like when I said that after I got in the car accident, they did an MRI. They found like small like lesion, or they thought it was a lesion. It turned out that it's cortical dysplasia, which is just where like the nerve cells or whatever didn't properly, like, I guess, like properly develop in that area. So it shows up as kind of like a blank space in the way a lesion would. And they told me that I probably would have to have surgery where they'd have to like cut into my fucking brain. I remember he, like, the way he sounded on the phone when he like had to tell me this, it's just, yeah, but I'm glad I didn't have brain cancer. And then there was that other mentioning like how the relatives, like in terminal like illnesses, they're not able to recognize them. Mystery diagnosis. There was another story where this woman had like a tumor in her pituitary gland, and she had a condition because she had a tumor there. It was causing her to grow rapidly. She just kept growing and growing to the point where she was like too large or tall to walk. And when she her boyfriend left her because I guess he didn't like that she was too big because he was a piece of shit. So then she went home, and she was away from home for like 9 months, and then she approached her sister at the airport, and her sister was like, "Why is this stranger talking to me?" And then she realized that, oh fuck, that's my sister.
And he was like, "What?" And I lost so much weight, like 100 pounds probably in the span of like 3 or 4 months.
Now that Tanner's diagnosis is terminal,
And someone's talking about clicking sounds in the chat.
he and Shay are focused on living life to the fullest.
The whole lot was like, let's also be really intentional with our life. Like, let's do all the things we want.
Yeah, Shep, what would you think? What would you do if you found out you only had like 6 months to live, or 6 weeks to live?
I would, I don't know. I feel like, I probably only have 6 weeks to live anyways. I don't know.
Already?
Yeah, already, probably.
Yeah. Too much drinking and,
yeah, what he said was pretty remarkable, though. He said he lost like 100 pounds in 3 months. That's pretty crazy.
I mean, chemo will do that.
Yeah,
and they got us a puppy, like a cancer support dog, which was really, really helpful for me.
Yeah, see,
that's a pound a day.
Yeah, if you're overweight and you want to like lose weight and stuff, and you're having a really hard time, just get some cancer.
We went to
Minecraft
World in Florida. We went on a cruise.
The Dream Foundation also helped him meet one of his heroes.
I got to meet Mark Hamill in June. Freaking Luke Skywalker, my childhood hero.
Yeah.
John.
What's that?
I can't hear a goddamn thing. My shit's all fucked up. The cat's fucked with my wires. I need to restart my computer.
You're fired.
Back.
Wow, what a queer mo.
An hour, he emailed back and was like, I would love to do that. And he took
it. Luke Skywalker can use the new like option on our sound.
It's not true. That's impossible.
Yeah. Gotta add more, but that's there so when people are like, oh, that can't happen. So that's for and mentioning like sexism towards women, objectifying women.
Honestly, like, okay, I tolerate women.
We got that one.
He dinner.
Oh
and
my God.
The restaurant owner was super cool, and she like
That's some internalized sexism.
he opened early for us, so there wasn't anyone there but us. And it was, I don't know how to adequately describe that experience, but I just got to spend 2 hours talking to Mark Hamill, and that was really cool.
Dude, I bet if Shab gets cancer and finds out he only has like 5 weeks to live, how much do you want to bet he's just going to play Fortnite on stream for the 5 weeks?
I'll spend my last days the way I want.
You're just going to do nothing but play Fortnite.
That's the way I want to die, Gene.
Yeah.
I have a master's in marriage and family therapy.
And then I have a bachelor's in family studies with a minor in indigenous studies.
They've even already had Tanner's funeral.
Our death doula suggested, like, hey, just so you know, like, people do celebrations of life and living funerals. And we were like, oh yeah, that would be cool. Let's have a red carpet premiere event of Tanner's life story. And it can be basically a celebration of life, living funeral.
It was super happy. Like, people were excited to be there, and it was special. Like, I really treasure that day and that time I had with all of them.
They share a lot of their journey on social media.
I'm a therapist, so it's very therapeutic for me to like have, we call it like your grief witnessed. So just people.
See, I really, videos like this do kind of put me on edge, at least now or whatever, maybe like 4 years ago it wouldn't. But again, I'm of that age where you're supposed to get like your prostate checked, you're supposed to get like your colonoscopy or whatever, supposed to get the rectum exam and so forth. So I probably need to do all those things.
People seeing the heart and
yeah.
Who do you think's gonna die first, you or me?
I don't know. I mean, you do smoke a lot and you don't exercise, but I have all my other more congenital health issues, so.
Yeah, you have genital problems, that's true.
Dude, that's so funny, Shab. Like, that word sounds like this other word. Yeah, it's hilarious.
As long as you
Shab,
understand.
what does congenital mean?
It means that you...
Oh my god, this is a word you should know.
Means it's in your genes.
Yeah, it's pretty much you're born with it. It's a condition due to genetics. So it's not acquired.
Like not hiding it, being very open about it was very helpful, because then it felt less like I was doing it alone.
And I just prayed a lot and asked God to
God's not real.
I think we've been able to talk about a lot of things like death or, planning for funerals, like things that would make people uncomfortable. But it's important to talk about because, like, you don't want to come to the end of your life and realize, like, oh my gosh, I didn't really prepare to die. Like that, I mean, that's really what your worst nightmare is all that fear at the end. And it's good to, like, it helps.
Do you think, what if you had the cure that the Illuminati and the government has to cancer?
What? What about the Illuminati?
What if he had access to the cure that they have? I mean,
well, yeah, obviously they have the cure.
Helps me.
The problem with those conspiracy theories is that people are like, oh yeah, well, they need a solution to overpopulation. Most of the world's developed countries are dealing with underpopulation. It's like, we have an aging population, so the working age population is shrinking compared to the elder population. So it's like, if anything, they need the opposite sort of solution, and they make the argument with chemtrails. They need a solution. They poison crops or whatever to give people cancer, so that way they can curb the population.
Yeah.
And then you know what the logic is there? When they see airplanes and there's you see the exhaust in the airplanes, they claim that the exhaust is chemicals that they're emitting.
It is chemicals they're emitting, just not the ones they think.
Yeah.
Get ready for that. And I feel
people are so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel peaceful about it, being able to talk to people about it.
Yeah, it feels good for me to, as his wife, to have that planned. So when Tanner dies, I can just grieve and just be sad, and I don't have to worry about what would Tanner want, what would he want on his headstone, where would he want to be buried.
Bro, what is he saying? What do you mean?
We have all of that figured out. I don't have to worry about it. I can just be sad. Sharing your grief and having people listen to it is extremely healing. And finding people in a situation similar to yours is.
I'm talking about how conspiracy theorists like claim that like the government has a cure or the world's elite has a cure to all this shit because they're retarded.
Has at least been very helpful for me.
Yeah,
and also
Drunken Crow.
just, it's, like I said, therapeutic to be open about it.
We educate people on end-of-life preparation.
I thought you said Crow. Who are you answering in the chat?
I didn't reference anyone in particular.
In cancer.
Oh, it was Giga Chad. They're the one that.
Awareness.
Oh, I thought I heard Crow.
That's a cemetery plots. We chose an evening viewing package, $4,295, a really pretty dark brown casket. That was about $3,000. Tanner wanted a bench, so we could come.
We need to get in the business of dead people dying. You think we'd make some good money?
Have you seen the show 6 Feet Under?
No, sounds familiar.
That's a really good show, and it was what's his name? The dude that played Dexter. That was his first big role.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. So he's in it, and he's a completely different type of character. So, but it is funny because part of his job working in the funeral home is being like a mortician.
Yeah.
So it is weird, like where you see him wearing like the get up, like the sort of like scrubs and so forth, and he's got like the sort of like lobotomy or not. He's got like the tools and everything for cutting them open. It's like, wow, that's Dexter.
$519. So $23,000, a little more than $23,000. I highly encourage everyone to purchase life insurance.
I didn't have life insurance because I was 25 years old. And so now I don't qualify for life insurance. But you can get a pretty cheap policy, that is enough to cover your funeral and leave your spouse comfortable for a little bit. And so I think being able just to bring that like kind of into the zeitgeist, like,
oh, Michael C. Hall, that's his name.
Hey, there is a chance that this could happen. And for, this amount.
No, it ain't John C. Reilly. It's Michael C.
Yeah,
Hall.
dude, it's the C, because I'm telling you, John C. Reilly was the name that came to my mind. I was like, no, that's not right.
Yeah. It's Michael C. Paul.
Money, you can prevent your family from going through a lot. So I think that was something else that motivated us to share that part of our journey. Yeah. I'm in a men's support group called Man Up to Cancer. People are getting it younger. But I mean, in my men's cancer group, we have kids in it. Like there is 11-year-olds.
Yeah, 6 Feet Under, what they do in like every episode is that at the beginning, it shows some person like die at the beginning. And like the theme of every episode is it's serialized, so there's the drama within the family, but then it's also every episode the thing that's more, I guess, episodic is that you have that one person that dies either. Sometimes it's cancer, sometimes it's something where it's like they can't find any relatives or whatever. There's somebody that lived by themselves, and it's like they had no contacts. There's one where one of the people that like they're having a funeral for was like a shooter. So it's just, is it ethical to allow does the family have a right to mourn them or whatever, even though they committed a shooting like that? So it's kind of interesting where they'll deal with suicide, they'll deal with somebody that dies due to gang violence and goes over that while also dealing with all the family affairs.
Who have stage 4 colon cancer. Guys,
so I don't think it's that lucrative because in 6 Feet Under, when it came to the people dying business, it seemed like they were constantly having issues keeping their family business afloat.
In their 30s when they got diagnosed, and I was 25. It's just important that people just are super aware that, the standard for checking for colon cancer is probably lower than it should be. Well, not probably, it is lower than it should be. Like I've had a couple people share with me just on TikTok that they've gone to get colonoscopies and they have found like pre-cancerous stuff. And the doctor's like, wow, it's a really good thing you came in.
Will you do that, Dirt, if Danny has cancer?
What, get a tube in my ass to see if I have cancer too?
Are you gonna cuddle with her like in the hospital
in the
bed?
Cancer bed? I'm just kidding.
Are you gonna cuddle with me?
Came in because now we're gonna do colonoscopies like every 2 years, And I mean,
maybe if you get cancer.
Yeah. Do you think that's something?
I got it big time.
Talking about like not when you have kids, it's like you have a kid and like somebody someone in the family has cancer, you got to explain to your kid that, yeah, you can't catch cancer. But you got to probably explain to them what cancer is.
It makes me so happy. It makes me happy that like...
Yeah. Uncle Dirt, they got cancer. Yeah.
There's
Or Uncle
you can
Dirk.
still hug you can still hug him and give him kisses and stuff.
But don't get too close; he'll give you AIDS.
You're cutting close to home, John. Because I was that kid, dude. I lost my grandmother to brain cancer at like 8 years old.
Do they have to tell you that you can still hug her and stuff, even though she's got cancer?
Yeah, but she had brain surgery, so she might not know who you are.
Oh.
How much time he has left.
That's
he wants to continue to inspire others.
I just want my legacy to be one where if anyone's going through something similar to what we are going through, that my story has somehow helped them prepare for, for bad things. I just want it to be something where like, oh, this is happening. We got to plan this thing for the funeral, or like, oh, I'm getting these symptoms. Like I should go check, for a colonoscopy. I think for someone who's not living their life to the fullest is we worry so much about.
Remember Terms of Endearment? Maybe I don't know. If, Dirk can watch it. Maybe that's what we need to watch for movie night. Usually, the film I pick for movie night has something to do with like the stream that we watched. So, like if there's a bunch of kids dying and like shootings and stuff, it's like, oh, that's like this movie, come and see or whatever. But yeah, Terms of Endearment. It's a good cancer movie.
Like sometimes like the worst thing that could happen.
That's what I'll have Dirk watch next because it's my turn for movie night.
And we're worried that if we shoot.
And I think Shab did see it. Remember that movie, Shab?
Sounds familiar.
Big dreams that we have, or like to live our life to the fullest, that will fail.
And what's ironic is the guy that directed it was like a writer for The Simpsons. He still writes for The Simpsons, I think. So he's one of the big. I think it's something like L. Brooks or whatever. James L. Brooks.
Embarrassing. But something my dad used to tell me when I was a kid is he would just always, what did he say? He would say, shoot for the stars and you might land on the moon. I think people spend
I was right, actually. Properly memorize somebody's name for once.
Time focusing on the negative of like all the bad things that could happen that we don't realize.
Oh, and you know what else he directed? Showed up here. I know you like this movie, Shab.
Why?
Is
there Pokemon in it?
No, As Good as It Gets. It's the one with Jack Nicholson.
Oh,
and he has
yeah.
OCD.
Yeah, I like
things
that
happen
movie.
are just as possible.
For more information on
My family consists of Nathan, my husband.
Fran, who's pretty amazing.
Jess, my stepdaughter.
Son Quinn and my son Nash.
Nash is 5.
Nash has Lesh-9 syndrome. He's got some of the hardest challenges that you can imagine.
But he is just a ray of sunshine. He's just such a joy.
Super cheeky. Every day he has me laughing. He's super cute. He's a gorgeous little boy.
Now, why do you think I keep getting this stuff in my feed?
Because it relates to you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lifestyle property. We always have a few sheep on the land.
They're just
dogs,
like-
and a cat.
And we got ourselves a new house 7 years ago. And then Nash came along and we had to do a massive renovation on it. Basically had to widen doorways.
People have been saying they're sick of me covering all the genocide in Israel, so here you go. Here's some other stuff.
Create another wing.
Here's some variety.
Look,
Happy.
special needs. His legs don't work as good as us.
He's a good little brother. He takes a bit of like extra care, but we love him all the same.
Nash understands everything that we're talking about all the time. His class is having global developmental delay, but I mean, that's so general. And I think it's just, his body just lets him down.
Rose in Discord? I know, but he's not saying anything.
He was born in New Plymouth on the 6th of the 6th, 2007.
Oh, that's weird.
He said in chat, I've been in Discord for like 45 minutes.
Well, no. It said, oh, the interface all fucked up on my end. Huh. You guys got to pull them in because, like, something weird's going on with the sidebar with all the channels.
Normal.
Pull him in, Dirt.
Birth. Nothing complicated at all.
Yeah, I actually thought he was in here with us because, like, the sidebar with the channels all fucked up. So, I'm like, God, he came in, he's not even saying anything.
There he is, a little
the normal
special
baby.
ed fucker.
When he was about 6 months old,
Hi, Crow.
he
Hello.
was in agony. So we ended up spending.
Crow, throughout your lifetime, how many, like, friends or family have you had so far that have died of cancer?
I don't think it. Well, actually, no. Breast cancer runs on my mom's side, so I gotta check my tits sometime.
I'm saying, how many people do you know who have died of cancer?
In my lifetime, none.
Oh, damn, you're lucky.
10 days in hospital. Our pediatrician.
How many have died of? How many have died of heart attacks? What's that?
I said for him to stop bragging.
See, Crow lives out there in the Midwest. The dysentery gets him before the cancer does.
Exactly.
Had actually done her thesis on Leishman syndrome. So she checked his uric acid levels in his blood, and it was confirmed that it was Leishman, and it was a pretty horrific day.
I just couldn't think of anything worse if you tried, basically his body can't process the uric acid, and so it turns into kidney stones.
So when he was 1, we got rushed up to Starship. They operated on him the next morning, and they took 7 kidney stones, and it was terrifying. Very lucky he didn't go into kidney failure. He has episodes of pain. They can be totally...
Okay, that must be... So, young children, it's like if they have some really painful condition, so they're under the age of 6 and stuff, they're not really able to understand. It's like that can cause really serious long-term trauma. So it's kind of odd. It's like if you're 9 or if you're old enough where you understand that it's oh, I'm having a bunch of teeth pulled and stuff. It hurts like hell, but it's an operation. It doesn't have that kind of PTSD effect. But a lot of times, if kids they're young and they get these sort of medical treatments, it does cause a lot of really long-term damage to them mentally or emotionally.
So he could just be sitting watching TV and be fine, and the next minute he'll be just so distraught.
There's times you're sitting there with tears rolling down your face and your little boy's there in so much pain, screaming, and there's nothing you can do for him. It's pretty tough.
He is on CBD oil, which has been great. 0.4 mils of CBD and THC mixed. And then this one here is just straight CBD. It helps with his dystonia sometimes, the way his movements are. You know.
Now, I hear that kidney stones, it's excruciating pain. But I've never had them. Have you guys had any kidney stones? Chad drinks a lot, but wow.
It just helps with his mood a lot. It just really...
How many kidney stones has Pitmonk had? Because I think he's had quite a bit.
Yeah.
So Nash has got what they call low tone, so he hasn't got that core strength to sit up and hold his head up, so he relies on his dystonia. You'll see a lot of Nash's movements, his arms will be straight, he hasn't really got that fine motor control. Yeah, it's pretty limited, to be honest. He can shuffle around on the floor. Basically, he's in the wheelchair, we push him around.
So Nash can't play with a lot of normal toys. So any experience of that will make his life more fun or just new.
There's no such thing as a normal toy.
Yeah, I find that offensive.
We're gonna beat Quinn, We're gonna beat Jess as well. Seatbelt. Looking pretty good. Ready? Conductive education has been an amazing family to us. They organised the session at Nicky Nitro with the carts. Nash loves doing that stuff. Yeah, you get him in that cart.
Was it Gen Z? If the DNC stays in power, get ready to see a draft letter in the mail. I don't think that's gonna happen. But even if it does, I make too much money to be drafted. They tend to draft more people. That's usually how it is. It's and the Vietnam War, the last time they were drafting people, the people that get drafted usually are poorer people that, because they're not making a lot of money and they're not contributing to the economy as much, they're more disposable. They're not as valuable to the government.
And he's been present in the moment. It's not about him being in a wheelchair or something. Yeah. He's racing around the track with everyone else. He might look like he's petrified, but I know on the inside he's having fun and he's pretty excited by it.
And what's weird is Vietnam, I guess the civil rights movement, and in 67, but it overlapped the Vietnam War, and it was the first war or the Korean War, which happened a little bit before, was the first war that had segregated units. World War II, or that didn't have segregated units. World War II had segregated military units, but it sort of was once they were abolishing Jim Crow laws, one of the things Nixon did, Nixon kind of in a way took credit for it, yeah, look, I'm abolishing segregation, and he did have cops that would escort kids to the school to make sure nobody did something really bad. However, there's leaked phone calls with him and Reagan talking about ways to ban the N-words and so forth, and it's the war on drugs. And this is something that isn't even conspiratorial. This is something that's there's hard evidence and documentation that they were doing this, like the war on drugs. A lot of it was just, hey, because we're not segregating them with some kind of legal policy anymore. Let's use this more roundabout backdoor type of segregation. So let's just start cramming them all into prisons and stuff and overpopulating the prisons because, yeah, that's a way to keep them off the streets. So, the racist or closeted racist suburbanites don't have to, I don't know, deal with a lot of people of that other race. And then also because they typically were more marginalized in different areas, they were much more likely to be drafted and sent out to like the boondoggle of a war Vietnam. And I'd say it was kind of disproportionate. And that was also like probably a thing because Nixon did sit there and like claim that, hey, I'm the president that is responsible for ending or withdrawing the troops from Vietnam and shit and taking credit for that. But I have a feeling that maybe I wonder if with the Nixon administration, if you started to see much more drafts in fruition before they actually withdrew the troops. And maybe that was another thing where it's like, hey, they're in these marginalized areas, so that's a way to just send them, more of them to war to be killed.
Do you think women should sign up for the draft? Chat wants to know.
I don't think drafts are ethical, so I don't think it should be okay to draft people.
There's horse riding, we go bowling. So yeah, it's all about experiences for him.
And that's the problem. So who decides that a particular cause is, I guess, right? Because I can kind of understand World War II, where it's just Hitler was a special type of evil, where it kind of threatened the entire I guess global population. It really was a scenario where if they did win, very and even though they lost, it's still it's a war that ended with 2 cities being nuked off the planet and almost an entire race of people being exterminated. But I can kind of understand that kind of, hey, it's people of this age, it really is important to fight for this. This really is a pivotal moment in human history that there's this, it is a special level of evil, but in most cases it's like Vietnam. Did all these people really die for a good reason?
What if we just sent the elderly to war?
Yeah. That will fix the problem. But we are going to get to that later with what's going on in Russia, because once they invaded Kursk and everything, a lot of the people that were in that region were untrained soldiers, a lot of them from wealthier families in Moscow and St. Petersburg. So one of the things they'll do is they pretty much won't send people from the wealthier areas out in the front lines. But because that happened, now Putin's dealing with a lot of shit from the inner circle.
Yeah.
Because now rich people had their kids killed. So now there's people kind of trying to hold him accountable.
Save it for the segment.
Yeah.
We're on. It's out of his comfort zone, but it gets to a certain point. You just know that it's time to give up. You're fighting a losing battle, so strap it back in your chair. So Nash's future for me is about creating these little snippets of time, whether it's out in the boat fishing for a day or just creating a positive environment, creating moments.
That looks like a normal toy.
Yeah, this is Nash's nightly routine. We bit of ibuprofen, a bottle of Fortini, and just a flush. So we give this to him before he goes.
And that's one thing with being a parent with kids that have some of these serious conditions, like cystic fibrosis. That's one where you look at the amount of pills they have to take a day, and just setting up all those pills, and then now I know they have these machines for people with cystic fibrosis because the mucus builds up in their lungs and so forth. But for a while, what they had to do is you had to pretty much beat the mucus out of like out of their like nostrils and stuff, so they had to lay down on their stomach, and it usually was like some kind of caretaker, and you had to give them this kind of like massage where you're pretty much like whacking them or hitting them on the back, and yeah, would have to do that like several times a day. And I think a lot of them probably were like homeschooled or whatever, because probably would be more convenient that way to actually educate them because of like the amount of time they need to take away from class. But I'm guessing if they go to school, the school nurse, they probably have to go to the nurse like a dozen times a day to go through that process.
To bed, and it goes on through his peg, which is where all of his most of his nutrition goes. Yeah, so before we got the peg put in, Nash was really underweight, and it was just a never-ending battle just trying to get food into him, and we were just struggling. But once we put that peg in, man, we're just able to control the whole situation.
We give him 200 mils at a time. He can only handle 200 mils at a time, and he has that 6 times a day.
But yeah, Nash is pretty tired tonight, so he's a bit grizzly. Let's go, Nate. Bedtime.
So, Dirt, if you have a kid and you got to tube feed them, what do you think that would be like?
I'd probably deal with it like these parents did. Give them some THC.
It's fish.
Through the tube?
Yeah, that's probably how they have to give it to him. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, hello.
Nash needs to have.
That's how they're giving him everything else.
Well, I know that they'll do that.
I saw they had syringes to see. It was this syringe. They probably just squirt it right in his mouth.
I don't think they would. Well, I think like with the feeding tubes, that's for solid food because they can't.
Yeah, so it's a syringe. They just drip it right in his mouth.
This is to try and dilute the uric acid in his system to try and stop the kidney stones from forming. So this is a pump.
I know, like kidney stones are like uric like acid. So I know gout. That's also like uric acid that's in the blood or whatever. So do you think? I don't know if they mentioned it, but he has a lot of kidney stones. So if it's a condition that's like causing a bunch of like uric acid buildup, do you think maybe he's got like gout kind of symptoms where it's like in his joints and so forth? And
I don't know. They said the name of the syndrome. Have they gone into what it's exactly it is and does?
Well, they keep mentioning kidney stones. They haven't really. Jeez, why don't they just have the name of the syndrome like in the title? So stupid.
And I thought gout was the not uric acid, but the acid in your like when you go for a run and then you feel like your muscles are on fire. I thought that was the same acid or whatever acid is gout.
I think it. Look it up. I think it is like uric acid or something. Syndrome include what is it? Kidney, or it impairs kidney function, acute gouty arthritis. There you go. And self-mutilating behaviors such as lip and finger biting and or head banging. They probably just there in like
lactic acid. Good job, Brant.
Pumps fluid through him every night while he's sleeping.
You know, like with Nash getting 800 mils a night, 2 nappies every day. Basically, we've got washing to do because it leaks through.
Ow.
Good. There you go, you know me. We put a weighted blanket on him every night too, which is like a big pillow. He's had one of those since he was really little. So I just turn this on. Love you.
Pretty tired after a big day and you just want to go to bed yourself.
That it says here, just look it up. Yeah.
It's your
Yeah.
Well,
gout is a painful type of arthritis that occurs when your body has too much uric acid.
Sometimes you got to sit here for 3
But lactic acid is the kind of acid that occurs in your muscles and stress.
But he's been pretty good lately.
No one in New Zealand has ever worked with a child with Leishman syndrome.
Oh, I just remember I mentioned like Pint Monk having kidney stones. I think he also had gout as well. So yeah.
Except for now, of course.
It's kind of weird. Those are two things I don't connect. It's weird. Like I know that they're both associated with that, but then it's just once you put it together, it's like, oh god, it seems like one. If you have one, you might have the other.
Comorbid.
So
yeah,
he's got cerebral palsy. He gets kidney stones, and he's got super low tone, so he's not able to sit up. Some mornings he gets up, he's super edgy and super hard work. You know, he's just arching all the time. So generally, just get that CBD into him straight away.
He does have his moments, of course, because he gets frustrated, but it happens quite a lot.
That's no excuse for bad behavior.
He finds the strangest things funny.
Anything he doesn't like in the office tongue, he just sticks his tongue out and you have to get it off.
Yeah, full of life, full of positivity. I'm proud to be his dad. That's awesome.
Yay!
I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring up daddy issues, but if my father had a kid with this condition, he would get mad that they're doing things like biting their tongue.
We have a mobility van, so he travels in his wheelchair in the van. So conductive education is a Hungarian therapy, which is specifically for kids with neurological disabilities. So he goes once a week and has done since he was 1. It's just a really beautiful community of people that all have children with pretty high needs.
Hi! You notice, like, his teeth? Do you think it's because of losing his baby teeth, or do you think that might have something to do with the condition as well?
Well, he can't keep his head up, so they put him...
Okay, bad crow.
Good morning, Nash.
Olivia, she's lovely. They've been doing conductive together for about 3 years.
Whoa, look!
They're just great mates. Both have different...
Well, they're in special needs schools. That means that it's absolutely necessary to mock them.
abilities, but they just gel together and love each other. You know, it's great.
Do you remember?
Well, there are people that are like that, where it's like kind of odd. Even adults sit there and they kind of act like, maybe not kids that are severely disabled, but it's just if somebody has any level of special education at all, they feel the need to, I guess, like talk shit about it. And it's like, it's one thing if you're a teen and you're doing that. I think it's kind of odd when adults still have to play the, yeah, you're like giant sped if you have any level of special education.
That 2 weeks ago, we had a look at this book. What did we do?
Planted some beans.
Planted some beans, that's right.
Conductive education is a holistic approach to special education. It was developed for people with motor disorders, where the challenges and the problems that these people are facing are caused by a damage or an injury to the central nervous system.
Here, is that comfy?
I have one with tiny dots. This is what it feels like. You. I have one with bigger bumps. We are going to tickle your foot with it. First, the right foot.
You know, what is it? Maryland School for the Blind. You know that's a special ed school. Yeah, so they must all be retarded.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because, you know.
Oh my god.
So this exercise...
Well, there are people that do that, where their attitude is essentially if somebody is in special education, they're pretty much automatically that. It must automatically be associated with cognition.
This prepares him to pull the feet under, keeping them flat, is the first very important part of being able to stand up and weight bear through the feet. Roll the ball, roll it again. So this exercise, as he's pulling his heel closer to his hips, bending his knees, very similar to the movement that you would be doing in sitting, getting your feet under you to stand up. So we are breaking down all these more complex movements into bite-sized activities for the children. We practice them isolated, and then we combine them later on during the session, and that's how we build it up. So how did it feel under your foot? Did it? Are you hiding too? Where's your heel?
What's that?
I said that's how he keeps losing his teeth. You were wondering about it.
Yeah. Okay, so Crow. With the kind of like satirical comments I'm making, there's a layer of like commentary to it, where it's me also criticizing like kind of fucked up views other people have. What you're doing, there isn't even like any commentary to it. So it is just kind of, I don't know, it's too off key. So when we covered the fucked up stuff, if you make some kind of joke that's about whatever it is, I like where it has some semblance of criticism.
The ultimate.
No, like not shit like that, because people come in and then, yeah, it's non sequitur bullshit that has nothing to do with like what's being covered.
Goal is to increase participants' independence.
Can you roll it over this way? Push the ball. You're gonna push it towards mommy.
Yeah. Uh-oh, they fight. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to get on Shab. Yeah, Shab did that all the fucking time at the beginning of like the first year. where it's like, yeah, we're covering like kids that are malnourished and shit. Like, look at that journalist's hair. Let me interrupt for the 20th time to make a joke about this stupid thing that has nothing to do at all with what we're covering. That has no semblance of commentary.
For some people,
on that note,
independence is going to.
Yeah.
I gotta go to bed. I gotta work early tomorrow. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. But I tried to give you 3 hours, John. But the truth is, I got here early. What do you want from me?
Oh God, you're fired. Excuses. So I do want to do a stream tomorrow. Are you going to be there for that?
I should be, yeah.
Okay.
All right, team. Well, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. And we'll get another one done. Gay guy tur.
Enable them to maintain their sitting for 5 minutes. For another person, that will mean walking up Mount Taranaki one day.
Let's move your hand closer.
I think education, as much as it is important for Nash, it's actually just about him enjoying his life. And that's our philosophy for everyday life.
No, Bill Hicks. They don't have to be after like 3 paragraphs of commentary, but at least it's like, if I make some satirical comment of like, how many of those kids do you think are Hamas militants? That's not 3 paragraphs. And that kind of satirical comment, there's a level of commentary there. It's not just, hey, like, look at this kid who's dead. Look at their funny face.
Life, really, as much as it's hard sometimes, and you can get bogged down in it.
Ooh. There's Spidey and the dino.
What do you have to say about it? I think he's just finding his own way about things as well, and trying to help him.
Chat like that one.
But also just accepting him for who he is.
The self-harming behavior, it's a
okay, so now I'm derailing it. Can you believe that Shad, before we did the PPP or even during it, like, I'm on his stream and he's playing fucking Fortnite, and then he'll get all pissed off that like I'm talking about The Mandalorian when it's the most topical show that's like airing that week, like the first episode that aired the week it aired, and everyone's talking about it. And then Shad booted me because he's like, why are you talking about this stuff on stream? Don't you think Shad lacks some self-awareness when it comes to fucking stream etiquette? Yeah.
You lack fucking etiquette. You suck at fucking
self-awareness
James.
Much?
Motherfucker.
It's a little bit like Tourette's where, they can't help but act out those behaviours.
The self-harming behaviour is definitely the hardest part to deal with.
Mandalorian, it's too off-topic for Fortnite.
We don't really understand it. No one really does. But they say that it's the way the uric acid affects his brain, so it's like he has this compulsion to hurt himself and others.
So if there's things around him that he knows that he'll hurt himself on, like he'll just continuously try to do that. It becomes like a compulsion. So he'll just keep doing it until you're not in the
No, I mentioned like I watched Relative earlier where it's like even though the kid clearly has a notable like neurological disorder, they'll still get angry. As if it's like no excuse. What do you think of that argument? That it's like, hey, mental illness or any sort of neuropsychiatric sort of disorder, it's no excuse for having symptoms of that condition.
Those are God believers, Jane. They believe that because they're logical people. That believe in God.
To be fair, I don't think it's necessarily religious, but I do think it is that element of people don't want to accept the sort of empirical science when it comes to the brain. It's like the neck down bias where people acknowledge that your heart, your kidneys are bound by like chemical factors and so forth, but then they want to believe that human thought and consciousness, that's like your soul and your spirit. So when you get in the realm of like empiricism, when it comes to like neurochemistry and neurophysics, that's where you get in the realm of, maybe people don't have a level of autonomy and free will that we'd probably like to believe. So people like to sit there and then deny it and engage in that sort of cognitive dissonance. If I had that condition, I would be the only person with that condition that doesn't have issues with this kind of like behavior or whatever. If I had OCD, I'd be able to use willpower throughout my entire youth to never have any signs of OCD.
until you're not he's not in harm's way anymore, so we get to sort of clear the area. And
like if Nash is playing on the floor and he can wiggle his way over to like.
Chet, do you think ADD is no excuse for kids getting bad grades in school? When
exactly.
Pretty much the overwhelming majority of kids with ADD struggle notably in school. And even though the science kind of shows that it's like you're giving them 2 hours of homework and that's when their medication wears off. So it's like pretty much guaranteed they're not going to get it done. But don't you think, like, yeah, if I had ADD, I'd be able to use willpower at the age of 7, get my homework done. Yeah. But I'm not arrogant for thinking that, giving myself that credit.
To the car tracks, he'll start yelling out for help and start crying because even before he hurts himself, he knows that it's coming and he can't stop it. There's a wall there. If Nash is sitting on your knee, he'll throw his head back and dish out a few black eyes and bleeding nose.
Daddy Con? Who's Daddy Con? I just noticed they have. Oh, I'm like, they have a wrench. I don't remember giving that person a wrench.
Which you refer to as annoying behavior.
Yeah.
They're talking about this kid's self-harming episode. So what I said, not as a joke, but just as an observation, could have been true.
Yeah, Gene.
It's a thing, it's not Nash. It's something that takes over him.
Quite.
He's trying to make him.
I know. Hey, Nash. We'll get on the tram page.
Pretty much the day after he turned 4, he started biting really badly the insides of his mouth. A lot of children around the world.
Maybe that's the biting.
And actually bite the tops of their fingers off.
He had beautiful teeth and a beautiful smile. And
bite the tips of their fingers off. I know certain dogs will do that, where I think it's actually OCD, because certain dog breeds will get OCD and then they keep biting their paws.
Looking back on those photos is pretty hard. It seems like the toughest thing to do at the time is actually make that call to get the teeth removed. But once we got the teeth...
Oh, there you go.
He was so much happier because you actually take away one of the things that he can hurt himself with.
I think the main reason that he enjoys being out on the tramp is just family time, And there's so many things that he can't do because he can't run around the house after his brother. And this is something that they can all do together, and it's pretty special.
I'm extremely proud of Quinn and Jess. They've both been amazing.
They got the teeth removed, so I mean, they're the medical professionals they were consulting with. So maybe it is necessary, but I would think just intuitively a mouth guard or whatever, because it's I'll have issues I grind my teeth at night, so I wear a mouth guard at night. It's what a lot of people do. So
yeah, but this is a kid that can't.
Yeah, they might take them out or
choke on it.
Yeah.
Right from the early stages, and they've been able to adapt to the situation and work around Nash. I'm extremely proud of them.
I just be quite silly to make him laugh and feel better when he's crying.
If he needs something, you're always quite fast to go and get it to help him, eh?
Yeah. And also if he does something right, comes to me.
Is it Pikachu on the pacifier?
Since I've got a lot of money, I'll give him some money.
Mum does lots of picking up and dropping off at school, which is great, as well as just being here so that I can get other things done. She'll just come and sort of entertain Neshi while we get other bits and pieces done. So at the moment she's been playing with him so that I can get dinner made.
I'm on call and I wouldn't change it for the world. Since he's been born, my life's changed. I never expected to be so involved because, that's their little family. So they can't plan ahead, they have to live day to day.
You can't just go to a barbecue and let your kids run around and play. One of us has always got to be on point with Nash, really. We just can't go to a lot of places with Nash.
Whenever we're going anywhere, we usually work out what's best for the family and Nash, do things around his feeding, his medications, because Nash likes to be in a stable environment.
Did you get some?
Yeah.
Yay, another one?
Now, I know, like I said, it's terrible, what the people that had, and it's not just children, I was going to say, when you have to, pretty much always be by their side. Sometimes it's you got adults that get sick later in life and they're bedridden and stuff because of that. Pretty much they're unless their relatives can afford some kind of aid or nurse to care for them at home, it's they pretty much always have to be at the ready to give them the care or whatever. So it's just what would you do, Shab, if you had a kid or you had some relative or whatever, if your girlfriend got so disabled where you have to constantly be by her side and Be there to take care of her.
I'd be the hero.
Yeah.
Just like this grandma, I'd be a hero with my bubbles.
He just has me laughing all the time.
She's definitely a big helper and a great emotional support as well. You know, she sees the ups and the downs.
So we're off to Henwood Kindy, where Nash goes 4 mornings a week. He has one-on-one people working with him. We're meeting Sam, Nash's carer, at Kindy this morning.
Right. Now, thinking, do you think when it comes to parents that have like certain kids where it's like you pretty much have to always be like caring for them or whatever, and it's like you got to dedicate so much time, do you think parents like that should just get some kind of disability pay or whatever? Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going down a different road. I thought you were gonna ask if the other children that don't have the disability ever feel like they're neglected because of their sibling having.
That too. Yeah, that is something where a lot of times, like the other siblings and stuff, they might not get a lot of the attention they need. And like I said before, like with the polygamous families and stuff, it's not the fact that it's polygamy, but it's just having a lot more adults per household and larger family units is kind of proven to be healthier for like the kids and the family overall. The more people looking out for each other and helping each other, probably it's pretty beneficial in these kind of situations. It's another reason why the nuclear family paradigm's kind of fucked up.
Hi, darling. I know.
And that's the thing, like people that are very like anti, and I actually know pieces of shit that would be like, well, it's their fault. They had kids and they weren't prepared in case something like that happened. Like, how can you anticipate that? But it's like they're also like anti-abortion. If it's like, okay, like you know that you're gonna have a child who's like a craniopagus conjoined twin or something. It's like they're supposed to have it, but then it's like if it's a kid that needs this constant care, it's like, oh, but they also, I don't know, should suffer, not be given any sort of like financial assistance. It's like, well, do you think they should just be, I don't know, like put in debt and that the kid would end up in, I don't know, some kind of foster or assisted living. So your taxpayer money's going to go towards that. So it's like, what, do you think just the kid and the parents should be thrown out on the street? I don't get how those people fucking think, but they're also the kind of people where it's just, if you're living with a sibling, or like even if you're working, I'm not even talking about needs, just you are an adult who's working full time, but you're living with other relatives. The only relative you're allowed to live with is your spouse or your dating partner. You're not allowed to like live with any other adult relatives. So it's just okay. So because you want to support this toxic culture of like the nuclear family paradigm where half of marriages end in divorce, and in scenarios like this, they don't really have they have a lot of disadvantages when it comes to like raising kids or actually like running a household. They don't want to support that, but they also don't want to support people being provided with like financial assistance.
Are you good? Sam, what have you been up to after that? Yeah, come on then.
What do you think about those kind of people, Chab? Do you think they're scumfucks?
People that need assisted livings?
Are you joking?
Yeah, fuck those people. See, Jane gets it.
No, but seriously.
What was it again? People who hate on people for...
The people who they don't want to support like things like giving disability pay to parents, or that are raising a kid with like extreme like conditions, or they also don't support like, I don't know, having larger family households where you're living with like you're not completely self-sufficient on your own when you're working for a job that doesn't even pay a livable wage. It's like there's people where they don't support livable wages, they don't support giving any sort of like financial assistance in extreme cases like this, and they also don't support people, I guess, families kind of giving each other more support. And it's just, you look at how it's just so ironic where it's like they don't want to support one, but then it would make sense to support the other. And it's just, they no fucking logic or reasoning at all.
Hmm.
Don't you think that? Do you think those people are just too stupid to see how much of a scumfuck they are, or do you think they're just scumfucks?
I think they need to live a day as a kid like this so they can get an idea.
So Sam is his carer, and she's been working with us all year this year.
Yeah. Has anyone tried to cancel the PPP yet?
I keep trying, but...
Well, not chat. There's been other people who've tried false
yeah,
flagging.
Dark Master.
I don't know if it was them.
She just met Nash, and they just...
Well, yeah, they did a documentary trying to call me out or whatever. I guess they were probably hoping that, yeah, like, this will expose him, and then people will stop watching him.
It off straight away, and she just, like, she always talks about it as she's just hanging out with him.
Which way now? We're gonna go up here.
And that other wonderful person who likes to call people's relatives and send porn mags to their house. Seems like they tried to orchestrate a smear campaign to get people to cancel me. Then they present the narrative that, like, oh my god, the entire community's falling apart and everyone's going to leave because of him.
It's
when
true.
the exact opposite happens.
Yeah.
Everyone's gone.
You wanna go to that one? Okay, the high one.
Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about it, Mr. Like, A Kid's girlfriend.
He just loves her.
Don't talk about A Kid's girlfriend.
What's that?
Don't talk about A Kid's girlfriend. Yeah. She's not a nice lady.
She after Nash is of his
So, Chet, what's the rule when it comes to people who, I guess, have started shit that you're not allowed to talk about?
You gotta go through, like, there's certain, like, you're the president of the, I'm like I work the like social part of the podcast.
The social part, like,
yeah,
you're mad that a person's talking about the Mandalorian when playing Fortnite, but then
you're too dumb to handle that kind of stuff. That's why I'm here.
So okay, I'm missing a filter there. So it's like, I can understand if I butt heads with the person that you get along with or whatever. It's like, it creates unnecessary drama. But what happens when it's a person that you also hate their guts and it doesn't
like
affect you at all?
Like A-Kid's girlfriend?
Well, yeah, she was abusing, like, kids and shit.
No,
so...
that kid deserved it, Gene.
Oh, yeah, that's so... but still, so, like, what's wrong with me bringing up a person like, some Dark Master kind of person? So well, yeah, you're okay with Dark Master being brought up, but then when we bring up other people, then it's just, I'm missing a filter, so what am I missing when it comes to why it's okay to bring that dude up, but it's not okay to bring that other, like, raisin person up?
Who?
What?
We can bring up Raisin. You want to have a whole podcast about Raisin?
Yeah, the one that they've got is pretty special.
Do you want this one? And then I'm going to go for a dive into the water.
I met Nash and we clicked. Like, we have our own little language.
We
clicked,
we did. Having a splash.
Oh, I think those are toys.
Yeah, we just get on like a house on fire. He's got a great sense of humour and we're always laughing and giggling about everything. But I love it. Like, now he's just my primary job. Yeah, he's like my little buddy now. And if we have breaks, I listen. They're just a great, loving, caring family. They, you know, there's a lot done for them, but they do a lot for others. They give as much as they can.
But then, looking for handouts.
They're just great. It's just really involved and love them. At the end of the day, that's all I want anyone to do, is just to love them. Our lives revolve around trying to keep it together, really. Making sure that our family is at the centre
Doesn't seem like they're eating that healthy, though.
point of everything.
It's what America has fucking done. We're, like, putting all those, like, we've turned it where, like, McDonald's food is just, the pretty much universal diet.
All the time.
Nash, is it yum?
Is it sauce?
It's pretty complex, but if you don't work at it, you're asking for troubles.
Making sure that we get the time on our own to get out there, do the things that fill up our cups.
We're going to look after ourselves to look after Nash.
Okay, next vid.
A caught on camera an eagle's nest in Boulder County getting struck by lightning. Now, this happened back in August. Incredible wild video here. The eagles, we can tell you, are okay.
Yeah, quite a sight. But as Fox 31's Rachel Sauer explains, this is just one of many challenges these eagles are facing right now. Rachel.
Yeah, Jeremy and Erica. Well, the video captured by a field research camera at the Carolyn Holmberg Preserve is practically 1 in a million. And field researchers at the Boulder County Open Space say
paradox. We're a cult. It's like we like people manipulate chat into canceling others. It's not because they did a bunch of fucked up shit and everyone in the community wanted them gone. It's good. Everyone in the community is just manipulating chat because chat can't make its own decisions.
they have never seen anything like this before.
It's like something out of a movie. You can see 2 birds perched on this dying cottonwood tree in the Carolyn Holmberg Preserve in Boulder County. We're told the one in the higher branch to the left is the female eagle, and the one closest to the nest is a red-tailed hawk. It's almost a serene setting when suddenly the nest explodes, and both birds of prey are rendered unconscious.
It was really pretty jarring. That's an understatement.
Dana Bovey, chief researcher for Front Range Eagle Studies, says he has never seen anything like this before.
I've always figured that it probably happens, but no,
Wait,
I've never seen it.
Boulder County in Nevada or?
And I've never heard of
I didn't know if it's affiliated with like Boulder City or something.
it documented, but I'm sure it's not terribly uncommon.
What struck Bovey the most was that the female eagle survived and can even be seen later flying back into the tree.
I've seen them go through a lot.
Bovey says they have been studying this pair for a decade now and watched as their habitat shrunk over the years.
In 2013 and 14, when they first started to build the first apartment complex, I think it was too much for them, and they left their nest tree. And actually, they came over here and tried to build a nest
Their apartment complex.
here.
As developments continued around the preserve, the bald eagles had another challenge, a lack of large cottonwood trees to build their nests.
There isn't a lot of choices a lot of times in these territories if these nests go down for them to rebuild in.
The trails will be closing October 15th to give the pair some peace and quiet to rebuild their nest, but Bovey says he would like to see more done in supporting these eagles.
One would be to close the trail, and 2 would be to not exterminate prairie dogs within a quarter mile of where they nest.
I have like bald eagles, like people will have like bird feeders and stuff, and in certain areas where there are a lot of those larger birds, might attract them, which they are like carnivores and stuff. So I don't think they'll eat birdseed, but they eat the birds. They eat the birdseed. So sometimes people will have them like so instead of like having doves that visit you or whatever, or sparrows, they'll have the eagles visit them, and then the problem is they'll actually try to pet the eagles, and they're nippers. So yeah, people they deal with some complications there, or they probably have to get their index finger sewed back on.
Yeah, this year's eaglet has gone its own way, but the parents are still looking for a new place to build their nest. And Bovey says the parents are currently behind schedule and prepping for the spring. Back to you guys.
We have information about a major security flaw at the southern border. Listen to this. According to an internal Border Patrol memo, this was obtained exclusively by NBC News, roughly 30% of the cameras in Border Patrol's main surveillance system are broken. That's right, 150 of 500 don't actually.
See, if we had a wall, we wouldn't need these cameras. This is why we need a wall. Because you know that building surveillance cameras or whatever, and actually making sure that they're up and running across the border, it's not like that's much more affordable and practical than building some Looney Tunes style wall across the entire, one of the largest fucking land borders imaginable.
Actually work, and that actually makes some sections of the U.S.-Mexico border totally invisible to agents. The nationwide issue is having a, quote, significant impact on their ability to spot people trying to cross illegally. Of course, we have NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley now with more on her reporting. She continues to have these exclusives for us and fabulous reporting on
the thing is, whether you're like anti illegal immigration or not, if you want a way to actually, I guess, make it so people are less likely to cross the border undetected, don't you think like surveillance drones are definitely much more affordable? And when you look at different types of like radar and stuff, the particular radius and how like much of the distance they're able to actually monitor and detect, it's like that seems like I don't know, it's much more doable, and you hate your taxpayer money going to waste, so it's just the wall thing is so fucking stupid.
Julia, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So you spoke with border agents about this.
Yeah, but you know what? He didn't get the wall built because it's the other side's fault. Even though, like pretty much during the first like couple of years of his campaign, the Republicans had the majority in Congress and the Supreme Court, so they had like pretty much absolute like control over all the different branches. But hey, it's the damn Democrats, even though Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, who's a Republican, straight up put his foot down and said, this is fucking stupid. It's not one of our priorities.
Well, from what I remember is that there was like 50 miles of land, or like the wall that they quote unquote wall. I think it was just like barbed wire. It went through like 50 miles of the border, but like 45 miles of it was going through landowner.
Yeah, private property.
Yeah, private property, and people were getting pissed off in Texas.
Man. Oh yeah, and that's like I'm saying, like there's so many examples of we were covering it last time with all the ableist shit and so forth. And here it's like private property, taxpayer money. It's just they're so obsessed with this stuff, and there's just so many fucking contradictions when it comes to their views of their logic. It's just, hey, like I don't want these people illegally crossing the border, but I also care so much about like people's rights to their property and the government not like telling you what to do with your own property. But then it's like you want the federal government to be allowed to like build walls over people's private property. And then it's also like the taxpayer money, where there's, if you want to monitor the borders more and make it so less people are able to get through, I think there's much more affordable and practical like methods that can be employed. And then when they blame the opponent, and both sides do this, it's always like, even though every single fucking president doesn't really accomplish anything, like probably like 90-something% of things they promise don't really come into fruition. But every single time, when you talk to whichever side, they'll sit there and be like, well, it was the other side that didn't let them do it. So they still need to be treated as if they were this exceptional president, even though they didn't do anything. Because if the other side didn't obstruct them, they would have done all these incredible things. And it's, again, with Trump, the first, like, half of his last, like, term, it was, like, Paul Ryan, it was the head, like, Republican, like, Congress officials that didn't want the wall built. They straight up sat there, and it's like Paul Ryan's like, no, like, we aren't interested in supporting this or taking this seriously. And then they're not sitting there claiming that, oh yeah, like Trump's the victim, but then it's like, yeah, it's the Democrats' fault. It's their fault the wall didn't get built.
First, I think I want to know, just you as somebody who is an expert on this, how surprising this was for you to learn a stat like this, and then what they actually told you about the state of these cameras and them hearing this number.
So I was really surprised. I started digging into this because the union, the Border Patrol union, posted on Facebook that they were worried some cameras were down. But I had no idea the scale of it until we obtained this memo, and I was able to start talking to some of those agents on the ground. Basically, the reason these cameras are so important is because when we talk to the administration about what they do to stop immigrants, if they don't, or spot immigrants or illegal drugs coming across the border, if they can't put a person at every spot, they always turn to these cameras. And they say, look, Trump's wall isn't nearly as important as surveillance. And so the fact that there would have been this major outage, this is 150 out of 500, that meant something. I wanted to know, are there areas of the border that simply are invisible? And they said, yes, there are some very remote areas where they don't have people. If the camera goes down, they can't see who's coming across. They blame a lot of this on a contractor, and we can get to that. One important thing, though, Savannah, is that there is new technology coming on to replace these. I said, is this like telling me the Motorola?
What do you think the new technology is?
LiDAR. We're going to revert back to
drones
using humans.
What's that?
Drone technology.
Yeah.
Razor went out, but we have all these iPhones to replace it. Who cares about the Razor phone that we used to use, in the 2010 area? They're like, only if you're talking about the time around 2010, 2011. In other words, the new technology hasn't caught up. They have about 300 of the new cameras, but they still have more of these old cameras. It's their main system. And when they have about 30% of that down, that does cause a problem, they said.
So how long has this been going on? And now whose job is it to fix them? You mentioned a contractor, you mentioned new technology, of course, the Department of Homeland Security. Whose job is this?
And then this
Trump's job, he's going to follow through.
ultimately falls on Border Patrol because they use this to tell their leadership that something needs to be done. And they have been doing that. They've gone to Customs and Border Protection leadership. Customs and Border Protection then turns to the agency running the contract. If this boggles your mind with how the government works, it's actually the Federal Aviation Administration that is responsible for contracting the people to handle these cameras. So CBP turns.
Yeah, sentry turrets.
The FAA.
I know, like on the Korean border, like they got sentry turrets and they got a decent wall or whatever. I mean, yeah, it does a really good job keeping the North Koreans out.
Well, that's
Yeah.
different. The fucking DMV mined as shit. So
Yeah, and I mean that is one of the few places where we actually see landmines because it is technically like a war crime or whatever. They're not supposed to use landmines because do you know why, Shab? Yeah.
I don't recall, but I remember you telling me this at some point.
It's because a lot of times once the war is over,
Oh,
the mines
kids.
are still there.
Yeah.
Well, not kids, or just kids, but it's because a lot of times pedestrians, once there's no war, they'll end up coming across them and they don't know that they're there. They'll build towns, and that's probably not going to happen near the demilitarized zone or whatever. But it is, and what's odd is it's almost like turned into like an animal sanctuary because it's like two different like fences and stuff, and in the middle, that gap, there are a lot of like endangered animals that live there. And they actually kind of thrive because like no one's really doing anything with that strip of land. So they kind of, ironically, it creates this sort of like protection sanctuary for them. But it's also kind of like they do have like a tiger pit in a way. It's like there's apex predators in that area. So it's like they kind of have like a tiger moat.
And handle this. In fact, in that memo we obtained, CBP is thinking about trying to end their affiliation with FAA, try to get FAA to stop running these cameras so they can go directly.
But because of that, it's like it does do a good job making it's nearly impossible to cross. So because of that, any North Koreans that want to cross the border and encroach on this other country, because that it makes it very difficult. They have to go through the Chinese border and stuff, and they have to go throughout this very large journey voyage to travel through China to get to Taiwan or Laos or Thailand or Laos, where they'll give them some kind of asylum and then temporarily so they can actually get a flight or transit to South Korea. So there you go. Look at how wonderful that wall works and stuff when it comes to keeping those immigrants out.
To the contractors because they don't think they can handle the scale of what they need.
And how long has it been since these cameras have been broken, and how long do we think it could be until they are fixed?
Well, they say it's an issue that's been going on for months, and they have had some people on the ground.
Do you think the wall around Gaza, do you think that did a good job keeping Hamas out? Is that it? I don't hear it.
They're missing the tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want a wall around me. Keep everybody out.
So we gotta just build a wall around every country, even island states. Build a giant wall around every island.
Just this month, we believe about 30 have been fixed, but they still need to get more people out to these areas. This is a big deal. I also do want to put to rest some conspiracy theories that CBP purposely turned these cameras off. That is not the case, but we should look at the fact that
it was those damn.
You know what? I didn't
force
even
them to turn the cameras off.
I didn't even think there was a conspiracy theory till that bitch said that. Now I fucking think there is. Okay, this is another Jeffrey Epstein. This is another Jeffrey Epstein case. Yeah,
when
fuck
they have these
her.
cameras off, we don't know what we don't.
What's that?
I said this is another Jeffrey Epstein case. Oh, Crow, what did you say about me?
What?
Oh, he didn't say nothing.
No, there are more blind spots to how many immigrants might be crossing and drugs that could be getting across as well.
Yeah, especially when we've been hearing things like the numbers dropping. Well,
God, not drugs. So it seems like the most problematic issue with the border crossings are the drug peddling. Now, with again, people on the right kind of being very inconsistent and kind of stupid with their logic. Other thing that they could do to kind of put an end to this black market drug trade.
Give drugs to everybody for free.
Not that. I think there's something else.
Oh. Give drugs to everybody for half off.
Legalize marinara.
Not marijuana, but probably the big drug is cocaine. So it's like if they just legalized cocaine, it would drastically cut back on drug trafficking and cripple that black market. And people are black and white, so a lot of people will be like, God, it's not going to completely get rid of it. It's like, no shit. It's nuance. The point is, it would drastically cut back on that sort of activity on the border. So if they care so much about this sort of activity, like that's another thing, instead of building a wall, surveillance technology, legalizing this particular drug, that it's like, okay, you could tax the drug commercially, and then it's actually regulated by the DEA and so forth. There's less people in prison for using the drug, and then you got all your taxpayer money that goes to like housing people in prison, and it's just they're obsessed with taxes, but then they want to waste taxpayer money on something that's more expensive and more impractical than a cheaper alternative, and then they hate like immigrants, but yet they don't want to do something that's much more likely to like cut back on illegal border crossings, and then again they hate people not paying their taxes, but then you'd be able to, they love capitalism, but then you'd be able to tax this drug commercially, and then your taxpayer money wouldn't be going to housing all of the like all these people in prison that are like smuggling the drug or simply just using the drug.
Hard to say for sure if there's whole sections that you cannot see. Of course, we also know how big of a deal this could be right in an election year. We actually have this new NBC News poll we've been talking about this morning. One of those questions in there was asking voters, what's your one big motivating issue? Here we go right here. Immigration, border security coming in at the second highest. They're 19%.
Now, I'm going to try to be a bit more objective. So I actually have been criticizing the right a decent amount, or at least the Republicans. What are some, like the Democrats, what do you think are some inconsistencies when it comes to what they claim to care about? People in the chat, throw some out there maybe.
Nothing.
I'm willing to hear you out.
How could information like this impact how people...
But any Republicans or pro-Trump people watching, what do you think? Do you think what I'm saying is unreasonable when it comes to a lot of the contradictions when it comes to what they advocate for and what they don't advocate for?
Vote to hear that whole sections of our border are unable to be surveilled.
You know, so we always want to put out the information, hold whoever is in power accountable, regardless of how that impacts elections. I do think voters should be able to look.
Housing the homeless.
So are there contradictions there? So like what else do they support that contradicts? Now, I know that a lot of Democratic candidates, they don't really follow through with what they preach. So when you look at like their principles and what they claim they care about, a lot of like Democratic politicians, they're not really that much better when it comes to Republican politicians, at least when it comes to left-leaning policy, because a lot of times they'll just not really enforce it at all, or try to like get like actually pass like these bills through the system, and then at the same time they'll like be shills for corporations and so forth. So even though you might agree with like their like principles that they claim they're for, a lot of times they're just kind of Democrat name only. But they're sort of that there's that inconsistency when it comes to the practice of the politicians. But when I'm talking about the people, so a lot of like Democratic voters, what are some things that they're inconsistent with when it comes to their principles?
Look at this and say, look, whoever is in office is going to have to grapple with this. This technology was put in 2011. It's something the Trump administration dealt with. It happens to be agent of this administration. And yet...
Okay. Beep Bob Boop Beep says Kamala is the vice president and doesn't even know we have troops overseas in deployed locations. That's probably true, but the thing is, do you think Trump, when he was president, or even now, if you asked him, like, hey, name every single country we currently have troops in, do you think he would be able to, like, name every single one?
Didn't Trump say that he didn't know that Puerto Rico was part of America?
No, wasn't Puerto Rico, it was the Virgin Islands.
No, Puerto Rico.
No, it wasn't Puerto Rico, it was the Virgin Islands, because the Virgin Islands are close to Puerto Rico or whatever. They're in the Caribbean, and that's a U.S. territory. He didn't know that the U.S. Virgin Islands were a U.S. territory. So that's the thing. So there are Democrats that will sit there when you point out like stupid shit like that with the politicians, and they'll try to defend it and act like the other side doesn't do it. But I think you're doing the same thing here, because I think pretty much all the last like 6 or 7 presidents that we've had, if you gave them that test, name every, and the thing is, we got military bases all over the fucking globe, so it is kind of a thing to some extent. I don't think you would really expect like any politician to really know that, because it's like there's probably like 40 fucking countries we got bases in.
John, how many other countries have military bases in the United States?
Is it 0 or 1 or?
I think it's like 4. I think it's like
Yeah.
Italy.
Okay.
Britain and like I think maybe Germany and someone else.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe some NATO allies, but I was thinking maybe not, because it's like we like to shill for a lot of like the other countries that the United States is on good terms with. So it's like, hey, we'll give you military. Like, no need to like help us there, but maybe they're doing it to shill. Oh, chat's getting up right when Crow talk to the chat.
What are we talking about? What do you want to talk about?
We'll talk to the chat.
Epstein Island was a part of the Virgin Islands. I think Trump was playing dumb. Well, all the little kids that went to Epstein Island on the Virgin Islands, they went there virgins, but they left not virgins. But
yeah. Jesus. I like how every single time I try to like Google something to try to find like an image or something, that's right when Chad decides to get up. Here we go. So I think what that person said in the chat. So yeah, we currently have troops deployed in I think all the like unconfirmed Lily. Oh, fewer than 200 personnel bases. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I'm fairly certain that most or pretty much all U.S. presidents, if you quiz them, they probably wouldn't accurately be able to tell you, yeah, these are all of the locations where we currently have bases, because I think there's only like 5 or 6 countries that actually have military bases overseas. And the United States, like even China, I think like Djibouti is like the only country that China has a military base in. And it's sort of like, hey, America, we spend more money on like the next like 8 or like 11 countries combined or something. And this is another good example where like aircraft carriers, like pretty much all other countries will have like just 1 or 2, and the United States has like 20. And here it's like the United States and the UK and France, I know they got a decent amount of military bases abroad, but it's like this person's like, laugh out loud, they don't even know that we got troops deployed in these areas. And it's just, are you aware that the United States has troops in Sudan, Mr. Beep, bop, boop, boop, beep?
Wait, are they talking about like active duty, like war zone areas, or are they just talking about like overseas being deployed at overseas bases?
Well, they're talking about like us having troops deployed in countries where it's currently like some kind of combat zone. And like most of these areas, like in Africa, I think that like pretty much most of these places are due to some, because over here, these are the ECOWAS like countries where they're dealing with all the coups and stuff, and Burkina Faso and stuff. And you got, I know France also has military bases, and then you got Wagner is there. So you even have Russia getting involved there. And then in Sudan, they're dealing with that crisis. And then this country right here, I think, is Ethiopia. And you have the Tigray conflict, so they're probably there and involved. And then where is it? In Thailand, and it looks like they might. Well, no, that's Myanmar, not Burma. But then we have bases in Pakistan. So it's just a lot of these areas that the bases are in areas that are like active war zones.
But that doesn't mean that the U.S. is active in those war zones.
Well, they're usually giving training, and then also, like, I know in Sudan they definitely are active, and like I know they're active like in the East African countries currently with all the issues they have, like in Nigeria and so forth. Like, there's that one kid that or soldier who died in Nigeria, and then Trump like was on photo. He knew what he signed up for and stuff. So, and do you think Trump, if you had told him that, hey, like, we got troops that are deployed in combat zones in Nigeria, do you think when he was informed, hey, this kid died there, do you think he knew when he was elected as president that there were troops in Nigeria?
He probably wouldn't even know where Nigeria is.
Yeah. It's near Nigeria. Heard. Yeah.
He would have added another G to Nigeria.
Yes, we're the world police. He really sounds like a gay guy, thank you. I tried very hard to give that impression. Yeah. And I sound crazy, so what's crazy about what I'm saying? I don't know. I think he said that when I was going into detail about all the military bases, so maybe that's where I'm crazy, because clearly I don't know what I'm talking about with our troops being in Sudan and being in like Burkina Faso and the like ECOWAS states and so forth. Yeah, I'm a very misinformed person. I mean, this beep boop beepy guy knows the shit because Kamala didn't know where some of our troops were, and it's a very smart thing to say because
beep bop boop beep said embassies. We're not talking about. You're not gonna have like a shit ton of troops at embassies. You're gonna have them at bases, not embassies. So I don't know what they're talking about.
They might have like security, like officers and stuff, but
yeah, but you're not gonna have like 200 to 1,000 at an embassy.
But the thing is, like, the United States, I think, has like embassies, and like a lot of countries have like embassies in pretty much most other countries across the globe. So I think there's very few countries where we don't have embassies. God, where were we?
Yes, you should want a government that puts resources towards this quickly, and we hope that's what they're.
A tense moment inside Kitsap County courtroom. Now, this afternoon.
Yeah, Trump never listened to military briefings. He didn't have a mental capacity. He got bored, didn't read any of it. Oh no, that's just some libtard propaganda now. Like this one side, like they do everything right. Any negative criticism you hear or anything foolish that they're accused of doing, that's all obnoxious and made up. But everything foolish I hear about the opposing party, that's always true. And clearly, like these dumb fucks that sound gay and crazy on stream, they have no clue what they're talking about or whatever, because clearly I did a lot of research to understand that, to know enough that it's just black and white isn't that convenient, because we all know that complex issues like this, usually numbers are that clean, where 100% of the politicians on this side are in the right 100% of the time and never do anything stupid. And then conveniently, politicians on the opposing end are just like 100% of the time, it's always true that what they're doing is fucking stupid. When I hear it, it's like not fabricated at all. I mean, you gotta love how it's like Dunning-Kruger effect, or stupid minds are full of pride, or intelligent minds are full of doubt.
Well, recently, Trump has stated he was talking about Liz Cheney. He called Liz Cheney a war hawk, and he was like, "I'd like to see her at the down the barrel of 9 guns with them shooting at her." Like, okay, so you're talking about someone who's never been to war facing down the barrel of 9 guns, and he's a draft dodger.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, you know how many politicians on both fucking ends you could make that argument? Like, imagine Trump in that situation.
Well, he's a legit draft dodger, so I mean that makes it
even without that. It's just, do you think fat fuck Trump? Like, if he was in that scenario, like, he would be able to, like, handle himself compared to, like, some trained, like, military, like, personnel, and it's just, again, that just shows the stupidity where it's like, I'm gonna act like the candidates that I vote for, they're all just completely competent in every single area.
He's been going down a fucking downward spiral. Like, everything is, he's just projecting everything in the last like couple weeks from the election. He's just, it's not.
Are we gonna get people like raiding the Capitol again? Do you think we'll see something like that if he loses?
I don't think we'll get that far, but they're already starting to say that in some states the early voting has been rigged, and he's been going to like not even like key states, and like he went to what was it, California for some fucking reason. That's Democratic, not Republican. He was in Wisconsin, and he's like, I'm in Milwaukee. I don't even know why I need to be here. Thinking that it's already a one state for him, and he's like even in Detroit, like, oh yeah, Detroit. Oh, it's a pretty much a shithole. It's a garbage town. It used to be good. Like, he's shitting on the cities that he's fucking visiting, acting like that's gonna fucking win them over, win the fucking voters over. When he
what is it? BP Boop Boop says, and as of today, there's not one member of the United States military who's in an active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the globe. So if she said that, I don't deny that maybe she said something really stupid like that. And you know what? Like, yeah, she said that. That's fucking retarded. But the thing is, it's like with Trump, look at the kind of shit he claims.
He said to, like, inject bleach to get rid of...
Oh no! Fake news! Fake news. That's just lip part.
Can I? Do you want? I found the thing of him calling Kamala a cracker. Do you want me to send? You want to play it real quick?
Okay. But it's also he claims that the economy is better than it was better than it ever was when he was president, and then the economy is worse than it ever is with Biden being president. And these are just like statistics that. It's just, if you pay any attention to like just recent history and the last like 3-4 decades, you would know that that's a giant crock of shit, and that's just a really stupid fucking thing to say. So it's just, are you going to acknowledge the like really stupid like shit that your side or the side that you support says? Here.
We didn't
Also-
watch this though. Okay. What, Justin?
She's a total train wreck. And by the way, I looked at her this morning. She had a little news conference, lasted for like 2 minutes. She's exhausted. You know? She's exhausted. She's a train wreck who is totally unqualified to be the president of the United States of America. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. She's a cracker. And the more pressure Kamala has, the more you...
That's pretty good.
I don't know.
See it happening.
He did. I'm sorry. I'm going to Snopes this. It is a fact. He called her a cracker. I can't believe it. The racial slurs. I don't endorse it. But it is true that Kamala Harris is white. She is indeed white.
Why do they fight this, push this whole narrative that she's white? She's pretty brown.
She's
like,
mixed, so
just looking at her, if you looked at my skin color and you looked at her skin color, she is as dark as this bitch on the screen right here. Like,
okay, Shep, but
it's true though.
Okay, but if you're gonna claim that she's like, oh, she's not black, well then she's not white either. It's like the same logic you would use for saying she's not black would also apply to her not being white. So, and I think they do this because it's like Obama was mixed, so they want to be like, he's not really the first black president and crap, and he's not really black. He acts like he is. So,
you can't tell by just looking at him that he's a black guy. No.
Well, it's
such a mystery.
Well, it is, again, like, hey, race is a social, like, construct, and when it comes to discussing race, when it comes to political issues, it's the fact that they look different. So when they're like walking home from work or they're just taking a smoke break, cops are more likely to like harangue them and shit because they look different than another group. And there's that notable level, you're able to single them out and engage in that kind of like bigotry. So it's like these people are too stupid to understand why it even fucking like matters at all. And that's the reason to discuss race at all is discrimination and so forth. And it does pretty much have to do with just how they fucking work or how they fucking look.
Yeah, Trump's trying to act like she's acting like she's black to pander to a certain audience and stuff, but it's like I know I already just said it, but the bitch is brown. She's not some pale person. Like she's she's mixed. I think it's pretty obvious by looking at her.
That's what they don't understand is like, so Kamala, what'd she say when she was first, she said she was from Indian descent and didn't like really touch on that her mom or her dad is African American. And then she said that when she was running, she said that she came from a mixed family and she identified as Indian and black. And then people were just like, oh no, you can't be both. You say you're black, you can't be both. That's basically what you're fucking doing.
Well, there are like I have no doubt that like when politicians do try to bring up like, hey, I'm of this race, so hey, I'm because I'm of this demographic. You want somebody like more diversity and shit, and it's like no shit. They're kind of trying to milk it to some extent, but both sides do that.
Yeah,
and that's where like when it comes to politics, there's always that superficial sort of pandering. So them acting like, hey, people on the right, like candidates on the right, they don't do that if they fall into some kind of demographic where it's like, oh, they're like a woman, they're this particular race. It's like they do the same fucking thing. And it's because people are stupid and they do put like just they do overly obsess over fucking race to the point where that's why it's a problem. It's because people obsess to it to the extent where let's create Jim Crow laws and let's try to like keep people out of the country
and the opposite as well.
Color and
the exact opposite, and people that go the exact opposite way with it don't understand that they're just being racist and stupid in their own way. Like,
well, this is America's been a melting pot of like ever since it was established. It's been a fucking melting pot of different people, and so like to be like, oh, she's Indian and black. Oh, I'm not gonna vote for her. Okay, so you're either racist or you're sexist or you're both. But like to focus on like, oh, she said she was this. Well, dude, the person being like, oh, I'm not going to vote for her is probably like fucking Italian and fucking Canadian or some shit. And at some point, Italians weren't even considered white. So, I mean,
well, yeah, that is the thing. Like some, like depending on who you talk to or whatever, and a lot of like cultural stuff. It's like people in southern parts of Europe, like Romania, Spain, are they white? And then it's like you look at like countries like Turkey and stuff, or you look at like the average level skin complexion, and in a lot of cases, it's like they might look more Caucasian than the average person in Spain. And the issue is, it's like, how do you? It's not like there is this unequivocal system when it comes to classifying somebody in this race versus that race. And I think the most empirical you can be, or unequivocal, is just like following somebody's like lineage back to whatever tribe they originated from. And I think that is where you can be as precise when it comes to when somebody definitely is one race over the other. But if you're doing that, then there's hundreds or thousands of races. And when people do, like, talking about like the racism in the opposite direction, where people want to go out of their way to, they'll get their DNA tested and then they find out that they're like 1/12 some other ethnicity, and they never knew that they were that particular ethnicity throughout their entire upbringing. And then all of a sudden that's like their entire identity, and then they'll try to use it to be like, oh yeah, like I'm a victim and stuff. And it's just, okay, if a cop sees you walking down the street, you're not going to deal with that kind of profiling because you have one like 14th, like, I don't know, Egyptian sort of DNA or whatever, or like ancestry. So when people dwell on it like that, it's like, do you even know why race is a problem? It is superficial. And also, like, when it comes to discussing how at a primal level people are sort of naturally drawn towards that kind of bigoted behavior, the in-group out-group bias, taking superficial things like a person's race or gender, and like we discussed it earlier, you look at all throughout history, like women, how it's always like acting as if like they're their property. If they're a victim of the R word, you gotta like pay the man 50 shekels of silver. The caste system in India and so forth, it's like, it seems to be just a part of human nature. If you notice notable distinctions with two different people, you gotta dwell over it and obsess over it, and it's that sort of apophenia, extracting more meaning through meaningless patterns. It's like treating incidental things like it has to have some kind of explanation, and it can't just be incidental. And you see so many people where it's like, oh, like people can't be naturally or inherently sort of like drawn towards like racist behavior. Why? Because, hey, it's a social construct. It's like, well, the point is you can still notice differences in terms of skin complexion. And once you have some noticeable distinction between two groups of people, people start to go down that apathenic sort of in-group, out-group route. It seems to naturally run its course and be ubiquitous in all societies throughout history because human beings kind of suck. But this is just on both sides of the political spectrum. You see them engage in this sort of like bullshit. Either the honest red route, where I'm going to find out that I'm 1/80th something, and then it's the only fucking thing I talk about is how I'm 1/80th like Native American or something. And then you have people on the opposite end where, and you'll have people that will vote for people just because of their race or gender, and that's stupid. But you also have people that won't vote for them simply because of their race and gender, and that's also equally as stupid. And it's like both are racist to some extent. I'd say the latter is definitely less racist than the later, but I think voting for somebody just because of their race, or not voting for them just because they're both are racist.
It's obviously, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Obviously, he wasn't being racist, but it was very funny given the series that we have been doing.
Now, I did think that, okay, he said that she like cracks, she's a cracker and stuff, and it is like, to me, I did
It's
actually
just
think
funny.
that, yeah, but what if a politician on the left did that?
Well,
It's just, what if Kamala said that Trump's a cracker?
Well, that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
Trump can, like, we already know Trump, his rhetoric and everything. He fucking makes outlandish claims. He makes, like, oh, she's a cracker. Like, we already expect that from him. And so that's no fucking surprise. So if someone on the left did that or whatever, everyone would be, like, fucking outraged.
Well, they'd be outraged if it was a right-leaning candidate. I do think that if Kamala did it, they make the argument that because she's mixed and stuff, or because she's not white, she can't be racist. So you would have people, like, turning their brain off and stuff, but then it's just, if the opposing side does it, they're evil. It's never okay to do that. But then they're going to act like they're not going to do the exact same fucking thing if somebody on their side does it, because, it's political football, in-group, out-group. My side, your side. Consistency, what's that?
Well, another thing that I wanted to bring up was, so, have you guys watched the Madison Square Garden Trump rally?
No.
Oh, fuck, we should probably go over that sometime. Actually, we should probably do it before the election, because that actually does affect the election.
The left just try to kill him? Or is he talking about, like, is he talking about the dude that tried to snipe him? I'm pretty sure there's plenty of evidence that guy was Republican. I mean, he could have been.
Both guys were Republican. The second guy, he had some weird political views, because he was Republican, but he was also pro-Ukraine.
Even if he is a liberal or whatever, like that, they aren't all a Borg. So that's the problem with that. If the guy was black, would you say, "Oh, all black people are trying to kill the president"? Would you say that?
Resistance is futile.
You
will be assimilated.
Yeah. Would you say, if he was Asian, would you say, "Oh, all Asian people are trying to kill the president"? Why, if he is?
It is, but it's also most
If it was a
assassination
midget,
attempts-
I don't know. Like,
Well, most assassination attempts, usually it doesn't even have anything to do with political affiliation. Like, if you look at, like, every single assassination attempt, at least like 20th century and on, most of them are like, the people are just fucking crazy. They think that the person is the president's an alien, or they think it's John Hinckley. It was over Jodie Foster. I forgot what the condition was, but he thought she was sending him messages. So a lot of times it doesn't even have anything to do with political affiliation at all. But again, people being inconsistent and engaging in that cognitive dissonance. So they showed that, hey, he donated to a left-leaning organization, but he also was registered as a Republican. So there were kind of things that showed that he might have been affiliated with the right or the left. And this is something I think both sides would do. Because there is conflicting evidence, hey, we don't know for certain, and we're not going to be intelligent, like Socratic knowledge, recognizing your own ignorance. It's like, you got to take all possibilities into consideration. It's the one that has the greatest amount of plausibility that's likely to be true. And in this case, we kind of can't know, because the dude's dead. They don't have a lot of information on him. So, he could have been right-leaning or left-leaning. Who knows? People change their views. Maybe he registered as Republican, and then he did kind of change his affiliation, but he just didn't, like, register for the other side out of just, like, laziness or something. But here's the problem. If there's evidence that they could be either side, but there's no way to know 100%. If they're the person who they attempted to assassinate, they are automatically, because there's evidence of the opposing side, they must be that side. But If it's the opposite, if it was somebody trying, if the exact same person with the exact same level of evidence tried to assassinate Kamala, well, now they were the same party, or whatever. And it's just yeah. If it's beneficial for the fact that when it comes to the evidence, and you can say either or, if it's beneficial for them to be your party and it makes the narrative better, then that's what it is. But if it's the opposite scenario, if they try to assassinate Kamala, then they wouldn't be Republican.
Deputies, he was quickly stopped, as you saw there. South is accused of stabbing his 2 half-brothers to death inside their home in Poulsbo on Wednesday.
Fox 13's Dave Netling went to the home where they live, and Dave, this all started when South called 911.
You're absolutely right. This case all started when Kitsap County Sheriff's deputies responded to that family's home after that 911 call was.
Okay, so here's the thing. You're talking about how it's the left's fault, talking about him being Hitler and crap. Obama, I think Obama was a shitty fucking president, so I'm not even like an Obama show. And the thing is, Obama was registered as a Democrat, but he was actually pretty right-leaning when it came to his policy. Like, when it came to his military, like, sort of, like, decisions and stuff, he definitely just kind of expanded or extended the amount of, like, soldiers he had deployed overseas. He didn't really withdraw all the troops or do a good job in that area. And he deported more illegal immigrants than any other president. So, you know, like, he kind of was a Democrat in name only, but there were multiple assassination attempts on Obama. There was a dude who was like an ex-Marine that actually knocked out a Secret Service agent and actually got inside the White House. There was also a dude that fired shots at the White House when Obama was president. Like at the windows, but the windows are bulletproof. But it's just okay. It's because of the entire, like, right overall. There's something unique with the right compared to the left, which is why that happens. It's because, like, yeah, if one thing happens and there's one person that did something who might have some affiliation with the opposing side, then it's because there's something profoundly unique with that side compared to my side. But, hey, if the roles are reversed and somebody of your side does something, then the same logic doesn't apply. That's just an isolated incident. That person's just crazy. It's not because they're a Republican. It's just because they're crazy. And they're not the no true Scotsman fallacy. They're not a real Democrat. They're not a real Republican.
Was placed, and we want to warn viewers that details in this case are disturbing. Outside this Poulsbo home on Scandia Road, neighbors dropped off flowers and cards for the family impacted by Wednesday's double murder of 2 teen brothers.
Okay, you're saying, like, hypothetical garbage. It's not hypothetical. Because we pointed to the fact that there were assassination attempts on Obama. And it's like, are you claiming that that's because of this right-leaning sort of propaganda, or because of just how, like, obnoxiously, like, hysterical they are regarding certain things, that's why that happened? Or was it just that one person? Because they did conduct an assassination attempt on them, and they got pretty close to actually getting the president. And that's not hypothetical. So you should, like, be, the same logic applies. You're claiming that, hey, this dude tried to assassinate Trump, and you're trying to claim that the person is a Democrat when there's arguably even more evidence that they were a Republican. But you don't care about the evidence that they're a Republican. You don't care about the fact that, you know, it could have had nothing to do with political affiliation at all. It could have been that they thought Trump was a reptilian, and that's why they attempted to assassinate him. So we don't know what the motives are, and you're just jumping to conclusions that are clearly based on what you want to be true. It's the fallacy of a single cause, affirming the consequent. It could have been because they're a Democrat, therefore that one, when they could have also been Republican, or it could have had nothing to do with political affiliation whatsoever. But the other two options that don't fit the narrative that you like the most, yeah, let's just ignore them.
Your hands out the window. If you reach in that car, I'm going to shoot you. Do you understand me? Their accused killer, half-brother, 23-year-old Seth
Wait,
South,
maybe is hypothetical?
who lived in the home with the victims. Pierce County Sheriff's deputy's body cam video showing his takedown.
Wait, I'm making this up. Tell the truth, tell the facts. What, the assassination attempt on Obama? You do know Google's a thing. And the thing is, you clearly aren't that, like, knowledgeable when it comes to, I guess, recent history. Because if you look into it, assassination attempts on the president are not that fucking rare. I'm pretty sure that it's assassination attempts happen more frequently than you think. So you're acting like this is something that's profoundly significant, that somebody attempted to assassinate Trump, and it's like Obama. There were multiple assassination attempts on him. And if you don't trust me, you can simply just fucking Google it. And that happened in high school. And when I was like just tuning into the news and stuff, my, like, I guess, level of attentiveness when it comes to current events, I was unable to, I guess, be. It's not even just memory. It's the fact that, you know what, I actually do my fucking homework. So I like people that just kind of casually tune in and out of the news, and then like they completely miss very significant events. That it's not like these are things that happened in the 20s. This is stuff that happened just like 2 fucking presidents ago. And if you're going to claim to be somebody who is attentive, who does keep up with what's going on, you should be aware of that.
Wednesday night, investigators believe South may have been trying to get to Missouri
When you were 10? No, I was in high school when it happened. Yeah, I was 10 years old in high school. Yeah. Graduated very early.
Kill another one of his brothers. Get on the ground. On the ground. Less than 24 hours later, South appeared before a judge in handcuffs, where lawyers asked for mental competence.
I'm 45, little man. Good job. So that's even more pathetic, the fact that you're not aware of that. So that means that a high school kid, so this is like 10 years ago, so you were 35, was, I guess, being more attentive when it came to politics, where they're more aware of like notable events that have happened in recent history than you are. I don't think that's a good look on you. And again, you're like laughing like we're making this stuff up when Google's a thing. It's not that hard to like find news coverage on it.
Evaluation.
The person doesn't know how to work Google.
Yeah, typing in like a sentence really hard.
To himself and others.
The defendant, for the reason stated, is an extreme risk of murder to another brother that is at large in our community.
The motive behind the alleged killings are still unknown. Documents obtained by Fox 13 state South was the one who called 911 to report the deaths, but claimed one of the victims slit their own throat. But probable cause documents tell a different story. Documents detail a phone conversation between South and a family member. That family member told investigators South admitted he killed 2 people, but didn't say who. There was also blood found in his truck.
Mission gets accomplished.
During Thursday's court appearance, South attempted to make multiple comments. He even tried walking away before correction officers grabbed him, keeping him in place. And South is being evaluated at a nearby hospital for that mental health exam. He is being held without bail. In Kitsap County, Dave Dittling, Fox 13 News.
It's been nearly a month since a judge was killed in his chambers by the local sheriff who's been charged with murder. But what was the motive? Did it have something to do with the sheriff finding his 17-year-old?
Oh, I remember this one. I don't know.
Here, one sec.
Okay.
I'm going to do this person's homework for them, so... Okay, let's see. Pre-birth president was involved in incidents. Okay, this was the dude. So see, I memorized. He fired shots at the White House. So, man charged with attempted assassination of Obama. So this isn't even the Marine that actually took out a Secret Service agent, or they knocked out a Secret Service agent. Assassination plot in Denver. Oh, but this is all fake news. It's all fake. Former President Barack Obama relieved. Idaho man charged with Obama assassination attempt. Oh, but PBS, I mean, bunch of propaganda. Idaho man charged. Yeah, but hey, I mean, clearly you're very adept at research when somebody gives you, like, key like phrases you can just look up, like Marine tried to assassinate Obama, guy fires shots at the White House, Obama, and yeah, that's very difficult to do, but you're still going to insist that it's fake.
And we were at the White House pre-Trump assassination #1, and we couldn't get like super fucking close. So I wonder why.
Daughter's number on the judge's phone. Amber Cogliano spoke with the sheriff's legal team.
We're getting. The problem is you think you're smart and you're not. Yeah, because what makes you think that? Because yeah, I'm talking a lot about IQ and how smart I am.
New insight today into the mysterious fatal shooting.
And Mark Edwards, you think you're smart?
Of a judge by his buddy, the sheriff.
Do you think that's a smart argument when it's like I presented multiple counterexamples and you're still sitting there claiming it's fake? And your response is you think you're smart or you're not. So how does that equate to me, like in reality, being stupid and not being smart? So explain how those counterexamples I gave you, how that's a stupid response. And explain how this response is an intelligent response.
This was something that occurred in the heat of passion or under extreme emotional disturbance.
Amber Cogliano spoke exclusively to the sheriff's husband and wife defense team, Jeremy and Carrie Bartley.
There are claims out there that the judge was having an inappropriate relationship with the sheriff's daughter.
There's a lot of wild speculation at this point. There's nothing we've seen that would substantiate that claim.
Investigators say moments before Kentucky Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins fired on Judge Kevin Mullins, the sheriff tried to call his 17-year-old daughter from the judge's phone.
Why would the
ones that don't compare at all? You know what? You seem like, again, when it comes to your responses, why can't you just write up like more than one sentence at a time? It's like you're 45, but it seems like, I don't know, you're, most Americans read and write at or below an 8th grade level. It kind of seems like, I don't know, it's kind of hard for you to just type a brief constructive response that I think most of the people here could probably just do that in less than a minute. Seems kind of odd that you're not really confident of doing that. But yet, I mean, you're the one that thinks that your judgment is more sound here. And do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is? Because I think you should look that up.
The judge have...
I need to have some kind of like article or whatever on the Dunning-Kruger effect, so I could just pull it up whenever we had people here kind of not recognizing their own ignorance.
Sheriff's daughter's phone number in his phone.
Mr. Steins attempted to call his daughter from the judge's phone. And so whether the phone number was saved in, whether it was in there previously, we don't know. And we won't know until we have those phone records.
Why was he trying to call his daughter in those crucial moments?
That's something that we're still investigating.
Has he told you?
We can't comment on anything we discussed with our client.
In this just released footage, you can see the judge trying to reason with the sheriff right up to the moment he opened fire.
I don't think your responses are concise and quick. I think they're pretty fucking rudimentary and limited. And they're not that quick. The fact that it's taking you a while to respond when you're just writing a sentence. So the fact that it's like, I think Crow, Shab, and I, and the amount of time it's taking you to just present a fragment, not even a complete sentence, we could type out a paragraph. And the amount of time it takes you to type, or in half the time that it takes you to just type one fucking fragment.
After the shooting, the sheriff told police they're trying to kidnap my wife and kid.
He had a sincere belief that his wife and daughter were in danger. The emotions rose to such a level at that point that he was unable to control his actions.
Video from a few years back shows the sheriff and his daughter goofing around, lip-syncing to, of all things, I Shot the Sheriff. She recently turned 17, and the sheriff got... You will never know how much I love you. The shooting is now tearing apart the small town of Whitesburg, Kentucky. The judge's wife launched this Facebook page, Justice for Kevin, with supporters offering prayers that justice will prevail. But others are posting...
How much do you want to bet he's a Republican? So, it's clearly because he's a Republican that he did this. If he was a left-leaning cop, never would have happened.
There's a lot more to this story. I stand by Sheriff Steins.
The sheriff's defense team is asking that the charges against their client be reduced to manslaughter.
I don't think it's manslaughter because he straight up showed up where the judge, like at the judge's office, and shot him. Manslaughter is when you're acting carelessly and stuff, and it's more unintentional.
Well, John, I think you were more focused on the dude in chat, but so the sheriff, his daughter's phone number was in the judge's phone, and there was some what is it called, correspondence between the judge and the teenage daughter, and that's why the sheriff shot the the judge.
I believe what happened is that the wife and daughter were trying to get a restraining order against him, and I think they found the wife and the daughter were both. I guess they had contact with the judge because the judge was trying to help them out with getting the restraining order, which that is kind of unconventional. Like, it would make sense that the lawyer would have it. Usually a judge is supposed to be more impartial, but it's not like, hey, he had it because, and that's probably what the sheriff did. The sheriff's statistically, if you're married to a law enforcement officer, you're more likely to be a victim of spousal abuse than if you're married to somebody of any other occupation. So cops beating the shit out of their wives and children is fairly common. So it's probably that he's mad that they're trying to get a restraining order against him, and he's mad that his wife's leaving him. And then he's mad that this judge, because you know what? Cops love their fucking authority and hate it whenever somebody doesn't pander to them. So because this judge has a level of authority over the sheriff, and it's probably mental gymnastics. So he found the judge's number because, hey, they're communicating with the judge because he's assisting them with getting a restraining order. And then he's like, hey, yeah, his number's in my daughter's phone. Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, that justifies me shooting him.
No. So what? In that context, I believe that, but from what I just I watched this video a while back, I thought the judge was texting the underage girl, with some.
Oh
stuff.
no, I think she's an adult. His daughter.
Well, I thought she was 17.
What do they say? I forget her age, but
I thought the judge was trying to do some stuff with the 17-year-old or the daughter, and the sheriff was just like, no. So he shot the judge.
I read an article on this story, and from what I remember in the article, it did say that he was communicating with the wife and the daughter because of the restraining order. He's the judge behind that. So, I don't know. Maybe that is the case. Maybe more information came out.
A childless widow, and life as I knew it was never going to be the same.
Destiny Klimachowski is advocating against drunk driving after suffering an unimaginable loss.
I met my husband, Corey, when I was 15. I would tell my best friend that I was going to go to homecoming with him, and she would make fun of me.
Wait, what's that?
You shouldn't let babies drink and drive.
You actually have to talk to him first.
They show a picture of the baby.
The world is just going to work in my favor on this one, and needless to say, we did go to homecoming that year.
Yeah, it's 3:30 a.m. I'm probably going to grab an energy drink or whatever.
Nobody ever questioned if we would last forever or if we'd be one of those high school.
Might do an all-nighter, but I am crashing a little
bit. There was no doubt. So much so that we got married 2 days after I turned 18 and had our son 2 years later when I was 20. So it was, we knew what our future would look like, and we basically had it all mapped out together.
What are you doing? What did you do it?
But the Missouri family's future was cut short in the fall of 2014.
Unfortunately, on September 20th, my life forever changed. We were about 2 miles from where we were going when we were strapped nearly head on by a drunk driver at 87 miles per hour. It would later show that she never once pressed her brakes. However, she was 3 times over the legal limit.
Bro, I know you have a history with alcohol.
Yep.
Have you ever run over somebody drunk?
No comment. I plead the fifth.
And coming from a wedding reception. She instantly took the life of my almost 15-month-old baby. My reason of waking up every day was now torn from me. And 24 hours later would take the life of my high school sweetheart.
Celsius, beep, boop, boop.
And my husband at the age of 22.
Physically, Destiny walked away from the accident almost unharmed.
I had a torn disc in my neck. I had scratches and bruises and a few staples in my head, but like for long term, nothing physically was really wrong with me. I mean, I guess I had like a gash in my head of some kind because I did have staples, but like any long term lasting effects physically, they weren't there. And it's mind blowing. Like, I don't know how I survived that.
Mentally, the healing was almost unbearable.
I never got to step foot back in my house, so I didn't get to see the little messes anymore. I didn't get to see
Now, they mentioned staples. Kind of reminds me of this. I was playing baseball in high school. These two kids kind of collided with one another. And the one kid, like, the teeth went into the other kid's skull. And then, like, the next day, he wasn't there the next day at school, but the following day, he had two staples in his forehead.
Smell, I didn't get to really find full closure. The funeral was 3 days after the accident, and because of trauma and the medicine they put me on, I didn't really remember anything. So at the hospital, every time I would come back to, I would ask, where was my baby? Where's my husband? And I would have to relive that over and over and over again until they chose to essentially sedate me to protect my mental status. I found myself driving around about a month after the accident, just like begging God to make this make sense. And I couldn't make sense of any of it. The first 2 to 3 weeks, I was heavily medicated. I definitely didn't want to wake up anymore. I prayed every night, like, God, let me be done. Like, this is the worst pain I've ever experienced. And I would have taken any physical injury over the mental trauma that I had to endure for the rest of my life. Second by second, minute by minute, I knew that if I wasn't dressed and out the house by 10 every morning, my entire day would be spent in bed medicated. And so I had to be very like strict and rough with myself and basically talk to myself like I was talking to someone else. Like, okay, Destiny, you need to get up. You have to take a shower. If you're not in the shower by this time, like, you're going to be in bed all day. Do you want to stay your day crying, or do you want to try? And so I was really hard on myself, and I just pushed myself to try. And I eventually came to the conclusion that no matter how much I cried, or no matter how angry I got, or no matter how much I pleaded to God, like, they weren't coming back. And it was now on me to either let the lady that stole their life steal my future and their dreams too.
Yeah. See, she's pulling herself up by the bootstraps. That's what you do.
Or I could figure it out and push forward and start achieving their dreams. And that kind of became my passion or my purpose for waking up every day, was not letting her win and not letting her steal my life and my future. And knowing I was the person left to fulfill all of the dreams that we had together. And I slowly began doing that one by one. I am competitive by nature, and I didn't want to let her win. I've never been athletic, but I'm competitive with myself, I guess. You can only run from it so long before it catches up to you.
Now, like, when I got injured, like, in my car wreck or whatever, now what she's dealing with is emotional trauma. But when I had, like, that issue of, like, hey, if I'm not out of bed by this time, I know I'm gonna like be in bed all day. I got this one special alarm clock that's like loud as fuck, that has like this one like vibrator or whatever sort of thing. And
of course it's a vibrator.
Well, I guess it's like a rumble pack or whatever, and it bounces around like on the floor and stuff, and then it's like this really like the ear-piercing like alarm sound and everything, and it's that got me out of bed every morning.
It's something you kind of have to run through instead of run from, because it's always going to follow you. And so I feel like year 8 is the year that I finally went and got therapy, and I finally started facing it and truly allowing myself to feel it. And I feel like my grieving didn't really start until year 8.
During her healing journey, Destiny met Brett.
It's kind of ironic because before the accident, for whatever reason, Corey and I would talk, like, if something ever happened to me, like, you're going to be happy, you're going to be with someone. And I didn't know Brett before my accident, but I actually met him 1 month and a day to my accident. And I didn't like him like that at all. I jokingly say that he just never went away, and it worked in his favor, most lovingly. He just listened to me, and I could tell him every story in the back of a Walmart parking lot while I cried and sobbed, and just told him everything there was to know.
So she's trying to claim that, you know how like if somebody gets married pretty like quickly, or they get in a relationship, not too far off from when their spouse or significant other dies. What do you think about that? Do you think that's like egregious, or?
I don't know. I mean, it could be like, oh, this person is so much like the person I married or dated or whatever. But like within what did she say, a month and a half? Like you gotta go through the grieving process first, and that does take.
Well, she did claim that she she met him like a month after her like husband died, but it was longer than that when she actually started dating him.
Oh, okay. Then that's
Yeah.
different. Okay.
About them, and he just listened.
But I have an uncle, not blood related, who my aunt on my dad's side of the family, she died of ALS, and he pretty much got remarried like less than a week after she died, and he married like one of her like nurses or caretakers.
Oh God.
And yeah, and his kids don't want anything to do with him now. I don't know if they've had any contact since then, but I know they did get really mad, and there was estrangement there. But that dude was a complete total scumfuck, and he was also very Jehovah's Witness, very religious, constantly preached his religion, and holier than thou, sanctimonious as fuck. And I just love, like, yeah, he's a very ethical dude. So he kind of shows that his religion and his sort of devout belief that is the way to go. You want to be an ethical human being.
And he didn't cry, and he didn't make it about him, but he genuinely cared. And he didn't try to push things further. Like, he became my safe place, and he genuinely cared. And there's never been an ounce of jealousy from him, but he's so protective over me and over them in our entire story. And he makes it known that, like, he loves them because they made me who I am today, and without them, I wouldn't be who I am. And so he loves them, and he's protective of them and so much of me as well.
The pair got married in 2017, and they now have 2 kids.
We have Cohen, who is 6, and then we have Coraline, who's 4. Once I got pregnant with Cohen, I was praying that he would be a girl because I was so scared that the world would have him living in Parker's shadow, and I wanted Cohen to have the chance to be his own person.
Oh, yeah.
He absolutely is his own
probably
person.
terrible.
But he brought so much healing to me and gave me something to live for again. Because throughout the process, I had the chance to discover who I was in that like 3 to 4 year gap of not having kids. I discovered who Destiny was on her own and what she was capable of, and I discovered my voice.
She used that voice to help fight against drunk driving.
This is the story of a tragedy that never should have happened, and the lives forever changed by one person's reckless decision.
I just couldn't fathom letting her win and letting her take anything else from me when I already wasn't able to get any sort of justice.
The driver who...
Now, it's kind of odd because it's like we mentioned like cancer and heart disease, but like vehicular accidents are also very common. It's just odd that this thing that's so regular, that's just a very kind of like basic part of your daily routine and so forth, or most people's like daily routine, is something that causes a lot of crap like this. I know in this case it was a drunk driver, so yeah, but it's also like sometimes it's just, you know what, it's an unfortunate scenario on the freeway or whatever, like a deer runs in the middle of the freeway and they swerve and then the car gets totaled, and there's scenarios where it's just the person's, it's like a parent with the 2 kids and they all die, and it's like, imagine dealing with that.
Well, have you ever seen like it was like 1980s or late 1970s videos where the drunk driving act or whatever, for like, oh, it's become illegal, and then you got all these like toothless hillbillies being like, I just worked fucking 12 hours and I can't sit in my pickup and drink a couple beers and go home. And then there one of the videos was like of this woman being like,
muted.
I've seen what he's talking about. I don't remember when I saw that.
Yeah, but there's this one lady, she's like picking up groceries or some shit, and she's like, I have my kids in the back seat, and this was probably before seatbelts were required for kids. She's like, I just picked up groceries or whatever, and can't have a beer in the parking lot.
Oh, Trump 24. So soon saying, do you think Trump's gonna make America great again this time? Yeah, he's really gonna follow through with the policy the second time around.
Yeah, this time the wall's gonna get built. This time Clinton's going to prison.
Time everything's gonna happen.
This time he's gonna come through with what he promised
and
before.
Again, I don't think Biden really did anything important or he was incompetent.
Oh, you're lagging a bunch, Gene. You just lagged a bunch. What did you say? Repeat what you said.
Well, I think Biden's been incompetent. I don't think Kamala's really going to do anything, but it's just this happens every single fucking presidency where people, it's like what I said earlier, where you got to vote in order to have any opinion politically, but then it's only the president because no other branch of the government matters. And then on top of all that, it's just they do the political football game, and it's like, you do know, like, the last, like, president that you're, like, shilling for, it's just, it wasn't that fucking long ago. So it's like, did they accomplish stuff? And the thing they always do is they blame the other side, and both sides do this. Like, the other side wouldn't let them do anything. And it's also like, so the other side makes it impossible for them to do anything. So are they going to be able to actually follow through with things the next time? So based on that logic, isn't the other side just not going to let them do anything again?
Well, okay, so when Trump was running technically it's the second time in 2016, he's running it on Make America Great Again. So, and then he got elected, and in their eyes, it went to shit when Biden got elected, and now they're running again on Make America Great Again. So the
economy's been worse than it's ever been.
Well, was America great under Trump and then shit, and then we got to make it great again? Or
well, I'm pretty sure the economy's recovered since Trump.
It has, but in their view,
yeah.
So in their view, if we're making America great again the second time, technically it wasn't great the first time. So why
or he didn't make it great again the first time?
Exactly. But
according to Trump, the economy was better than it ever was, in any other presidency, and then now it's worse than it ever was. And it's because Biden undid everything. And when it comes to, like, the economy and shit, it's like, okay, this is something where it's very dynamic and multifaceted. The president's just one cog in the machine. There are so many things that just when it comes to, like, affecting the economy, there are so many different people involved in your local, state, and federal government that have notable, like, where they contribute to, like, the state of the economy. And then it's also the fact that there's a lot of shit that has nothing to do with any of the decisions that any members of the government make that can also significantly impact the economy, like a fucking pandemic, which pretty much fucked, like, every country's economy and stuff across the globe. And the problem is, it's like, okay, that's incidental. So essentially any president in office, and here's the thing, people on the left will act like, hey, Trump, when the economy went to shit during the quarantine, that's Trump. They're acting like if Hillary was in office, we wouldn't deal with the same thing. And it's pretty much guaranteed to happen. Now, the quarantine is over, so people are working again and everything, and now the economy's improved and it's gone up. But again, it probably that would have happened regardless of who the president is. And then if it's their president, then it's because of them. They're in office. That's why it went up. If it's not your president, then it's the president you voted for that they seceded. It's because they inherited their success. However, if things go to shit, then it's because they didn't inherit it. It's because of them. And then if they're president, if things go to shit when they're in office, it's because they inherited from the opposite side. And clearly, they're completely unbiased when they just make the exact opposite claim 100% of the time. And this is something that both sides do, because critical thinking, what's that? And the thing is, when it comes to shit like this, it's so incredible how, like, black and white and how binary they are. And it's just they do not process any level of complexity, where it's like, do you honestly think that it's going to be like that 100% of the time, regardless of whether you think your political party or the people you support are a better option? the fact that it's like, hey, 100% of the time, whenever you're presented with this stuff, it's always, oh, the other side when bad things happen, and it's always your side when good things happen. That's kind of convenient. And it's like, it's almost like you're a dumb fuck if you think that numbers are that clean.
Well, I watch this one person that covers politics, and he's probably 5-10 years older than us, and he's like more into politics than like we actually get into. He actually does like the research and whatnot. And so let's just say he's 35 or whatever. And in his 35 years, the economy has always been up under a Democratic president than it has been with Republican presidents.
No, libtard propaganda.
Okay, you can say that.
Yeah, I'm not going to look into it. It's like I'm a person where I tune into one news network, like just periodically throughout the week, and have this like cursory sort of skim through of like what's going on, like when it comes to politics in the country. And I'm the kind of person that, to me, the president is the only sort of component in our government, and I'm one of the majority of Americans that pretty much never fucking read and so forth, and have no education. But when it's like I can never just read an article or go online or just read a handful of articles to kind of like see what exactly the truth is and fact check, cross-reference things. I never do that, but clearly I know my shit. When people say things that are of like the opposing side, I know that it's false because I'm not going to take the time to actually look into it to see how credible it is. Just 100% of the time, it's fake. But if I like what I get from the hearsay grapevine, then yeah, clearly it's impossible that that information is fabricated. And I clearly am the kind of person that knows my shit, and like I know how to properly inform myself because, yeah. It's not like I'm most Americans where I read or write at or below an 8th grade level. 94% of books that are purchased, they don't read past the first 4 chapters. And most like links to articles that people click on, they don't get past the first like couple paragraphs. But yeah, when people sit there and act like they know what they're talking about, clearly they are that person that falls into that small percentage of the country. Isn't it convenient that so many people think that they're the outlier and the exception?
Well, John, I want to point out beep bop boop beep buying a house at a certain percentage and then trying to buying a house now.
Do you know what fluctuating data is? So again, I mentioned that like
there's other fucking factors. It's not like the president that fucking fixes every single fucking thing. So you can't be like, oh, I bought my house under Obama or Trump or whatever at a low, and then not put in.
And it's also something
factors.
Yeah, it's also something that can vary state by state. So it's something that very well could be more like state policy. But then on top of all that, it's just when it comes to the economy and things like that, like 7%, 2%. So like a fluctuation of just like around 5 like percentage points. It's something where it's constantly fluctuating. So you're always going to have it going up and down with like any particular president randomly. And a lot of times it has nothing to do with like anything the president is doing. And we just discussed this like with Trump. It's like I pretty much like I'll put my poker chips on it of if any other politician was in office, like it would have had pretty much the same effect on the fucking economy. And this right here kind of shows that it's oversimplification. It's a one-dimensional approach to addressing it. And a lot of these people, it's like, I don't think they're really aware of, like, just, the president has some power in certain areas, but I think they're not really that, like, knowledgeable of just how little or just limited power they have in plenty of other areas. Like, your governor has more of an effect on your day-to-day life than the president does. And again, most of what the president does and much of what the executive branch of the government, the executive branch of the federal government does is more external affairs. They deal more with, they're the commander-in-chief, so dealing with military issues abroad. It's the executive branch that's in charge of all of the treaties and stuff with other countries and international policy, and that affects the global economy, and that can have an effect. But a lot of the influence that that branch of the government has is more external than internal. And yet, that's the only branch that people pay attention to. They pay no attention to Congress, when Congress has much more of a significant effect on people that are living inside the country as opposed to outside the country. You could argue that the president has more influence over people who aren't even U.S. citizens.
Car also died in the crash. Destiny says she should never have been behind the wheel.
So she was a repeat offender. I believe she had 6 DUIs. And yeah, why?
Holy fuck, it's DUI?
Yeah, not the dinks, exactly. It's just, and like I mentioned, I mean, maybe there's some effect that each individual president has, because of course everything's gonna have some small influence, but it's only the president. It has nothing to do with other elements such as, the global economy. So maybe there's a lot of other world leaders that are enforcing policies that are affecting the economy, and then private corporations. And sometimes it's something like, again, the quarantine, the pandemic, that's something that it's incidental. There's so many fucking things that it doesn't matter who the fucking president is. And then we're talking about data that always fluctuate. That's sort of like, what's her face that Chad doesn't like me bringing up when she claimed that murder rates or violence is getting worse. And then she found 1 year, 3 years ago, where it went up a little bit compared to the year before. It's you do know that numbers aren't that clean. And it's the fact that just gradually throughout the last several decades, it's been going down. And it's drastically decreased decade by decade. And it's every decade you can probably find 1 year where it goes up a little bit compared to 1 year before. And it's do you not understand that things like this are not going to be completely linear?
But that was the last time she would ever drink and drive, because she died that day too.
My story deserves to be told, because there's no excuse for drinking and driving. What happened to my family was 110% preventable.
It's a message.
Oh my God. Mark Edwards is so smart. Politics lead to these. Yeah. Again, we're not saying that it doesn't, but it's more than just one politician. And it's also more than just the politics. It's more than just the government that plays a role. So there are so many fucking factors at play. It's a multifaceted issue. Oh, I like how they said, "Oh, see, you're so smart." It's just okay.
Jeez.
So okay, what?
Don't feed the trolls.
Okay, whatever. It's content, and
Sure.
even if being serious, it's still something that other people are serious about. So it's a good way to refute those common sort of arguments that other people do seriously make.
But we're on women's family dies in accident.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. I'm not your boss. Don't.
But it's also upcoming, elections, so it's at least it's getting us talking about that.
Oh,
we haven't done that yet.
I'll give that a pass.
Yeah, but when you're mentioning see, you're so smart that what I mentioned were statistics. Those are things that are just objective. So, am I wrong when I think that, hey, most Americans don't really spend a lot of time really trying to learn things and educate themselves and improve their knowledge in a particular area? So the data shows that that is indeed the case. So you're acting like that's me being obnoxious. And here's the thing, when it comes to whether or not I do legitimately think that I'm smarter than the average Joe, which, what if I am? So are 0% of people above average at anything? So you're using that sort of baiting logic of thinking you're above average automatically makes you arrogant. And it's like, do you know what the definition of arrogance is? Because when people make that argument, it's just arrogance is thinking that you're above average when you're not. It's not, and people make the argument that thinking you're above average when you are is arrogant. And this is the thing. Do you have, like, it's one thing if you don't really have any notable reason to think that you're above average in a specific area. But here's the issue. When it comes to formal education, I did go to the University of College Park, one of the most prestigious universities in the country. I do have like a master's in civil engineering and a major in computer science, so forth. And here's the problem. I'm arrogant for bringing this up, but it's usually when people out there want to act like I'm the obnoxious one, thinking that maybe I'm a little above the average when it comes to at least education. And then when it comes to just being well-read, and I'm talking about people not really being well-read. So, okay, like it is like statistically supported that most people aren't that fucking well-read. Most people don't read. Most people aren't that knowledgeable in a wide array of these topics like economics, sociology, psychology, like government history that people like to fucking discuss. Knowledge is a justified true belief and so forth, but I mean, do you think I'm lying when I say that I read on a regular basis? And the thing is, if you do read on a regular basis, and you think you read on a regular basis, and most people don't read on a regular basis, then is it stupid or is it arrogant and irrational to think that you are indeed in like the minority there? So it's just, and then it's 65% of people think they're above average when it comes to intelligence. So it's just a lot of the people that will accuse others of that. Are you not smart? Do you think that you're just average? I mean, I just love this kind of logic. You have a very limited knowledge of politics. So is your knowledge when it comes to politics, are you not limited? So what makes you think that you actually have any notable level of knowledge when it comes to politics? So, I mean, here's the thing. Have you ever, I don't know, taken, even if it's not formal education, it's like, have you ever taken the time to maybe like go on YouTube, watch a lecture from a professor when it comes to civics? I mean, have you ever taken the time to read any books on like any that discusses socioeconomics and so forth? So it's just, again, you actually have to take the time to learn something and to like you actually have to take the time to obtain knowledge to have knowledge. So I love it when you talk to people where it's like, what have they actually done in their free time in the last 5 years, 10 years, where they've taken time out of their day to actually research a topic? So why do you think that you have knowledge on it? So knowledge is a justified true belief. What's your justification? And it's like, yeah, most Americans watch 5 hours of TV a day. And, you know, I'm going to be, like, serious here. It's, what is it, like the average American, like a full-time job, 40 hours a week. Americans are overworked. So when it comes to the amount of time people have outside of work and other, like, obligations and so forth, then what do they spend their free time on? When I say that the overwhelming majority of people, that extra time they have throughout the week that isn't dedicated to work and other obligations, this is my prediction. They spend it on TV, video games, social media. Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think I'm like misguided here? So the problem is when you talk to people and they want to act like they know their shit, are you spending a notable amount of time, I don't know, doing something that isn't one of those three things?
She's carried forward in her life.
And I was like, well, if we could just make enough noise, people have no choice but to hear us. Oftentimes I think I'm like the face of what can happen when somebody gets behind the wheel, but in reality, every 78 seconds, somebody is killed or injured because of a drunk driver. So it's happening to so many more people than me. And I made a post one day on Facebook about wanting to make a documentary or record my story so it could be on a professional level and I could share with politicians or just the general public. We're just getting loud and we're creating a...
Okay, yes, I'm Scottish. What does you being Scottish have to do with it? And I know I'm bringing up statistics that have to do with like the US, but a lot of these statistics are also like on the same like level and stuff as like most other Western countries. So it's just when you look at how much time people spend on like video games and social media and stuff, if you look at statistics like with Canada, the UK, and so forth, it's usually around the same, like it only deviates by like 1 or 2 percentage points in a lot of cases. So I know that a lot of like Western countries have a similar level of literacy that we do, and there's like 50-something countries in Europe. And then the United States is usually like, you look at the statistics when it comes to education and so forth, and we're usually like ranked 16th, 18th, so we're kind of like in the middle. So, and then you'll look at the countries that kind of surpass America in these areas, and I'd say outside of the Nordic countries like Denmark and Finland and stuff, like all the other countries, there isn't that a significant level of like, I guess, advancement in those areas. So I don't know, like, are you, and it's the same thing with like obesity, that's another aside. So people from like the UK and other English speaking countries, Canada, Australia, will talk about Americans being fat. And it's like, okay, yeah, obesity is a big issue. We are one of the most obese countries, but you are aware that the UK and Canada are also some of the most obese countries as well, and they are America's only like a few percentage points above them.
A movement, and throughout the process we're meeting more politicians that are willing to back what we're doing and help us get in front of the right people. And I just pray in my lifetime before I take my last breath that like I can see a law was changed, and I know that I did what I could for my kid, my baby, and my husband.
Her documentary.
Or maybe we should just start watching the pre-election campaign videos.
Well, John, on that last video that we watched, I did look up the statistics. 31% of most car accidents are caused by drunk drivers, meaning that, what is it, 69% are caused by sober drivers. So technically, sober drivers cause more car accidents.
Oh, wow. Dude, and you know what? There are so many stupid people that would like use that kind of logic because they don't understand how statistics work.
A man is under arrest this morning accused of shooting at a Democratic Party.
And Mark Edwards, I'd say based on how you write and how limited your writing is, I don't think you're actually in that minority when it comes to people that when they click on an article, they actually read it. And plus, it's just, what kind of articles are you reading? So, that's the problem, is that, yeah, I'll read articles from, like, notable, like, I guess, news coverage media, whether it's something like the Huffington Post or NPR, CNN, like all the big, like all the big news networks. However, it's just, I think those are pretty fucking limited. They usually do discuss things in a pretty, like, rudimentary level. They only scrape the surface. So I'd say that when it comes to actually having some more in-depth understanding, then reading a third of like I don't know, a Fox News CNN article is not really any notable level of research.
Campaign office in Tempe, Arizona, that's just outside of Phoenix. According to police, it's a 60-year-old Jeffrey Michael Kelly who had a huge arsenal.
Google fake electors can't. Yeah, we're gonna cover that. That's actually in our playlist, Auto.
Of guns. I mean, really big stockpile, ammunition too, inside of his home. They say he may have been planning what the authorities call a mass casualty event. Jared Hill reports now the suspect.
Dude, they know about world politics, not just America. Oh yeah, you clearly watch our stream a lot because yeah, if you do, you would know that we really don't know anything about world politics. I'm sure like earlier, when I was going over all the shit in India, I'm sure they would be able to tell you who the Prime Minister of India was, and they'd be able to present all of that data when it comes to current events in India and their policies. And yeah, but who cares about India? Because only like 1/8 of people on the fucking planet live there. So yeah, so if you're gonna play, and that's the thing, I think that if you don't know that basic information about India or a country like China, where it's like 1/4 of the world's population lives in one of those two countries, then that's I don't think you really know a lot about like international politics.
Is accused of targeting that campaign office more than once.
Justice does not have a political party. There is no place in the city of Tempe for political threats or intimidation.
On Tuesday afternoon, police surrounded Jeffrey Michael Kelly's car during a...
Okay, so this is a right-leaning person. So here you go, like Republicans. They're just like all a bunch of like
they're all part of a board.
Murderers and stuff.
They all
don't
think the
care.
same.
They don't care about genuine elections. There's this just mass sort of like plot that half the country, all like the Republicans are just involved in. But like, yeah, it's not like if you look it up, you're gonna find examples of different Democrats assaulting people and so forth. And again, at least we can be objective and acknowledge that we're talking about hundreds of millions of people. So it's like when half of the country is either one of two parties, and we're talking about like a sample pool of 100 and like 20 something million people in either of the two groups. Yeah, it's not like whenever you have like large enough numbers like that, you're gonna see a bunch of like crazy fucking people who are outliers doing shit like this. But yeah, when there's examples of people of your party doing it, they're the exception to the rule, or it's fake news. But if the other party does it, then it's because there's just something exceptionally wrong with that side of the political spectrum.
Well, this is what I was saying about, like, they're already starting to be like, in this state, they're, fucking having dead people vote, or people that are registered in other counties vote, or registered in other states vote, because, like, just because they're in a different state doesn't mean that that county or that town or whatever, if they recently moved, you can't like recently like or like currently like take them off the ballot. So they're voting in this county and the other county, like that's not how it works.
In handcuffs. He was arrested on terrorism charges in connection with a string of shootings at a Democratic Party campaign.
See? Like, look, it's terrorism. I mean, see, there's this nationwide terrorist plot because there's a few examples of some crazies doing this. And again, it's not like when we're talking about millions of people, it's like, yeah, no shit, we're going to see examples of people doing this.
Officials say the three shootings started back in September and all happened around midnight. During one incident, Kelly allegedly fired BB pellets and then gunshots at the glass front door and a window. At a news conference, police said that after 5 weeks of investigation, it was tips by people in Kelly's neighborhood that led police to him. During his first court appearance Wednesday morning, prosecutors told the court that back in July, Kelly did a Google search for the DNC office's address, and officials said that during a search at his home, they found more than 120 guns, over 250,000 rounds of ammunition, and 22 caliber casings in his trash can, along with scopes, silencers, a grenade launcher, and body armor. Officials say Kelly was seen handling suspicious bags.
Whoa!
I don't think that's legal at all.
There's
I don't
no
think
way.
they're. I don't
Look
know.
at this guy. Oh my god.
Containing a white powdery substance from several political signs, lined with razor blades just a day before his arrest. They say at least one of those bags was found to just contain baking powder. Kelly was released on bail and ordered under...
See, look at how unhinged pretty much all Republicans are.
Yeah.
See, this is just something that, like, all 100-something million people of, like, this particular political party, they're all this radical because there is something profoundly wrong with that entire group overall.
House arrest. His attorney said...
But if the dude was a Democrat doing it, which I'm pretty sure you can find examples of Democrats doing it, then, yeah, it's not the fact that they're of that party. It doesn't have anything to do. It's external factors when it's my side. It's internal factors when it's the other side.
Well, Trump's already fucking prepped for... Oh, I didn't get this many votes in this county or this state. Oh.
Yeah, no doubt he's going to do that again.
Engineer with no prior record and legally owned his firearms. Following their discovery, officials say they believe Kelly was planning a much bigger mass casualty. For CBS More.
Owned 120 firearms?
Seems a bit excessive.
Seems a little excessive, yeah.
He's preparing for when, like, the deep state tries to raid everyone's homes. He has, like, a stockpile so he can arm all his neighbors and stuff.
I'm Jared Hill.
For the first time in 30...
When an army of illegal immigrants start, like, eating everyone's cats and kids, it's like he is ready to hand out, like, his arsenal, distributed amongst the masses. He's preparing. He knows how to think 12 steps ahead.
Not endorse a presidential candidate this election. Publisher and CEO Will Lewis explained that...
I talk about Mexicans, and then I talk about how my hair is completely shit, and then I talk about Kamala Harris, and then I go back to Mexicans, and that's the weave.
Hey, you do a good Donald Trump. That's pretty decent.
No, that's close, but that's
you
not
do better than me. You do better than Gene, too. That's for sure.
The decision saying, quote, we recognize...
If only I could do a good Trump impression.
Yeah, then you'd be successful.
Then I'd be complete. I'd achieve self-actualization.
Including as an abdication of responsibility. We don't see it that way. We see it as consistent with the values the Post has always stood for, a statement in support of our readers' ability to make up their own minds. That comes after the Los Angeles Times publisher blocked a planned endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris. Both papers are owned by billionaires, and their potential role in all of this is now being questioned. For a closer look, I'm joined now by Sewell Chan, executive editor of Columbia Journalism Review.
Is that Tanner Panda?
Wow, Shab, you're so funny.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
In the LA Times, you have led the Texas Tribune, so you have some insight into how these kinds of decisions are made. But what do we know about what went down behind the scenes at the Washington Post, how this decision was made?
Well, no, we know that it was made rather suddenly. The editorial writers, and I reported who they are, had begun drafting this editorial and had gone through the normal process that a very important editorial or endorsement like this would have gone.
So I mean, like, I don't get what's going on here. So they're opting out of presidential endorsement. I mean, I guess it's their right. I guess maybe it's like presidents do have, like, campaign ads and stuff, so I guess maybe it's something like that where they did legally decide to sign on to, like, providing campaign ads and endorsement, and then now there's some contract that they're going against, so it could be something like that.
Gone through several drafts, edits, critiques, feedback, and up until a week ago, there had been some nervousness that it wasn't moving forward. But a week ago, I've been told that the editorial page editor reassured the staff that things were moving forward, and then suddenly, very suddenly, they learned that the piece had been pulled. And today, you have an explanation from the publisher, but you have an explanation from the publisher as to why not to endorse, but not really why now. And I think what's unusual for both of these cases is that the staff had already gone ahead, drafted these endorsements. So why were they suddenly pulled so quickly and so soon before the election?
So in the case of the Washington Post, the former executive editor, Marty Baron, today called that decision cowardice. He also claimed that former President Trump will see this as what he called an invitation to further intimidate owner Jeff Bezos. Is there truth to this idea, Sewell, that Bezos is somehow hedging his bets against a potential Trump presidency and doesn't want to see his business interests harmed? What do we know about that?
We know that Bezos was behind this decision. The Post itself confirmed that that's the case. We don't know precisely why. Now, of course, Jeff Bezos is one of the wealthiest people on earth. Amazon is facing an antitrust lawsuit brought by the
And I know it's some French dude that surpassed him as the richest person. And the corporation that person owns, it's like prestigious goods kind of like company. They sell like wine and so forth.
Actually, Bezos is involved in space exploration efforts. There are many AI, so there are many areas of his interest that would touch upon areas of federal regulation. So I can't speak to his motivations, but I can say that this does not look great for the Post, particularly since when Marty Baron was editor, the Post had framed itself as, countering autocracy. Democracy dies in darkness was the slogan Bezos had coined and decided to use as the Washington Post slogan. So now some people are seeing Bezos as kind of caving to political pressure.
What have we seen in the way of reaction at the Washington Post from editor?
So Big Juggle says, no, it's that the paper's editorial team has historically provided an endorsement they had written in for Harris, and Bezos handed.
And reporters and staff.
Well, the staff I've talked to are very demoralized and very upset. Several of them have said to me, and I kind of agree with this, that maybe it's time to rethink whether presidential endorsements are useful. But you could have done that a year ago and said, we're going to set a new policy. We're only going to endorse in local and state races. We're not going to endorse in presidential. Most people have made up their minds anyway. I think actually that would have been a very reasonable decision. But that's not what happened here. It was instead the opposite at both the Post and the LA Times. The expectation of an endorsement written.
This seems pretty fucking trivial.
And an investigation is underway following the discovery of an incendiary device inside a ballot box in Portland. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, Washington, ABC affiliate.
Oh my God. Terrorism.
Capture.
I guess this does technically fall within the definition of terrorism.
Well, it's not even like ballot boxes. Like people have been like putting razor blades and
wait.
They're captured at the moment.
This dude says, "I'd ignore me too." Later, turds. Dude, I can't comment on every single fucking person.
Heavy smoke was seen coming from inside a drop.
It's like people, mostly Trump Vance signs, like they're electrocuting the signs and putting like razor blades on them to prevent people from fucking stealing the signs off their lawns and whatnot. And like that's already like legally you can't do that. So you can't put
Yeah, wait. I know the Mud Lake dude's complaining that I'm ignoring him. So it says, you guys honestly trust the Dems after telling us Joe was fit for office? We don't support Joe. And in fact, when Joe Biden was running, I did not want him to be fucking president at all. I was supporting Bernie Sanders over Joe Biden.
J-Time subscribed. Oh my God.
Yeah. So, again, it's there's a bit of nuance, and it's just president. They're the only fucking entity when it comes to the government, and if you're not for one, you must be for the other, because critical thinking, nuance, that's not a thing.
Drop-off ballot box. ABC's Alex Stone is tracking that for us from the LA Bureau. Alex, what's the latest on these incidents?
Well, we're just getting details on them right now, Diana. Two different incidents, the one at 3:30 in the morning in the Vancouver or in Portland.
Yeah, soy boys crying because they can't vandalize easily. Yeah.
And then 6:30 in the morning in the Vancouver area. Those two only about a 15, 20-minute drive apart from one another. And police in both of them, we know the FBI is now looking into them. Police say they don't know who did this. You can see in this video right here, the smoke coming out. In the Vancouver incident, they know that there were hundreds of ballots that were in that drop box and that it involved ballots that were dropped off from 8 a.m. yesterday morning. The last pickup in the box was at 8 o'clock yesterday morning. And right now the FBI is responding. Police don't know.
Well, big Juggles, they do actually make a really good point here when it comes to, the very wealthy few, the billionaires, they own all these publication companies. And it is sort of it is not really that, I guess, egalitarian, because you pretty much need billionaires endorsing you to be president, because the billionaires are the ones to decide who to endorse. And when you're looking at the media, that's pretty much what it is. So if they don't want to endorse you, the likelihood of you actually getting any sort of attention and actually acquiring any notable level of votes is pretty much impossible. I do know if you want to run for president, and I think it's the case with a lot of governors as well, you also need to get 1,000 signatures or something. I forget how many signatures it is in order to like be put on the ballot. And the problem is a lot of people who might be competent to run or whatever, that's a notable obstacle for like sort of the average Joe. Even somebody who might be like a lawyer might have a hard time actually following through with that. And it's like, shouldn't they just be able to, I don't know, put themselves on the ballot and actually run? And let's say they actually are able to make a bunch of good points and generate some level of attention. It's why is that that unnecessary barrier? And it is something like if you're rich, then yeah, like that's nothing. It's like some seamless thing that's not a barrier at all.
No, was this vandalism? Was it something more organized? They are investigating it, but just in the last couple of hours, the fire's breaking out.
So what are election officials saying to anyone who thinks their ballot may have been in one of those boxes?
Yeah, they're saying if you dropped off your box or your ballot in either of these boxes after 8 a.m. yesterday morning when they did their last pickup, that you need to contact the election auditor's office and let them know. And they will know and try to track where your ballot is and if they can get to that ballot and if the ballot burned in that box. But there were, at least in the one in Vancouver, hundreds of ballots in the box that did burn. But they say that they will be able to track that down. All of this a concern. The ballot boxes are a target for somebody who may want to make a point. We know in the Vancouver area there is a tight congressional race going on. They don't know if that is involved in this. The FBI is responding. Police have now put out the fires and firefighters and put them out. Arson investigators are looking into it, but they are beginning their investigation. And was this something to try to impact the vote, to destroy those ballots? Was it somebody just doing something, putting something in there to try to create a scene or to get a reaction? They don't know as of right now.
All right, Alex Stone.
Dan B subscribed. We're gaining lots of subscribers.
Oof, 67 concurrent viewers. Yay. Hey, what do you think they can do to try to address this issue? Yeah.
Put cameras at the locations?
How well did that help the border wall, Shab?
Well, talking about drones, they just need to have like some automated sniper drone that just I don't know, patrols every single like drop box, every single like voting station. There you go.
If you try to fuck with it, they just shoot you in the like ear.
Republican National Party is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to get involved in a case surrounding mail-in ballots in Butler County. The state Supreme Court ruled last week that elections officials must count provisional ballots cast by voters whose mail ballots were voided because of issues with the outer secrecy envelope. The RNC is asking for an emergency order, putting that ruling on hold.
See, you know what? If we just had a supercomputer that acted as our president, a technocracy, then yeah, we wouldn't have to deal with all like this voting crap.
Or requiring provisional ballots to not.
What do you think of that sort of conceptual sort of government? The like technocracy.
You were talking about nanobots in the bloodstream, so I mean, you got them in your brain, so they can think what you want to vote for or who you want to vote for. So
not be included in the official vote count while the legal.
I don't know. You didn't really answer my question about the supercomputer government sort of governance. I like how in iRobot, I think it was the last like short story in the book, and I'd say like that's probably like my favorite short story of like any of like Isaac Asimov's like kind of anthology like novels, but it's when robot psychologists went to this one planet, it was like this utopian society. And they had to like, I guess, based on like the bureaucracy, they needed to talk to whoever the political officials were, needed them to sign off on something, and they weren't able to actually locate them. And then when they're talking to everyone, it's like, wait, like, where are the actual like bureaucrat? Where are the actual political figures? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And everyone is completely content. Everything is just this perfect, like, harmonious, well-oiled machine. And then they found out that, oh, it was some supercomputer that was just acting as the government, and it had all the right, like, algorithms in order to, like, conduct things perfectly. And then it was bound by the, like, 3 laws of robotics that all the robots in that, like, in that book were bound by. And because of that, it was using those 3 laws of robotics to like do whatever it can to keep humans safe and so forth, but also not like abuse any of its authority over the humans, because it always has to like do what a human says and so forth, unless what the human tells them to do is harmful to other humans. So this machine that was completely subservient to the people it's governing, those people are also in a way subservient to that machine.
That would be like a Fallout vault. I can't remember which one it was, but the one controlled.
Well, this is a utopian society, not a dystopian society. But the point, like, I don't know, I found that to be kind of deep.
He's out.
I don't know. I share that with people, and I think, like, I don't know, most people would kind of look at that like, oh, that is a pretty interesting sort of like concept or whatever, and people are like, oh yeah, whatever.
What are your plans?
Yeah, whatever. I like it.
We are going to make
I want to watch that movie.
Doesn't win on November 5th. We're highly confident. We've seen the polls. You've seen
the movie, dude. The movie is fucking shit. I'm usually not that kind of person where it's like the book is always better than the film. There are a lot of movies I think are better than the books, and I understand that it's like an adaptation. You're not going to fit everything from the book into the movie, but that film literally had nothing to do with the book at all. Because again, it was like the robot psychologist, they have to use 3 laws of robotics, and in every short story there's a different predicament where they got to find out what's going on. And the movie was just a Will Smith action film. It's like a robot go mad and go all Borg on the people or Cylon on the people, and it's like, yeah, fuck that movie. It's like
numbers coming in,
and I hate it because like people are like, oh yeah, the Will Smith film, and the fact that it's probably one of the best like works of science fiction and literature, and the fact that that's what people think. Same thing with like World War Z. Like that's probably one of the best like more recent like sci-fi horror novels out there. And the movie had like nothing to fucking do with the book at all. And it's just then people think of that film.
We're going to look. We believe in the American system.
Well, quick question, John, about World War Z. Did they have fast zombies or slow zombies?
I think they were fast zombies.
In the movie or the book? Because I know the. Okay, see, that's where it fucking throws me off, because like zombies aren't supposed to be fast moving. That's just me.
Wait, what?
Zombies aren't supposed to be fast moving.
So is there some objective rule that?
Okay, so you start with George Romero or whatever, and that was like the first thing or first like kind of like category of zombie. And we don't see fast zombies until 28 days later. So I totally get. That's
the first.
I'm talking
example.
About cinematic. Okay. So like movies.
I don't know. I think maybe there might be some earlier example. That might be the first.
But when I think I think there's a difference between zombies and infected. Quote unquote infected.
I think it's a fictional sort of concept, and it's not bound by any sort of objective metric.
No.
And the reason we like democracy, we're winning.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Crow, but it's just when people do that with genres, they're like, no, it can't be sci-fi or it can't be this because it doesn't like check off every box on like this list of like 40 fucking bullet points. It's just you're not like you're not that bad, but there are people out there where it's like, where the fuck are you getting this definition from? It's some basic fucking word or genres are simply just used to catalog books and movies at a bookstore. It's supposed to make things simple, and then people create these very convoluted sort of like systems, and it's like, you are aware this isn't like something that's scientific. This is just like basic, casual, colloquial terms.
Well, so like the Last of Us zombies, it's more of a like a spore. It's not like a bite or infection or whatever. It's more of a spore, so you can breathe it in and become
but the earliest
infection.
But the earliest zombies, it's like I don't think they were even caused by some kind of like experiment gone wrong. It was
it's based.
It was supernatural.
No, yeah, it's based on fuck. What's it called? Haitian, hoodoo, not voodoo, but hoodoo. And apparently there is cases.
No true zombie fallacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just shut up.
Right, and we're going to win on November 5th.
You want to kiss?
But you do agree with me on Jamie Raskin that Jamie Raskin's already said they're not going to certify President Trump.
I don't agree with that. I do wonder though. You're teaching civics. You're out of prison. I wonder if you're any reforms looking back on the last January 6th and the fact that you incited a mob.
That would be. Hang on. If you look at what we said, is that as the states requested, 7 states requested, never got to. A full review. This is because Vice President Pence didn't handle it correctly. This is because Vice President Pence did not handle it correctly. No, absolutely no change. For the simple reason is that we should have had a review as requested by the states for all 7 states at that time. Tim, thank you very much. But Tim, if you want to continue to make speeches, it's good television. I don't want to talk about personal conversations, but we've had a chat.
Okay. So, Crow, do you think that if they successfully, got to all the Congress officials during the January 7th riots, do you think, or January 6th riots, do you think that they would then take over the entire country, and the military and then the Justice Department would all just take a knee and stand down because a few hundred hillbillies raided a building?
Oh, fuck no. Yeah. Fuck no.
I love that Shab's going to get mad, but yeah, I love people that make that argument. And see, this is me pointing to left-leaning people being complete and total retards.
I mean, during the fucking during the January 6th incursion or whatever you want to fucking call it, insurrection, one of the people tased themselves in the dick and died.
That's hot.
So
wait, am I talking about made up bullshit? Get out of mom and dad's basement. So
that's for the zombie thing.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, so we're talking about fictional content. So it's do you not watch any sort of fictional content or ever talk about it? So that's something only neckbeards that live with their parents do. And plus, I'm a homeowner. And Shad's a homeowner. And Crow, do you either live in an apartment, but none of us live with our fucking parents. And I'm not 40. So you're a little off there. But it is just, and if you're going to claim that I'm lying, and it's people that I know online and stuff in these communities during meetups and shit have actually come to my fucking house. I've even had crazy people that have mailed things to my fucking address. So it's kind of established that I own my own fucking place.
Declare victory on election night, when you knew all well that there was going to be a decent chance that we would not know if ballots had yet to be counted.
Hang on.
You went out and did exactly that. Have you urged him to do this?
Hang on for a second. When I said that 4 years ago, it was, why did I say that? Because a guy named Mark Elias came up with a report that 2 individuals, Bill McGinley and Raheem Kassam, helped deconstruct in July of 2020, and he walked through how the Democrat Party was going to steal the election with illegitimate mail-in ballots. He said,
"Oh God."
I totally. By the way, we can.
Yes, it was conspiracy. Do you think the election was stolen from him?
Fuck no.
Yeah. What if, in this hypothetical experiment, what if the other side made this argument towards the Republicans? So they had just as much evidence that the Republicans had. Do you think the Republicans would still think that a right-leaning candidate is guilty? And it's just the vast majority of both people of that support both parties, it's just they do the same fucking thing every election cycle. Where I remember when Obama won his second election, people were claiming that they were going to move to Canada on the right, which is kind of stupid because it's a country with much more left-leaning like sort of politics than the U.S. And then they were claiming that China hacked the election to put like Obama in office and stuff. And then when Trump won over Hillary, they were claiming that that Russia tampered with it and so forth. And then they all were talking about going to like Canada. They like crashed their like immigration's website because of it. And then at the same time, they were claiming that, oh, the Republicans and everything are gonna like have massive freakouts once they lose, which I think they probably would have. But then they did the exact same thing that they accused the other side of. But then Trump, when he won over Hillary, or when Trump lost against Biden, again, claiming that the ballots were tampered with and everything, and that it wasn't genuine and it was stolen from them. And then they freaked out and threw a tantrum and raided the Capitol. So far, every single election, I guess, since I've been an adult, it's like the exact same thing happens each and every time. And this is where it's like, do people really have like this piss poor memory? Because both sides, when I claim that this is like what happened last 4 years ago, they're like, nah. And it's like you got the internet in your pocket. You can just look it up.
Well, John, so like the 2016 election with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, already been proven that Russia was involved. And then Trump lost, and he said, "Oh, there was a election interference." No, there wasn't. Proved there wasn't. And then now that Trump is going again, he wants to say that the left, the Democrats, are doing the election interference now. He's, like I said, he's projecting. He's been in a fucking down spiral for like the last 2.5 weeks.
But also another good example, the Electoral College. It's just, okay, that's how Trump did like win the election over Hillary, which it's like, okay, well, like, and they'll make that argument that, well, hey, that's how it works, and they'll try to like defend it. But then I do think that if it was the exact opposite, if if there were like a couple like Democratic candidates that won because of the Electoral College and they didn't win the popular vote, they'd be completely against it. It's not democratic enough. It needs to go away. And then I do think the Democrats would be playing the stupid game of like, hey, well, it's fair. It makes sense. It's just, it's like, I don't know, most people, it's just no critical thinking. And I'm arrogant for thinking that, even though like the research shows that 4 in 5 American adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. I'm like 2 in 3 graduating juniors and seniors in college fail at tests that measure critical thinking, and then 93% of Americans aren't able to show any complexity when writing an essay. But when I think that the majority of people are that rote and black and white when it comes to evaluating politics, I'm obnoxious and arrogant and a piece of shit for thinking that. How dare I?
Yeah, fuck you.
We can adjudicate that. Hang on. We can argue that. President Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and talked. He should have done it at 11 o'clock at night in 2020. Okay. I am urging President Trump, if the votes come in like it looks like they're going to come in, he should step up and inform the American citizens of exactly what's going on and not keep people in the dark like was done in 2020. So President Trump should step up and walk people through state by state of where these leads are and how these leads came about. We're not prepared to have in the dark of night all the.
When people buy into this like crap that, oh, the election was stolen or like all of this like horseshit, do you think when they have that kind of like stance on the issue, what's their justification? How many people do you think actually take the time to go online, look into how like voting, like sort of registration works, and like look at like what various different sources have to say about it, whether it's like academic sources, journalistic sources, government sources, they cross-reference the information. What percent of people do you think actually look into it? And it's just, there's so many people that are like, yeah, they clearly know their shit. But it's like, did you actually take the time to look into it?
No, they just fucking regurgitate it.
Yes. Oh, but it's only the opposing side that does that.
The problems that happened last time, okay? The 2020 election was stolen. Okay, I will never back off that.
Wait, I'm making a false equivalence. Well, I'm not claiming that these scenarios are completely identical, but the point is that like people are very binary when it comes to how they assess this stuff, and they're fairly similar.
I didn't want that. What I wanted was I wanted the will of the American people at the ballot box to be effectuated. I want the will of the American people at the ballot box to be effectuated.
They say, I think you're not well engaged with politics, and to your point just now, don't have the research skills to find this information out themselves. So what's your logic there? Are you going to give arguments for?
No, it's Fox News.
Yeah.
Effectuated. That's what I wanted. Yes, sir.
I'm wondering when's the next insurrection, and can we storm the Burger King after this? Like, can we?
Nah.
Right now, we were in Danbury.
Do we storm the Burger King?
Remember me when you lifting weights and stuff in the weight room? When's the next insurrection? How are we gonna do this and stuff, man? You know what? If I'm leaving, I'm having. You're with Dave right now. Ronnie Rhodes.
Oh, come on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Finally, someone cool.
Russia. Yeah, we haven't gone to that yet.
Listen, we have to go through this election, and whoever wins the election wins the election. Okay? I think we can show we're pretty powerful in opposition, right?
Oh,
if
he's like, whoever wins the election wins the election.
Trump that's hiring Mark Elias. It's not Trump's going to the mattresses about election integrity right now. It is Kamala Harris's campaign. And why is she doing that? Because the politics of joy was an epic fail. Now, why was it an epic fail? Because she couldn't take the narrative and actually put together a coherent set of policies that people could understand.
And mentioning like, so the dude says, I don't have the proper research skills. So if we ask you, so 93% of people aren't able to show any complexity in writing an essay, at least in America. So do you think that you fall within the 7%? And do you think that if you were asked to write a simple like 5-paragraph essay, which is something that it's like you're supposed to learn in middle school, would you be able to write a 5-paragraph essay that's actually, I don't know, dynamic, that goes into meticulous detail about like why you think my research skills are wrong, or just giving like writing an essay on what are I guess adequate or in-depth sort of research skills? And the problem is when I talk to people about research, it's just if you ask them what a peer-reviewed source is, they wouldn't be able to tell you. If I bring up like where should you go to find peer-reviewed sources, they wouldn't be able to like give you anything, because you know what? They don't look for databases where there is peer-reviewed information. Where when it comes to like mainstream media outlets, they typically write like pretty much most platforms write their articles at an 8th grade level. Why? Because most Americans read at like an 8th grade level. And the thing is, if you go to like a peer-reviewed sort, like the Frontiers, or I guess like Google Scholar, that's a search engine that exclusively gives you peer-reviewed sources. One of the things you'll find is that those are articles coming from the academics. And when you read those articles, it's usually like a PDF. It's like 20, 30 pages. And I think it's funny where people will find that to be like, I'm not reading all that. Too long not reading. And it's like, I think if you think like 20 pages is like, I don't know, like some kind of like notable, like sort of, I guess it takes any notable level of effort. I don't think you really have any notable level of literacy. I don't think you're beyond that majority that read or write at or below an 8th grade level.
John, apparently Big Juggles was agreeing with you. I don't know on what point, but they were just like, I'm agreeing with you. Shut up.
Oh, whatever. It's 4:47 in the morning, so I am like falling asleep.
Understand. And so she's pivoted. She's pivoted worse than Hillary Clinton. She doesn't call people deplorable. She calls them.
But still, even if you're agreeing with me or whatever, these are points that people make all the time. And there's been a shit ton of people making these points tonight.
This rhetoric is dangerous. It's dangerous, and all they're doing is ratcheting it up. And you're going to see the working class people in this country, the middle class people in this country, that are in back of the greatest political comeback in American political history.
Polling locations across Texas are still seeing a high turnout as early voting continues. So far, of the more than 18.5 million Texans registered to vote, more than 6.1 million have cast their ballots in the general election. Now, if you haven't gotten the chance to vote early, you have until this Friday, November 1st. If you've been on social media at all recently, your newsfeed is probably filled with political posts. But there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there.
So we wanted to see how you can
there's misinformation.
Figure out what is fact and what is fiction. KXAN's Barrett.
Oh, okay. How adept do you think most people are when it comes to doing what they're talking about right here?
Tryon digs deeper on how to stay in the know this election.
How to stay
The biggest thing to do is to check multiple sources.
Talia Stroud
Oh, no shit. Oh my God. Who would have thunked it?
is director for the Center of Media Engagement at UT Austin. She says you can fall victim if you're not paying attention to where the information is coming from.
An influencer whose expertise lies in music, for example, then think carefully, why am I trusting this source? Is this information legitimate? And really look to trusted sources of information.
One app that is popular with young voters is Tik Tok. It's set up what it's calling the U.S. Elections Integrity Hub.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like people are talking about misinformation on social media. You should not be getting your news from social fucking media. And the thing is, like I said, if you want to do sufficient research, you shouldn't even just exclusively rely on the mainstream media. It's okay to kind of scrape the surface and get like the basic gist, but you should definitely go a step beyond that. After you find, and that's the thing, it's a good way to see what's topical, what's actually being discussed. But then once you get that basic synopsis from like NPR or CNN or whatever, if you want to do more adequate research, then look at the peer-reviewed sources, which is a step beyond that. And it's like people who are getting news from TikTok or Facebook, that's like a step below mainstream sources.
The app says it constantly is removing videos that provide, quote, misinformation, and it will not recommend content to viewers if it is unverified.
I think that the 2024 election cycle is unique.
Brandon Boatwright is an associate professor at Clemson University in charge of the school's social media listening center. It studies what people are saying online and how.
Rise of influencers and the importance that they have. And then the multitude of different platforms that are available now than, say, in 2008, when there was a larger conversation around the role of social media during that election cycle.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, Big Juggles, for straw meeting you. But now I'm not even, like, refuting you. I'm just speaking about shit in general.
If you end up finding something false online, you can help be part of the solution by reporting it.
It's one of many signals that organizations like Meta use to try to identify problematic content on the platform.
If it sounds too unbelievable to be true this election season, it probably is. In Austin, Barrett Tryon, KXAN.
Well, how do you determine that it's too unbelievable? Because again...
Yeah, like Trump calling Kamala a cracker. Yeah. That's kind of hard to believe, but I think it happened, I think.
Well, and then that is something that is kind of like subjective and arbitrary. So it's like what certain people are more likely to believe, or certain people are more likely to believe really absurd shit compared to others. Like a lot of people buy into QAnon. It's a fifth of Americans take QAnon conspiracies or the QAnon conspiracy seriously. So that's 1/5 of the population where what they don't think is too absurd to be true is something that is kind of cartoonishly absurd.
Well, I think there's a division between the Republican Party. I think there's hardcore Republicans, like the Reagan Republicans, and then you got MAGA, and then you got MAGA.
Those are like
QAnon.
old school Republicans.
Yeah.
I'd say the first ones you just named.
Dude, we've reached 10,000 views.
On this stream already?
And there is
Yeah, 10,014.
Oh.
another threat online, and that's artificial intelligence. Experts say deepfake audio is incredibly realistic, which recreates a person's voice digitally. That's why they recommend always triple checking sources to see what's real and what's not.
We're discussing the role disinformation and misinformation have in the 2024 election, and the organizations working to fight it, like the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Joining us now is its president and CEO, Maya Wiley. Maya, thank you so much for joining us. And what issues are we seeing?
Okay, I gotta pee. First pee break in 5 hours. Talk to the chat.
I'm not going to say anything racist.
That's proof that Gene is not a real human.
Oh no! This all ties back to what we were looking at before. Fuck, what did he say?
Is that like her in the past and her in the future? Or so her now and her in the future? Something? Well, never mind. Their noses are pretty different. But what are you going on about? What you talking about, baby boo?
I was talking about kidney stones. I thought this was all
yeah.
coming back.
You wanna trade kidney stones with me?
No.
We can trade them like Pokemon cards. Cheers to that.
I'll piss this one out. It's a level 45.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'll trade you mine. Mine's a big one. Big one. Got a big one right here. Still blood on it. Hope you like that.
That makes it more rare.
Yes. Oh yeah. Fuck Gene. Fuck everything he stands for. Guys, hit the like button if you haven't yet. How many likes do we got right now? We got... Come on, let's try to get to 50 likes at some point soon, guys. We're almost at 30. Hit that like button for us. It helps the stream do better. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Alright, so... are you drinking? You don't seem like you're drinking.
No, not at all. Wink, wink.
How much have you drank so far, baby boo? Can I call you that?
Not as much as I should have. John doesn't like us when we get fucked up on stream, so I've been oh fuck, what am I on? 7, 8? I don't know.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Oh, you've gone robotic.
I guess I'm have.
What? Sounds like you're underwater. It was almost there. Don't leave me alone.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Your mom's better in bed.
Well, she's dead.
Yeah, I know. I was a little too rough on
Who's
her.
dead?
Oh,
my mom.
Yeah, it was an
Yeah,
accident.
when I walk away, that's where the discussion goes.
Most disinformation or misinformation about online.
Ooh, 10,244.
All right, we should stop right there. That's enough.
We're seeing a ton of disinformation, meaning intentionally infecting, generating an infection point, a virus in our thinking about how our elections are going to go, meaning who's voting and whether they have a right to vote. And this is what we know. Voters are going to decide who leads us in this next election. But there are a lot of actors from foreign government.
Yeah, really? Thanks for
that
telling
are
me.
simply not telling the truth about who is actually showing up to vote and who will decide this, which is U.S. citizens. And that's been really dangerous because, as you've been noting in the coverage of this, really the issue is we have a lot of folks that want Americans not to trust and believe in our system. And that's really devastating, but it is social media platforms that have had every ability to reduce exactly this kind of infection, exactly this kind of poison that's being injected directly into our conversations about what our elections are and who we want to choose to lead us. And that.
So one thing I found funny is like older generations where they're like, oh yeah, the internet and shit. And they're too stupid to recognize that it's like everything that you can find on TV or in any sort of like paper publication, in like any library or bookstore, anything you find on like here on the radio or whatever is on the internet. And it's just, they don't understand that it's a database. And the logic is, and again, most fail at test and critical thinking. And the logic is, hey, not everything's true. And it's like, well, not everything's true that like you see on TV and everything. So that is the same thing for any basic, like, it's not even like a source or a platform. It's just a database with the sources. Not everything you find in the library is true. Not everything you're told by your teacher or your professor is true. And they're not able to see that. Now, the internet's a useful tool if you actually, I don't know how to do research. So the thing that I do is that I use Feedly. And Feedly, you choose to follow these different platforms, and then it updates you on like every recent article or whatever from that. And then you're able to create, I guess I'm kind of shilling for them or whatever. I promise this isn't a paid advertisement, but you can create all the different categories and stuff. So this one's for international news. This one's for like scientific news or whatever. You could make one that's maybe just like fucking cat videos if you want. But the point is, it's a great way to organize the different sources. And then it's like, currently I'm following like hundreds of different sources. And then there's like the mainstream media that I got a few like categories for. And then there's also like sources from the universities that I follow, and then think tanks like the Pew Research Center. And then I have Pocket, which is an app where you can save the articles to it, and then it gets rid of all the white noise, all the ads, and then you can adjust the text and so forth, and the font similar to like if you're reading an ebook, Kindle. And that's something that it's easier than ever to get your information from a wide array of sources. And I think it's like funny where I actually went to this like comedy night where it's like after Trump won the first election. And this one dude gets up and he's like, back in my day, it's like if you wanted to see the news, you had to tune in at a specific time of day. Now it's like you can just get the news like whenever you want. It's like, are you that fucking stupid? You're making the argument that being able to, I guess, research things whenever you have the time to do so, and people aren't limited by the fact that they have to tune in at a certain time, and then if they miss it, there's no way to then retrieve that information unless you have like, I don't know, like some kind of like DVR recorder or something. And and again, it's like, how are you getting your information for the internet? Oh, sit in a recliner and just tune into one news network, Fox News or MSNBC, and just get all your information from one source. And to them, essentially, that's how they think of it, is that all the news on the internet is just Facebook or 4chan. That's what the entire internet is. It's nothing but forums and thread sites and stuff. That's it. It's not like you can find like anything on TV, you can find online. And when it comes to cross-referencing things and getting your information from a wide array of sources, that method I just described, I don't know, like, am I a dumb fuck or incompetent, don't know what I'm doing?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what I said is just completely retarded.
You're an idiot.
Is unfortunate because it is putting people.
I mean, I think it's funny because when I talk to like older people about it, they'll sit there and be like, oh yeah, Feedly, yeah. It's like, what's Feedly? What's Pocket? And then they're so quick to just interject. And they think that, like, again, they don't even know what it is when it's a tool. It's not, you're not even getting your sources from Pocket or whatever. That's just something you use to save the article to. And then, like, read it and get rid of the ads. That's it. And then they're, like, sitting there like, yeah, I just heard this about this thing for the first time. And, like, that's a bullshit source. And I also mentioned, like, Google. So if you go to like Google News and and of course you'll have a feed, so it's best to not log into your email or go to a browser where like you don't have any activity, and then it's just you can look at just the recent news and stuff, and it's going to give you articles from like all the major like networks and so forth. So I mean that I think is kind of like a mediocre approach to getting multiple sources. But I've mentioned like when I tell people like, hey, it's like you go to Google News or a search engine, and they're like, oh God, Google, like yeah, that's garbage. Like Google never. It's like Google isn't the source. They're not the ones writing the articles or giving news coverage. It's a search engine. It's like saying that it's kind of like, hey, like you watch TV and thinking that TV is like, oh, cable or whatever, acting like cable is a particular like sort of like platform or network. And it's like, no, it's where you get the networks. It isn't the actual network.
In danger, particularly immigrants, who, if their citizens have every right to vote, and showing up the polls just because you speak a foreign language does not mean you should be subject.
Good morning,
Have you observed that any communities in particular are being targeted more by this?
Well, you know, we sadly have a history with this information targeting communities of color in particular. That's Black, that's Latino, that's Asian American, that's Native American. A lot of times it's to try.
I liked it better when we couldn't hear him. Yes.
To reduce the power and voice of those voters to vote by lying about where you vote.
Dude, if you couldn't hear me, then this like only 2% of the stream would have any sort of commentary.
Mm-hmm. For example, if someone's sending you a text,
it's the Gene Morgan stream, so my fucking channel. So
damn,
yeah. If you don't fucking
Gene's
like my
going
commentary,
crazy.
then you're in the wrong place.
Your vote in, that's a lie. We don't vote by text. That's not a way to vote. Or if they tell you whether you can or cannot vote by text, that is not the government communicating with you. We have seen that cycle over cycle, and a lot of the education we and others have been doing in this cycle. But I mean, I think in addition, it really is the way in which it has incited ordinary folks to believe lies that have led them to show up and try to question other voters or ask them for identification, just vigilante activity.
Them wearing their masks.
They believe is lawful or justified, which actually has, in instances.
To be fair, in the other playlists, we do have a lot of stories on different diseases that are going about recently.
This made it scary for people to vote. So what we're doing is making sure that the social media companies have been raising the alarm bells for a very long time, that you have the absolute ability to have policies and practices that ensure that folks are getting facts or understanding if they're consuming something that has information counter to what's being shared. That would reduce these incidents. And we cannot say enough how little support and activity we've been seeing from social media companies to do the right thing. We're going to continue to raise this alarm bell until they do.
So, Jimmy Taylor, I agree that mainstream media, I've mentioned it time and time again, it's a pretty mediocre way to do your research. I mean, it's not as bad as Facebook and just getting your information from different like Facebook pop-ups and so forth, or TikTok, but it's still like if you just want a cursory glance. In a lot of scenarios, we're watching videos where they're just showing, I guess, giving the most basic sort of coverage, where it's like, hey, here's this vessel, it's in this area. So sometimes it's pretty vanilla. So I don't think it's always that fucking radical when it comes to what they're presenting.
You mentioned social media companies. Of course, your organization has called them out for spreading false information, in particular, X, formerly known as Twitter. How does that site differ from the rest?
Look, you know, Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, when he came into ownership, did something that gave a lot of other social media companies also cover, which is change the policies to make it easier for disinformation to be permissible and to go unchecked. But he's also the person with...
And you're saying that Biden is fine. You clearly aren't really getting your information from a wide array of sources, because it's like so many left-leaning sources that we see are constantly talking about how he's like too old for president. Like when he was campaigning, a lot of the left-leaning media was like, "Oh my God, like are they really going to vote for him over like Biden or other candidates. He's the worst person to put against them and so forth. So it's just, I mean, maybe some sources are, and yeah, most definitely there's people that make excuses and stuff, but that's why you get your information from a variety of sources.
The largest number of followers on Twitter. So
Since Joe Biden dropped out, Trump is the oldest presidential candidate, and he's been like shitting himself on during rallies, interviews. He's been glitching.
Nah, fake news.
He's been like I'm drunk.
Yeah.
I'm drunk. And that's an excuse for me, but he just like has
Dude,
like
102 concurrent viewers.
He has like mini fucking strokes. Like, did you guys not see him like try to open up a garbage truck door and he like almost fell twice? And like, and he was talking, and the only reason he went to like McDonald's is because Kamala Harris said that she worked at McDonald's when she was younger. And the only reason why he went to that closed stage McDonald's, like whatever the fuck it was, is because it got underneath his fucking skin. And he's like, oh, yeah, I work at a McDonald's now. No, it was fucking staged. It was fucking staged. And all of the shit.
Dude, look at you.
What?
You're just being a liberal shill. You only think it's staged because.
Oh, no, I know it's
from
staged.
right link. Yeah.
As a result, he has become the primary purveyor, the carrier of this disease we call disinformation by emojiing it with a thumbs up.
Do you think Trump's a self-made man?
Yeah, with a good goddamn loan of what was it, $200 million from his dad.
Yeah. Well, hey,
Fucking
he wasn't like.
self-made.
Well, yeah, he only like inherited millions, so he didn't inherit billions. So yeah.
Do you know his first wife is buried on his golf course?
Oh god, yeah. I mean, well, do you think it's fake news that he golfed more than any other president?
Oh fuck no.
Fake news. Yeah.
Any other kind of thing that gives it the imprimatur that it is something that is trustworthy and should believe, but also that gives it many more eyeballs.
Maya Wiley, we thank you so much for your time. This morning, we have new details on the arsons at ballot boxes in both.
Dude, somebody's saying that you're ill-informed, Crow.
Oh yeah, I might have the numbers off, but I still know
Or
that
they say that's not why he went to McDonald's, because it got under his disease. He did it to troll.
Oh really?
Yeah.
And
That's what I was like suspecting, that he was being a troll, which is still, I think, like childish.
oh yeah, and then the fucking the garbage thing, where he went to Madison Square Garden and Tony Hinchcliffe said that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage, and then like 2 days later, he's dressed up as a garbage man while his whole totally fucking campaign has been garbage. So yeah, that totally fits.
Both Portland and Vancouver, Washington. The New York Times reports that investigators found pro-Palestinian messages on the devices used to burn those drop boxes.
EA says me, only foreign. Yes.
More than 400 ballots were destroyed, mainly in Vancouver.
Well, here's the thing. When I look at my analytics when it comes to the viewers, they're from like all over the globe. But I think it's funny how a lot of the chat, it's always people of the exact opposite side when it comes to like their views and everything. They're the ones that seem to be more active in the chat area, which I guess that's good. Bring more. Maybe I shouldn't tell them that they're bringing more activity to the channel.
Where a fire suppression system inside the ballot box failed for some reason. The Times reports that the incendiary devices used to light those fires had messages like "Free Gaza" and "Free Palestine" on them. The county hired workers to watch those ballot box locations through Election Day. Voters whose ballots were destroyed are able.
Wait, hold on. And Joe Biden called all of Donald Trump's support is garbage. Okay, we're talking about.
He probably did. I mean, and
No, he
again,
did.
this is like shit that, like, it's petty bullshit that like every fucking politician does. Or maybe some don't, but I think that it's like a lot of times it's like it's just informal bullshit because they're pandering to the masses. I think it's kind of odd because a lot of times, like, if you pay attention to politics more on like state level, there seems to be more just a basic level of like, I don't know, like office space professionalism.
Across the state are now increasing.
Wait, hold on a second. So like, I can't prove that Trump said or had a surrogate say that Puerto Ricans were called garbage people.
God.
Well, the jokes were vetted. They were vetted. So that was approved. That joke was approved. So give you two examples. One, and all of his racist shit. Oh yeah, just fucking throwing toilet paper to Puerto Ricans. The first fucking hurricane that he tried to help out with. So yeah, no, Trump is fucking racist. Go fuck himself.
Well, the issue there, like when you're talking about how, you can't prove it, it's this appeal to possibility fallacy, where it's like, well, you know what? You can't absolutely 100% really prove anything to be like true. And I mean, it's like, most people don't really have the resources to, I don't know, show up to a lot of places like in person and so forth. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like, and people will even make this argument outside of like politics. You talk about history, and then they'll like claim that, oh, you just like believe what you read in a book. It's just, what's the fucking alternative? Like, unless you're a historian, what options do you have if you want to learn about history? And it's like, you're getting the information from a professional, and they make the argument that, well, hey, experts aren't always right. It's like, yeah, no shit. No fucking, like, source is perfect. You should always have the basic level of skepticism and never 100% certain about anything. But it's like, do you not see how those arguments you're presenting apply to 100% of sources of information? Some are more valid than others, but this is where it's plausibility and probability that is important. And they're too stupid to see that appeal to possibility of it could be wrong and you can't 100% prove it. And it's like, well, can you 100% disprove it? It's the argument that people usually make with, like, religion, is that you can't absolutely 100% disprove that, like, God exists, but it's like with evolution, you need a 100% prove that that's true. It's just, well, there isn't anything you can 100% prove that, like, you guarantee that it's true. There's things that are like just untestifiable hypotheses where it's like we could all be living in a computer program. We could all be the figment of some other being's imagination and just be living in a dream. It's like you can't really disprove that that's a thing. Maybe it's like your existence, your reality, like the reality that I think exists. I'm really just hallucinating everything. It's like that solipsistic sort of belief. And it's just, okay, well, how plausible do you think that is? And when you're going to entertain something, and it's just, okay, like, when you hear, like, absurd things about a candidate saying distasteful things, it's like, it's probably not all of this stuff is true, but do you think none of it is true? So it does get to the point where And people do this with both sides. Again, it's just black and white, 100%, 0%. It's just when people do that thing, like I said, with like history, where it's like, oh, you're just believing what you read from a book. It's like, so am I supposed to go on like an archaeological dig? It's just, you can't be a pundit in every single area. No one has the fucking time. So if you want to learn about something that's outside of your occupation and you work like 40 fucking hours a week, what is the alternative?
I'm
And
not
the
gonna.
problem is they'll do that where it's like, oh yeah, you're the naive one because you're just believing what you read in a book. But then you ask them, where are you getting your information? Like, why do you think you know the truth? And then they lack the mindfulness or like that level of like metacognition to see that it's like, oh shit, the exact same thing applies to me. Of, hey, where am I getting my information from? And it's just, are you doing more research than that? I mean, okay, I agree that reading a single book on a topic doesn't make you like some PhD scholar, but it's something. And when it comes to, again, knowledge to justify true belief, and it's like plausibility versus possibility, well, the thing is, if somebody at least has read a book on the topic written by a professional, they've done a lot more than like most people on whatever that fucking topic is. And then when people that you disagree with make that sort of argument, it's just, well, then what have you done? I think that it's like what I've done, at least it's something compared to them where it's only hearsay. And I don't get how people don't really recognize this.
Boxes. We reached out to elections officials in Mason, Thurston, Pierce, and King County.
Wait, John, there was someone that said that we are 3 monkey lovers. So I wonder if they're Democrats or Republicans.
With these drop boxes.
No.
Fires. Thurston County's auditor says they're working with local police and the sheriff's office to increase patrols. The county says it will be removing ballots from the boxes more frequently, too.
We're doing everything we can to be proactive, and I think voters should feel.
Where in evolution did life stood? Well, here's the thing. Even if you want to apply skepticism to evolution, this is the problem. What about creationism? Are you applying the same level of skepticism? And which one seems more logical? And if and the other thing is, if you want to not give any credence to it, fine. But the problem is people do use this sort of absolute on-off, all-or-nothing rhetoric, and then they don't see how they're contradicting themselves because it's like, hey, you're naive because it's possible that what you're supporting or the conclusion you came to is wrong. And I'm smart because I know it's not 100%, but then they're too stupid to see that that logic applies to 100% of beliefs or conclusions or theories or whatever that anyone fucking comes to. And then they don't pay attention to the fact that you have the opposing view. It's just, do you not see that the exact same thing applies? That sort of logic. So when you're acting like somebody else is an idiot because they're giving credence to something that could be wrong, well, any particular hypothesis or thesis or whatever could potentially be wrong.
Well, and if you believe Christianity, the world was repopulated through incest twice. It was Adam and Eve, right? And then they had kids, and then all of a sudden there was, we can't have incest. So, Seth, what was it? Seth and
One sec.
Go ahead.
This one person says, are viruses alive or not? They are technically not considered living things because the scientific definition states that they're required to or a living thing needs to have DNA, and viruses don't have DNA. and they need a host.
There's
Now,
a difference between your definition of alive and the scientific definition of alive.
Well, the thing is that could change. Maybe it's something that's kind of like debatable. And I mean, when it comes to like biology, it's kind of hard to pronounce, virology. There is evolution when it comes to viruses and so forth. And I mean, outside of, and they have 1/2 of like DNA or whatever. So in order to get complete DNA, they need a host. But you could argue that it's like, okay, well, maybe that's just part of their like sort of, it's like, okay, mitosis. You could say that, hey, they're not giving live birth or whatever. They're reproducing through mitosis and stuff, or not fertilization. So, hey, like because of that, they're not a living thing. You could argue that them being a host, that's just part of their sort of conception. And it is something that is kind of contested in the scientific community, but I guess it's kind of like, hey, when it comes to taxonomy, so blue or raspberries aren't technically considered berries, or strawberries aren't technically considered berries, but a cucumber is. Why? Because when it comes to science, you do need these more meticulous and precise definitions. And then what a lot of people don't understand is words can have more than one definition. So there's a difference between your casual colloquial dictionary definition and a scientific definition. So if you're talking to a botanist, then raspberries aren't berries and cucumbers are berries. If you're talking to somebody working in agriculture, or you're working at a grocery store and you're like just putting food on the shelves or whatever, working in produce or culinary, then it's a different context. So then in that context, cucumbers aren't berries and raspberries are berries. And that is like sort of kind of semantics that a lot of people overlook. And then there's also the fact that some words, it's like science didn't really come into existence till like around the 15th century. So English and most languages and stuff predate science by a decent amount of time. Or I think it was like the 12th century with like Roger Bacon. I think he's the one that established the scientific method. But because of that, a lot of times it's just there's general language and a general definition of the word that's more broad. And you know what? It is like you are using terms properly if you're just discussing things in the realm of like just small talk, casual language. And it's sort of like narcissism. Like people sit there and be like, oh yeah, like this person isn't like they're not narcissistic, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, the condition, narcissistic personality disorder, that is like a more textbook medical term. And the term narcissism predates that by like a decent amount of time, and it's more subjective and arbitrary. So there's the casual dictionary term, and then there's the official textbook term. And it depends on the context. It depends on like whether you're just discussing how I don't like this guy, I find him to be narcissistic, or somebody actually being clinically diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. That's why intelligence, people talk about like how they don't really view IQ to be a valid metric of intelligence. And what a lot of people don't pay attention to is it was like IQ wasn't really something developed until like the Cold War. So like halfway through like the 20th century. And the term intelligence has probably been around since the start of like the English language. And then that word kind of stemmed from the Latin and the languages that it kind of branched off from. So that's the thing. The term intelligence is more broad. And that's something people don't, like a lot of people treat IQ as if like that is what intelligence is. And that's something people need to pay attention to, is that sometimes like just casual sort of when it comes to linguistics and etymology, there's a difference between your dictionary definitions and your textbook definitions.
We've got good processes. Yesterday was very unfortunate.
Yeah, and a common saying amongst scholars is that prose is not the best way to discuss science.
To track your ballot after it is submitted, you can go to votewa.gov to see if it's been accepted. 6 days to go, and the candidates for president are also making their final pitch to voters.
They each addressed some packed campaign rallies last night. Vice President Kamala Harris was at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. Her rally was designed to remind voters of former President Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection.
He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free and fair election. An election that he knew he lost.
Trump, meanwhile, rallied in Allentown, Pennsylvania, a majority Latino community. His campaign is still distancing itself from racist jokes about Hispanics.
Oh, did you see the fucking the video where Donald Trump like deep-throated the fucking microphone?
I saw gifs of it. It was weird.
Nah, fake news. It was
Apparently,
AI.
yeah, apparently the microphone
Everything's
wasn't
fake
working.
news. You can't 100% prove it. The thing is, we are getting to the point when it comes to AI-generated content and like deepfakes where it's like, what isn't edited and fake? It's like you really gotta thoroughly look into it and cross-reference information, which not whenever I hear things that are critical of my side, then yeah, it's fake news.
Rally, but they seized on a rocky rebuke by President Biden.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
That's terrible. Remember Hillary? She said deplorable. That didn't work out. Garbage.
Okay, who's created from a hip? Does he mean like rib? Like how?
Yeah,
it's supposed,
Or I don't
to
think
be
they
a
were created.
rib.
Well, I don't know if that's what they're talking about, but it's like he didn't create like Eve from the rib. He created her breasts from the rib. He took Adam's ribs or one of Adam's ribs and used it to form her like breast and everything. So yeah,
I think it's worse, right?
Both the White
What's
House
that?
Nothing.
Yeah, but yeah, that's very practical and legit. I mean, evolution. That's what's obnoxious.
President Biden later clarified they were referring to rhetoric, not people. In an interview last night with Sean Hannity.
Yeah, like the Bible. That is not fake news. Yeah, it's a literal word of God.
On Fox News, the former president said he didn't know the comedian who made the jokes at his New York rally. He called the jokes stupid.
The jokes were vetted. The jokes were vetted, so he knew what the comedian was gonna say, and his staff approved of it. So even if he didn't know the comedian, he knew the jokes, or at least his staff did.
Your ballot, you can text the word vote to the number on your screen. We'll send you a link.
With less than a week to go until Election Day, election officials are working to debunk false claims, calling into question the...
Someone said, with AI, most have 6 fingers. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's like, that's not going to be a thing for long. It's like, it is improving at a pretty, like, notable rate. And it's like, we're going to get to that point where that's definitely not an issue for AI in the foreseeable future.
The integrity of the process and the results. It comes as former President Donald Trump and the Republican National Committee are suing some Democratic officials alleging problems with the process. Scholar Henry looks at how election officials are trying to combat misinformation. And
there's a couple of people.
It's like, whatever. Even if it's like, oh, it's a joke, it's still the fact that people who will make the argument that, oh, it's fake news and shit, it's like, what isn't fucking fake news?
Well, no, I enjoy the comedians jokes, but it's the context. You can't be at a rally and being like, oh yeah, all the Puerto Ricans are fucking trash, but like he does like roast comedy, so if he knows somebody that's Puerto Rican and he can be like, oh, you're trash, that's fucking different. But he's just like whole a whole community or whatever the fuck population.
They called the country trash, not the people, but yeah.
Well, no, it's not even a country. It's part of the U.S.
I mean the state.
Yeah. Well, it's a territory.
Territory, whatever you call it.
But no, it's like me shitting on Young-Minded. Like, I can do that, but I'm not gonna be like, oh,
racist fuck.
I'm not, no. Or like fucking Trubisky. I'm not going to be like, all Italians are fucking lazy, greasy.
Well, look, here's the thing. When it comes to making jokes. It's like people will come in here because we're more left-leaning than right-leaning and be like, oh yeah, Electoral's getting offended over something. But I make jokes all the fucking time that offend people. I have a really dark sense of humor. And I just think it's weird how people who are right-leaning will get offended over certain jokes that I make. And there are a lot of like button-down sort of people who are conservative that are just sort of like everyone needs to wear like a suit and tie, like all men need to have short hair and so forth. And they have this kind of ironic, very pedantic sort of like mode of going throughout life. And they're the kind of people where if you make a joke that isn't typically considered to be appropriate for the office space, they will like get all triggered and offended and stuff. They'll get offended over profanity. So it's just, there's plenty of like, and to be fair, they are older, but that's kind of stupid where it's like, why is profanity offensive? They're just words that have like pretty much no meaning. And it's like people that get all triggered over profanity, that's pretty dumb. I'd say you're a snowflake there. So I see, I come across people on the right all the time that get offended. And then I deal with people on the far left that I'll joke about certain things where even though my joke is criticizing right-leaning policy, and it's like, remember what's her face, Janie, when I was on the Wood, and they were talking about abortion, and I said, now, Pitmonk, what about the right of the fetus? And that's clearly critical of like people who are like hardcore anti-abortion. And it's clearly like me just bringing it up so other people can work off of it because I'm presenting that very like I guess basic general point that's always brought up by the right to criticize it. And it's like you watch any podcast or any show where they discuss politics, and that's something that's just kind of universal when it comes to how people talk. Is you bring up the common point that the other side uses, like, if everyone had a gun, but she is on the left and got offended and triggered, and her logic is, abortion, you just don't joke about that. It doesn't matter if you actually are, like, really criticizing the other side. It's just, is there some sacred gold tablet of things thou shalt not joke about? Is it humor subjective? And again, people not separating subjective opinion from objective truth.
Well, John,
and then
Satan
they'll
is
watch,
tired.
like, well, then people will watch like fucking South Park and shit, or like older people they'll like listen to like Howard Stern and so forth, and then it's like okay, they'll laugh at that and they'll make the argument it's equal opportunity satire to make fun of everybody. But then when a coworker or like some like acquaintance or average Joe makes the joke, like, you don't joke about that. It's like, why do you care, or why is it a crime if, like, I guess some contemporary, some average Joe makes the joke, but you don't care when stand-up comedians do it? Because people are fucking stupid, and I guess because it's on some kind of, like, major platform, it's like, I don't know, they have that major platform privilege to make edgy jokes.
Upcoming election is legitimate.
As we inch closer to Election Day, officials and lawmakers are working to ensure the integrity of the voting process.
More confidence leads to greater participation, which is a good thing for our country.
In dozens of previous cases, courts have found no evidence of widespread voter fraud. That includes claims about improper registration, non-citizens' participation, and the voting systems themselves.
How is this process, I guess, safe, for lack of a better word? Every election jurisdiction, every county in the country has...
Here's the thing, I do agree people on the left will try to do that. Like, or try to get people canceled and crap like that. But people on the right will do the same thing. So if you, like, at a basic level, like when it comes to somebody in the office space makes an edgy joke or whatever, and they're just kidding and then getting them fired from their job, there's plenty of Karens and Kevins on the right that would definitely do the same stupid shit of like, hey, I'm just going to start drama for no reason, and I'm just going to do it to get somebody in trouble, not really because I give a fuck. But then at the same time, it's like you look at things like, I don't know, like Satanists that want to have goat heads like put in some public space because it's like it is like an established religion, and then they act like that's unacceptable, and it's just you'll see scenarios where people on the right will show up and engage in like mob violence and stuff. So that does happen where it's like they will literally assault people or even kill people because they have opposing views. And of course, there's radical people on the left, but I do agree that like the sort of like Twitter cancel campaigns of this person said something racist, so let's just go out of our way to get them canceled. You see that more on the left, but having a bunch of skinheads that show up to a rally and beat the shit out of people who have the opposing views, that is something you see more on the right. And when it comes to censoring others, it's like, yeah, when I discuss politics or divisive subjects with people outside the internet, I'll have people on the left that will cry and freak out because it's offensive and you don't talk about that, or it's like what you're saying is so egregious and politically incorrect that it's okay to throw a tantrum and scream and freak out. But then people on the right will pretty much do the same thing, where you disagree with them politically, and because they don't like that you're saying things that they disagree with, they'll start screaming at you in a rageaholic manner, and they get all triggered that somebody doesn't agree with them and is saying things that, and then their logic is you're starting stuff. So it's like they can be vocal and discuss politics and stuff and start bringing up divisive subjects when no one's talking about it. But then if you disagree with them, you need to shut your mouth because you're starting shit and you don't know what you're talking about.
Has very clear rules about how ballots are handled.
Chris Mann with the Center for Election Innovation and Research says as early voting expands across the country, poll workers are able to focus on other potential issues.
Does a lot to help them, give them more time to deal with any problems, whether that's the power.
Canadian crusher guy. Land where men are men and sheep are sheep. So it's like, what? Or is that the alpha thing to do? Show up and beat the shit out of others? Or... And it's like, I don't know, I think sitting there and having a meltdown because somebody disagrees with you, whatever it is, it's just, you're still a snowflake. And I see people on all, like, sides of the political spectrum that fucking do that. Because a lot of people, it's just, if you're disagreeing with me, and it's not even over politics, it's stupid shit. Like, you disagree with somebody over a movie or something. Like, some people just can't handle being wrong. So if you're able to argue them into a corner and prove them wrong, even when it's something that is just so fucking simple, it's like, you disagree with them over what state a city is in. So this is something where it's just, there's no ambiguity at all. It's some really simple information that you can reference very quickly. And there's people out there that, if you don't let them be right, you're being an asshole to the point where it justifies them throwing a tantrum. But then they're never guilty of not admitting that they're wrong or whatever. And it's like, based on their logic, if anybody throws a tantrum and starts screaming at them because somebody disagrees with them, yeah, like, then that person's being a snowflake or whatever. Well, they always have a good reason to get upset with other people for disagreeing with them and stuff, and they're not biased in their own favor because they don't think they're biased in their own favor. And if other people think they're right, then, and even if they are right, they're automatically arrogant for thinking that they're right about something. But if I think I'm right, I'm not arrogant. And it's like, I think I'm right, therefore I am. I'm not biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm biased in my own favor. And you're an arrogant piece of shit because you think I'm wrong, but I'm not an arrogant piece of shit for thinking you're wrong.
Well, yeah. They're top members of Trump's cabinet and Trump supporters that have been like, this dude's fucking crazy. We're not going to fucking... Like, there's, what was it, a 4-star admiral or a 4-star general that has said that Trump should not be president. There's a handful of people in Trump's early, like, little cabal that are, going against him now, being like, Trump is a fucking, he wants to be a dictator on day one.
Because they're not real Republicans. Yeah.
And if you want to fucking say that if Trump didn't say he wanted to be a dictator on day one, there is fucking evidence for that. So, go ahead and go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Dude, what's wrong with whose eyebrows? Which person has the weird eyebrows?
Misinformation about voting procedures.
And that misinformation is, in part, leading to an uptick in threats and abuse to more than 10,000 local election officials nationwide, according to the Brennan Center for Justice.
It really, I think, has come as a shock to a lot of local election officials, especially, in non-battleground states, these areas that they've become the focus of this kind of attention.
Officials are stressing that people with questions about the process should go to vote.gov and get information about voting in their jurisdictions from legitimate sources before casting their ballot. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Washington.
Wait, so it's just vote.gov? I think they need to do more than just go to that one site.
Welcome back to some breaking news here. We want to take you to North Carolina, where you can clearly see there Donald Trump is taking questions from reporters inside a truck. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I don't think they'll have to be used. I think we're going to have a big victory. And I think 250 million people in this country are going to be very happy.
Okay. I do think it's kind of... doesn't his face, it looks like it's deep fake in a way.
Well, that's because he's, like I said, he's going on a fucking spiral, and he's either adding more or less fucking orange to his face. And in a previous video, he almost fell twice trying to open up that fucking door.
Fake news. It's an actor. No, but like I said, it's like now that deepfakes are becoming kind of common, it's like I'll look at somebody and it's just, even when it's not a deepfake, it's like, could it be? Because it's just I don't know, we're kind of in trouble there.
We're a nation in decline, very, very serious decline, and we're going to bring our country back.
Did you know that Elon Musk has close contact with President Bush? Did you know about this? Did you know about Elon Musk?
So we got all these Biden people, or not Biden, but Trump people coming in oh yeah, Trump 2024. You really want an 82-year-old to fucking run the country?
Don't be ageist.
No, I am being ageist because think right now.
Are we bootlickers?
Elon is a great
Probably.
Does Trump's face just look deepfaked because of how much of a circus freak he looks when it comes to, I don't know, his spray tans?
One of our geniuses.
I just want to point out that, okay, every fucking Trump voter here right now, how old are your grandparents? Would you want them to run the fucking country? 82 years old, this guy is.
The problem is that their grandparents, they're not alphas and chads like Trump. Dude, and Trump clearly, he cares about working class citizens. I mean, billionaires, they go out of their way to make sure that working class people are well taken care of.
Well, there was a fucking rally where, like I said, I can't remember where it was. I think it was in North Carolina, where he deep throated the fucking planted. It was still on the whatever the fuck it's called, and he's like, oh, why
Podium?
Why is it not working? Podium, there you go. And he's like, why is it not working? And he's like, oh.
Dude, don't you like the flag? Like that's such great touch, America.
Apply the same standards. You can't use.
Chat, real quick. How many stripes does the flag have?
13.
Okay, good.
Trump is as old as Biden. Trump is not running against Biden, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, and the thing is, we did not, we really wanted Biden to step down. We did not think that he was the right candidate to go against Trump during his, initial, campaign and now. And the thing is, I was pretty glad when he actually did step down. It's like, okay, thank fucking God. Now there's some like chance that Trump isn't going to become president.
Wow. We've gained
And
like 70 subs this stream, Gene.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude, how much do you think we'll, or how well do you think we'll do once we cut, like, during the election day?
I don't know. But we have 157 viewers right now.
Yeah, you know what? Twitter didn't let us post our link. Fuck Twitter. We don't need them.
No, I love Puerto Rico.
We don't need no X.
I don't know anything about a comedian. I love Puerto Rico. Nobody's done more for Puerto Rico than me. I took care of them when they had the big hurricanes, and nobody's
done Puerto Rico than me. You fucking threw fucking.
But this conversation is perfect reason why I'm voting for Trump. Yeah, we're dumb fucks. We don't know what we're talking about.
People that they love me.
I got bald guy was shit. What did I get?
I want to bring in our Washington correspondent, Annalise.
Ball guy talks about deep throat
Annalise, give us a sense of how this is playing out there with the Republican Party able to turn out. What was their problem into now a gain for them politically off the back of Joe Biden's latest gaffe?
This is kind of odd. Like, the Australian media, whenever we watch Australian media, they seem to be shills for, like, Trump and stuff. Like, when we were covering the, like, vice president debate, they were going out of their way to act like J.D. Vance and everything. Really did a wonderful job where it's like you fact check the stuff that he said. And it's like it was misinformation, but I guess that's like left leaning propaganda. But still, it's just yeah, because it's the same black and white bullshit. Of course, it's the person that is on your side. They did perfect in the debate and completely like annihilated the other person. And yeah.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Look, it's remarkable. It was an issue for them to
And it's like 6, dude, we got so many viewers and it's almost 6 in the morning. We would go at 6. Dude, I don't want to stop, but I'm getting all fatigued.
Well, John, I just want to point out, someone said
from this election in the last few hours.
Trump 2024, save the children.
Exactly. He cares about the kids. He doesn't want people eating people's cats and children.
Yeah, but
he's an altruistic saint because Trump cares about people. You know, like a fucking like billionaire politician. Like those are the kind of people. When I think of like the type of people that really care about the average Joe, those are the people I care. Like I look to.
Yeah, but my biggest thing is Trump 2024, save the children. In the past like 2 weeks, there's been a lot of Jeffrey Epstein interview leaks about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. So yeah, save the children. Yeah, go vote for Donald Trump. Save the children. You know Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, he was all for children. So yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to show you some fresh ones that we've had just come into the newsroom. So these are pictures of Joe Biden with kids visiting the White House in their costumes. Now, this always gives us some pictures, but this is an interesting one because we've seen these photos already.
Oh, God, this is like cringy as fuck.
Of Joe Biden biting the leg of a baby dressed like a turkey. So it doesn't seem like the baby was too upset, but it's certainly one of those odd moments that just after his latest gaffe is now playing into this broader picture of
awkward.
Biden taking attention away from Kamala Harris, and this is the big problem her campaign's had since day one, taking over the ticket from Joe Biden, who's never explicitly given a reason why he stepped down other than he thought that someone else might have a better shot at winning.
Okay. He stepped down because after the debate, when they saw just how, I mean, decrepit he is, all of his campaign backers said they would cut his funding if he didn't step down. And he did say that on, like, when he gave his, like, public address that I will not be running for president, I'm stepping down and so forth. That was the reason he gave. Was that, so it's just, I'd say that when we're going to talk about his reasons for why he stepped down, that public address where he revealed to people and, like, announced that he's stepping down, That is the thing you should look at. And that's the claim that he made. And then here they're claiming he never really gave a reason. And then it's like, it's not the fact that he thought that he didn't have a good chance. It's also the fact that his campaign backers cut their support.
The latest group, which could be as large as 2,000 migrants, follows at least 2 others just this month, with some saying they're coming now because they're worried about what will happen after the November election.
So a large caravan of asylum seekers is headed towards the U.S. border, traveling north on foot through Mexico. And for months, we've heard that the border is now more secure than ever, with new restrictions in place, not only to limit crossings, but to restrict who can seek asylum to only those who come in through an official point of entry. And that makes the purpose of this caravan quite strange. Why would thousands of people journey to America if they can't stay once they arrive, unless their goal is to arrive in a sanctuary city like New York?
Mexico newspapers report at least 4,000 migrants are already on the move, and thousands more are living in Mexican cities. This has many fear asylum in the U.S.
Look at them invading the country.
It's manufactured. It's somebody in the organized crime level, or maybe one of these cartels that say, hey, this is the time to come. There's also an interest of the would-be migrants that are coming, that they think that things are going to change.
This Venezuelan migrant saying whoever wins should not close the doors to us and should give us support because we are all going through a bad time. He, like so many others, fleeing an oppressive government and looking for a better future.
New York City has spent more than $5 billion on the migrant crisis.
Now, I do think that if you're going to immigrate to U.S., this is not the way to do it.
Migrate.
Yeah. So I do think that there's a problem here, and it is causing a lot of issues in, like, New York City. And it is just, you know what? I don't know, just come and overstay your fucking visas if you're going to come here illegally, and I just kind of disperse of it. I think it's too many people seeking asylum in one space. And then the problem is whether you're for or against illegal immigration. I think doing this kind of gives the opposing side like something that they can point to is like, yeah, see, look at how bad it is overall because of this specific example of it getting out of hand.
The city projects combining the last 2 years, and this fiscal year, it's already spent $2.3 billion on just housing for migrants, with much of that going to hotels.
We know from the history of immigration enforcement in the interior that people are allowed to come into the United States under sometimes a specious asylum claim, and they don't want to be.
If the wall was like built, do you think this would have happened?
I thought the wall was already built.
Oh.
I thought the Mexicans were going to pay for it. Yeah. I thought that's why are we having this problem then?
Dude, if only we had a wall. If only.
People who got arrested were the majority of people who were then deported. Now you're upwards of 10 million in the last 3 years. It's going to be a very difficult challenge.
So as a large group of people treks towards the southern border, some are wondering if there's more going on here than meets the eye.
Now, here's the other thing with people. I know a lot of them are coming from Central America, like Honduras and so forth. And I mean, there's a lot of Haitians coming to the country, and Chad. When we were covering what was going on in Haiti, what is the big thing that's causing a lot of them to flee Haiti and come to the United States?
Bombs.
I mean, seriously, you don't recall when we went over it?
Remind me.
So the gangs were taking over, and there's this black market of firearms being like smuggled into like Haiti and so forth, and most of the firearms are coming from Florida. So a lot of it is like I don't know, that this black market that I mean, some like a lot of it is the cartels, but they're also cooperating with Americans that are in Florida that are also engaged, like supporting that black market of like trafficking the guns to Haiti. And because of that, it's like, I don't know, like, that's not 100% of the reason why, like, the gangs pretty much took over the fucking government. But that did play a significant fucking role. And maybe if, I don't know, the United States didn't play a part there, maybe we wouldn't have to deal with the immigration there. So if you hate immigration so much, it's like something like that, you know, people on the right are going to like try to dismiss that. And then it's also like, which side tries to go out of their way to make it like incredibly easy to, I don't know, make guns circulate and where people can like just have easy access to guns. Like that one dude that had like an entire arsenal in his home that we like covered earlier. And then another thing is, it's just, you look at a lot of these cases of people, they'll fly to Brazil because like they have the more lenient policies and stuff of people not having all like the like proper like visas or passports and so forth. So it's easier if they, I guess, want to get to that part of the globe, cross the Atlantic to go to Brazil. Then they trek all like up to Central America, and there's the Darien Gap, which is some of the like harshest sort of like terrain on or jungle terrain on the planet, and the risk of like actually like dying is pretty significant. So they go through that challenge of trekking through that part of the globe. Then they have to go through like Honduras and these like notable like gang states and stuff where human trafficking is a very serious issue. So they're at great risk of being trafficked. Then they have to travel through like the Mojave Desert, and a lot of them die going through the Mojave Desert. Now, one thing that's kind of odd is I think like in South America, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, those are fairly developed countries. And that's the thing. I mean, you can argue that maybe they're not at the same level of development as the US or like Canada, but they are still like up there on like the Human Development Index. And it seems like it would be a lot safer for them to actually, I don't know, seek asylum there. But why do you think all of these people don't really choose to seek asylum in those like particular countries, and they go out of their way to get the? Why do you think that is?
We're nice here.
Does it have anything to do with like the American exceptionalist like propaganda that America's this wonderful country and stuff, and because of that misinformation, I don't know, creates this great influx of migration? And which particular side goes out of their fucking way to promote the America's #1 country?
The Iranians.
It's clearly the left or whatever. Yeah.
But what nobody's talking about is this is the exact scenario leaders of sanctuary cities like New York have been dreading for months, because they've been doing victory laps lately, congratulating themselves on what a great job the city's done handling its asylum crisis. For example, in New York, about 4,000 people a week would arrive seeking shelter.
And they're talking about me or no, they're not. Dude, that's odd. We usually don't get this much activity in the chat, so it's like for the first time, or not the first time, but the last like several streams have been doing pretty well with activity. And usually it's like there's only a few people in the chat, like Skeppy and stuff, or Bill Hicks. So it's like everything being discussed in the chat, they're kind of just only discussing things with us. So we're getting to the point where there's so many people in the chat like arguing with each other or discussing things with each other. It's like, oh shit. I gotta stop thinking people are just talking to me directly.
That number is down to about 700, which makes it look like this crisis could be winding down. And this 75% reduction in arrivals mirrors the 78% reduction in border crossings achieved over the last few months. And even though this is a recent development, the reduction in...
Wait, dude, I love how people think I'm a kid.
You are. You're only
asylum
12.
seekers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I must be taking really good care of myself, because everyone like thinks I'm like right out of high school, apparently. When it comes to, I guess, my appearance and so forth.
Well, I've been reading the comments. Yeah, I've been taking a few hits here and there.
Yeah. Like, unlike you, Trump loves America. It's like, whatever. Who cares if he loves America? And I don't love any fucking country. I don't care what country a person is from. It's like, I find it to be a little bit, like, irrelevant, because there's problems all across the globe in every fucking state, every single zip code. And it's just, a lot of times, a lot of these things are pretty ubiquitous, with politicians being pretty fake and superficial. And we kind of live in a fucked up world. The fact that the United States is, like, I don't think it's the best country on the planet. And this is where you have people on the opposite side that will play the stupid game of America's just the worst country in every area. But like I've mentioned before, like when it comes to like development and stuff, it's like we're kind of mediocre compared to other developed countries. When you compare us to like Europe, we're kind of like in the middle when it comes to like education, when it comes to things like just overall like development and so forth. But it is sort of like look at all the problems in America, and the fact that we are like number 15 or number 22 when it comes to a lot of these metrics kind of shows how we live in a world that's full of like a tremendous amount of problems. And I don't think it just simply comes down to one politician or the other. I think there's a lot of like elements involved. And again, people act like the president is the fucking government. And when you talk to people like this, like, yeah, they know what they're talking about. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you vote for your governor and your mayor. I'm sure you pay attention to all sides of the political spectrum. And so many of these people, if you just ask them, like, who are their senators, they wouldn't be able to tell you.
City to begin tearing down some of its more controversial tent shelters, like the facility on Randall's Island, which was so large it could house around 3,000 people, but was so poorly run that gang members had taken it over and were using it as a base for their criminal operations. But gangs and shelters, that's only one of the many issues this large caravan full of people could possibly unbalance. And it certainly isn't the main issue the city's concerned about, because although most of the 212,000 asylum seekers who've come here did not do so to join gangs or live lives of crime, elected officials and activists welcomed them off buses into our shelter system with the promise of a new beginning which ends in 1 or 2 months after they get evicted. Because
yes, I'm gaslighting for views. I love gaslighting people.
Yeah,
the shelters are over.
I'm an emotionally abusive, like, motherfucker.
Plus, the job market for asylum seekers is so bad.
Chad, I gaslight him all the time. Apparently, like, yeah.
Many of them have no way to earn a living or rent apartments of their own and are now sadly living in tents.
How many views did like DP get today? Like, how are they doing? I'm not talking shit, so.
Oh, I don't know, but we get an average of like 300 to 400 viewers. So.
Okay.
Down by the river. And even with this recent decline in border crossings, our shelter population is still sitting stagnant at around 60,000 individuals, revealing that if anything, our asylum crisis here is far from over. But the real reason this large caravan full of individuals is of concern for our leaders here in New York is because if a whole bunch of new folks show up and we've torn down our shelters, we're just going to have to set them right back up, which could mean facilities like the violence-plagued Randall's Island shelter stay open for a lot longer than anyone had hoped, because New York's extremely generous right-to-housing requirement mandates that they give anyone who asks a place to stay, something that's especially important for the thousands fleeing poverty south of our border right now, who, as you're about to see, are being deceived into believing that with the help of gang members and cartels, they too can have their shot at the American dream. And speaking of cartels and
now, the drug wars have been going on for quite a while, and it's like whenever you want to like update yourself when it comes to military sort of like conflicts that are going on abroad, and it's just like we discussed Sudan, that's something people don't talk about, or what's going on in Burma, or like a few years ago, the Tigray War and so forth. It's just everyone knows about what's going on in Israel and Gaza. Everyone knows about what's going on like with Ukraine. And then when you ask people like, okay, like I was talking to the when I was asking people how many people do you think have died in Sudan recently when it comes to this conflict that has been going on for like less than a year, and then people will are trying to guess and so forth, and I gave the numbers for Ukraine and Israel where it's a few 100,000. So usually when casualty counts, like at least in the last few decades, reach I guess the like 6-digit mark, that kind of puts them at the top when it comes to some of the more significant like wars of the decade. And you look at how many people are dying in the drug wars, and it's just the last 3 fucking decades. It's like, it's always like that's the thing. It's like as many people are dying, and like the Ukraine war, like the Israel-Hamas war, and the United States, we're shilling for Israel. We're sending troops like overseas, being the world police. Doesn't really seem like our neighbors to the south. They're dealing with all these issues, and all these immigrants are coming in and so forth, and we're dealing with all these cartels that do have a notable they contribute to a decent amount when it comes to this influx of immigration and activity on the border. And it's like, why don't we really invest? I know we invest to some extent, but it seems like that's not really something our government, at least when it comes to military action, really fucking cares about. And it seems like that is going to affect our own country more. People hate paying taxes and stuff, and look at how much money that, like, like you see, like that is a huge financial fucking sink. And why aren't we trying to, I don't know, like, do something about all of the drug activity in America? And did you know the United States is the #1 country when it comes to, I don't know, cocaine and I guess cocaine use? And cocaine is like the like lucrative drug or whatever on the black market. I know I've gone over this time and time again, but you look at all of these problems where you got all the gang violence and that sort of drug trade where it's pretty much a lot of it's produced in Brazil, then it makes its way up to all the like Central American states, and there's this huge like network of smuggling those drugs into the United States, where it's people in America who are the major consumers. And it's like, yeah, they'll point to that, like, oh God, immigration or illegal immigration, it's not harmless and stuff, but it's like usually a lot of the most problematic elements of illegal activity on the border is specifically due to the cartels and the drug wars. And it's just, what's that thing we could do again? That would, I don't know, make
Give
it so...
drugs to everybody.
Well, it's just fucking decriminalize it. That way, there's not a black market where it has to be smuggled in by cartels and the people that are going to do coke can just, like, get it from some kind of legal dispensary. Then, again, if you love, like, capitalism so much, then you can actually tax the organization, and that money will go into the government. And the money is not going to go to housing all these like people that are locked up in prison and stuff. There's probably going to be less activity on the border, so you're going to need to invest less money and resources dealing with all that criminal activity. And it will probably it probably is going to do it's going to be a heavy hit to these like black market sort of like cartels, because it's going to really cripple that sort of market. There's no longer going to be a need for that on the black market. So it seems like there's like things that aren't even like that challenging to do that it would really help solve this problem. But do you think if you talk to a lot of people on the right and you talk about just making cocaine legal, where they're all about freedom, but yet it's like, whatever. And even if coke's dangerous, it's like, you know what? Americans are fat as fuck and dying of heart attacks. Like, more people die every day of heart attacks in America than than all the victims in 9/11. Same thing with like cancer, and it's like I don't know. It's okay. They don't want cigarettes outlawed, and it's like they're a notable like contributor to like all the like cases of cancer that we see. But that it's like cocaine is too, I guess, dangerous to be legalized. I understand something like heroin, but it's just, what the fuck ever, then don't do cocaine. If people want to like legally do cocaine, what the fuck ever.
Gang members, they're earning so much money from the crisis at our border that they've got every reason to try and subvert recent security measures there. And by doing so, people will be forced to make their way to sanctuary cities like New York.
Yes, I understand there's always a need on the black market. Again, it's not black and white. The whole point is it will drastically, like, cut back on all of this activity, and there will be extreme benefits. But, yeah, again, because it won't 100%, like, completely annihilate, like, any sort of black market drug trade. That means that you might as well not do it, because it's all or nothing. I mean, even if it like only eliminates 50% of like I guess like all the notable problems and stuff with it, that's a pretty decent fucking margin. That's definitely gonna benefit the economy greatly. And I think it would do a lot more than just like 50%. I mean, again, when it comes to the cartels and everything, where cocaine is the major sort of like lucrative drug, the most valuable drug to smuggle. What like if that was legal, so there's no need for a black market in that area, then like how much of an impact do you think it's going to have on the cartels? Do you think it's going to have no impact? Like what do you think it will do? Do you think it will, if we're going to talk about like I don't know, like percentages when it comes to like the gang activity, the criminal activity from these cartels, what effect do you think it's going to have? Is it only going to be like a 2% increase, or do you think, I don't know, I think it's going to be up there, like 80-90% of that level of criminal activity is definitely going to be like eliminated. But I don't know, maybe I'm some dumb fuck, don't know what I'm talking about. But Chad, what's your prediction? See, okay, you're not paying attention.
Now I know what you're talking about. My prediction is...
Well, hey, the cartels aren't going to go away 100%. Therefore, if like 90% of the like criminal activity is eliminated because of it, if it goes down by 90%, yeah.
I'd say 90%.
Yeah.
The
we
other
don't know what we're talking about. What's
the
that?
the other 10% are gonna join The Voice. They're gonna be going.
And then one of the things that makes cocaine problematic, the fact like that it's illegal, is it's laced with usually things like fucking fentanyl and so forth. So it's like we're dealing with a lot of problems there because people do cocaine, and the kind of people that are going to do it are going to probably do it regardless. And a lot of these, like maybe some of the people are going to do more of those like risky like drugs or whatever regardless. But a lot of people probably, it's like they're only really interested, like with marijuana, when you're getting it illegally, a lot of times it is laced with things like fentanyl and stuff. And it's just that, like, okay, there's junkies that are going to like do everything they can, but the overwhelming majority of people that are going to do weed or even things like coke, that they're probably just going to like that's the parameters of like drugs they're willing to intake. And you know what? I think a very large amount of people that get hooked on fentanyl are people that do it unintentionally. They don't care about it, but it's laced in other things that they're doing. And hey, if it's decriminalized or legalized, then there's this organization known as the, what is it? I don't know, the FDA that would probably regulate it or whatever. And maybe you're not going to have like fentanyl in it and other really dangerous substances that, if we're talking about how like, oh, we don't like this being legalized because it's something dangerous. It's like, well, I think it's a lot more dangerous and harmful to people when it's being produced illegally as opposed to legally. If you really care about people's safety and well-being, it's like, I don't know, I think less people are going to be dying from like the cartel activity and the violence that comes from that. And less people are going to be put in prison where they're more likely to, I don't know, fall victim to violence in prison because they end up doing these drugs. And then there's probably going to be less people like dying of other complications to the fact that it's laced with shit like fentanyl. So, but hey, do you think I'm like a dumb fuck, Shab? Do you think that the amount of people dying because of this chemical probably like, oh God.
Well, I've always thought you were a dumb fuck, Gene.
No, but do you think this is really absurd? So, and not just America, it's like the entire criminal enterprise, like in Brazil and shit. It's like, okay, it's still the likelihood of all of these countries decriminalizing it's probably rare, which I think they should. But the U.S., we are the number one like consumers of that black market product. So they're the major customers of like these cartels. So a lot of their income is coming from like people purchasing it in the US. So the dilemma there is, imagine if you see this decline in this gang activity in all these different countries. How many people do you think aren't going to be dying because of that? There's less of the need for, I don't know, having a bunch of kids acting as drug mules and having people getting into like gunfights with the police and drive-by shootings and stuff with other competing gangs. Seems like if you really care about, I don't know, people's well-being, I don't know, it seems like less people are going to be dying and shit if you just legalize it.
So with a large number of people on their way to the United States, head for the southern border, we could see a surge in arrivals at bus terminals like this in New York if people manage to use cartels and gangs to get them around recent restrictions that have been implemented over the last couple of months. And the reason these cartels and gang members have a new business opportunity on their hands is because the border is very different today than it was a year ago. Recently implemented restrictions means the number of daily allowed crossings is a lot lower than it used to be. And sadly, many folks in a very desperate situation can't wait indefinitely at the border. They're running low on resources and they're turning to the criminal underworld for faster passage into the country. And sadly, the criminal underworld doesn't want to lose money because of new restrictions from some government like the US government. There's just too much money at stake for them.
So it's long been kind of this understanding of sorts that the Mexican cartel stays over in Mexico. They don't fire on or attack U.S. law enforcement because it's bad for business.
Wait. It's bad for business. The cartel's doing this because it's profitable for them. Jeez, didn't I just like go on a huge tangent about there's something pretty simple that they can do to probably, I don't know, make it so there aren't a bunch of, or there's far less cartels, so far less of this is fucking happening?
There has been basically a war within the Sinaloa cartel, and that prompted this alert that we actually obtained. That cartel operatives have actually...
So it unfortunately looks like things are about to get a lot more dangerous at the U.S. border because these cartels, there's recently been infighting among them, and the way that they handle U.S. law enforcement is about to change. Prior to this recent power struggle, the cartel was content to make money off smugglers and gang members accessing the border through its territory. But now, due to recent increased border security, the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents, they're doing more, and they're also getting help from their counterparts in Mexico. So there's way more law enforcement along these routes than there used to be. And that is what's costing the bad guys a lot of money because they cannot ferry people through the border around our restrictions so that they can then make their way wherever they'd like in the country. Now, the cartel in question here that is undergoing an internal factional dispute, it's the Sinaloa cartel, and that name might not mean much to you.
For real, who are these guys? I don't know.
I'm Shabisky.
I just live in a basement and I'm like 12 years old and shit, according to a lot of people in the chat tonight.
But it's actually the same cartel that was being run by El Chapo, who we all remember, one of the most dangerous people on the planet. His sons took over after him, and now there's this internal squabbling over who should be in charge of this and who gets to control what territory. And unfortunately for our border guards, their lives are now at risk because some of the members fighting for control over this dangerous group want to change how they interact with law enforcement.
The number one reason they fight for these plazas is because these plazas are the corridors to enter the United States, whether California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. And it's not just fighting for the plaza.
See, don't you think that wall is doing a good job cutting back on the activity? Because yeah, it's clearly gonna like keep the cartels at bay.
Did you not see the door, the little door?
It's just like if you're talking about doing something to cut back on all this activity and stuff, like at the border and like illegal crossings and so forth. God, like it's almost like building a wall is a waste of taxpayer money. These people that love taxpayer money. It's like if you want to fucking keep people out because you think it like, hey, it's a waste of taxpayer money and stuff. These people coming into the country aren't like paying taxes, so on and so forth. It's like, well, again. Seems like instead of building a wall, there's this other thing they can do. I don't know, decriminalizing this black market product that is one of the major contributing factors to these cartels actually existing and doing what they're doing here. I don't think the wall's going to prevent these cartels from doing their shit and getting people like inside the country. I think, I don't know, decriminalizing these fucking drugs and maybe helping out our neighbor countries to the south so people have less of a need to immigrate across the fucking border.
Which just happens to be one cartel now basically.
So we're not just witnessing fighting over who gets to run this gang of criminals, we're also witnessing fighting over who controls access to the U.S. border in general.
This is the edgelord incel triangle.
That's the group that's going to be paid when smugglers and other people want.
Yeah, come join us.
Dude, we were talking about being, like, people were claiming that we're snowflakes earlier and so forth. Now we're edgelords. So I guess is this person offended by what we're saying?
People into the country, it's a $13 billion a year industry. That's a lot. And that explains a lot.
See, I get I get accused of both. I'm an SJW and I'm also like an edgelord, and I'm also like people will come in and get offensive and say we're racist and so forth. So I like how we offend everybody.
Why these cartels are so well-funded and so heavily armed and so dangerous. They're making billions off of this every single year. And now the fear is that a reaction to increased border restrictions and an upcoming presidential transition period may cause many people to think that this is their last chance to enter the country, and there might be a surge of activity at the border that these cartels are going to take advantage of. And look at this, these cartels are actually using drone disruptors to blind border patrol agents while they're trying to keep people safe and secure the border at the same time. This is a very sophisticated operation they've got going on. It's almost...
Dude, do you think this is fake news, what he's showing here?
Yeah, he's a liar.
Yeah, he's fabricating things.
Like,
he's a liar.
I don't think he's even real. I think the deep state generated this guy. He's really like he's a deep fake and everything.
Terror group operating.
The deep state making a deep fake. Everything's a fucking conspiracy, man.
Offering people their chance to come into the country and achieve something not possible in the dangerous places many of them have fled. And now the fear is that if these criminals decide to turn their full attention against the U.S. border right now while it's in a state of flux, all of the recent security gains and victories that have recently been achieved could be in jeopardy. So the reason that the situation at the border is so contentious right now is because all of the security we're witnessing relies on three different parties to achieve. First, you've got the Customs and Border Patrol. Second, you've got the Mexican government. And third, you've got how willing these gangs are or aren't to interact with the other two. But these caravans that are on the way right now, they've got to travel through Mexico. And that's got some saying that the Mexican government could be doing more to help out with securing the border from their end. Because the only way these dangerous gang members and criminals can play on people's fears is if they've got the ability to do that from where they pick these people up until when they reach the border itself and then charge them money to get through it.
What do you make of this caravan and then the timing of it going into the election?
Well, it's probably manufactured. It's somebody in the organized crime level, or maybe one of these cartels that say, hey, this is the time to come. There's also an interest of the...
You think it's the Biden administration? They're the ones behind it?
Yeah. Oh, no. Trump's been fucking yelling about the caravan since before he was even elected. Oh, there's a caravan of migrants coming from, the South. There we go.
Things are going to change.
Fucking yelling about the caravan.
Former Customs and Border Patrol.
Most of the immigrants in the last you're saying like Mexico, or I guess they're technically crossing through Mexico, but a lot of them aren't actual Mexican citizens. A lot of them are coming from like Honduras and other countries in like Latin America. Like we mentioned Haiti earlier, so it just shows how you're going to talk about people being ill-informed, but then I like how it's like so many people think that it's pretty much all Mexico where they're coming from, or I guess they're originating in Mexico.
And ICE director, and what he says is that these caravans are criminally orchestrated. They're not the work of some government sending people to our country. These are gangs trying to take advantage of a situation that they've tricked people into believing.
Are these guys liberals? Super weird. See, we're an enigma. What are we?
May only exist right now, and they're telling people that in just a few weeks there will be a new president on.
The thing is, we're talking about like gangs and stuff coming into the United States and whatnot. There has been a shit.
I know you're drunk, but go ahead.
No. There has been a gang of immigrants. I can't remember what country they're from, but they yes, it might be conspiracy, but they're in Colorado, and biker gangs in Colorado have been like, oh, you're trying to do some fucked up shit. No, you can't do this in the United States. So I don't know if it's like a race thing or just like a biker gang thing or like a gang thing, but yeah, we got
fake news.
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Everything's fake news. If I don't agree with it, and it's some, again, information that I just happen across or whatever, and it tells me things that I like, then yeah, it's accurate. If you tell me things I don't like, then automatically dismiss it as fake news. Don't do any legitimate research to verify the things that you're just gonna take for granted that it's right. But then don't do anything to verify that what you're going to discount in the moment is actually fabricated or dishonest. It's just whenever you just stumble across something that tells you what you want to hear, it's like, yeah, it's automatically true.
Administration that may have very different policies to what have existed in the past. And it seems like the tactics of fear are working because thousands of people are taking these gangs up on their last chance trip to America. And fascinatingly, voters on both the left and on the right both value border security very highly this election cycle, higher than in past election cycles across both party lines. And these cartels very well may be justified in telling people that this is their last chance to take advantage of a border system that may be different in just a few weeks. And that raises a big question because these cartels and these gangs, we know that they're dangerous, we know that they are heavily armed, and we know that they're operating freely in Mexico.
Okay, Darilla says, why do you feel the need to share your thoughts or whatever? Because I don't know.
Everyone hold your
we
thoughts.
We can get 20-something thousand views over it, and
who asked you to do this?
Yeah, who asked you to do
I asked Gene to share his feelings. Gene asked Drunken Crow to share his, and Drunken Crow asked me to share mine. That's who asked.
To be fair, like, who gives a fuck if you wanna? Like, I'm doing it as a hobby or whatever, so it's just, hey, go online during the weekend and do a podcast, and whatever, I get paid for my fucking hobby.
No, let's all fucking, all of our feelings, let's hold them in, all of our opinions until we fucking explode.
Yeah. I mean, who cares? Somebody wants to go on the internet and share their views. It's like, if you don't like what they have to say, then you don't have to watch them.
For Mexico, and shouldn't the Mexican government be doing more to try and stop them, or are they doing all they can and these gangs are still ending up getting through?
It remains to be seen what Mexico will do with people as they're transiting, because they have been helping, and not.
Yeah, you're right. It's a trash hobby. I need to be more productive with my time.
Yeah, go to other streams and fucking
trash hobby, dude.
I just need to spend more time, like hours, watching other podcasts.
Yeah, I know. That's
time. But,
yeah, exactly.
When you spend hours doing a podcast, that's where it's like you're a loser.
Have this massive flow like that. People are being exploited in smugglers.
Logic.
So, of course, there's debate among U.S. analysts over how much Mexico is or isn't doing.
Again, the average American watches like 5-6 hours of TV a day, so it's like, yeah. It's like, I'm sure, like, the average person has a far more productive hobby than what we're doing here. And to be fair, I don't think what we're doing is anything exceptional. It's not like I'm, like, I don't know, using, like, some CRISPR apparatus to engage in, like, genetic testing in my free time, but it's still, I think it's a step above playing video games and binging Netflix series, which is probably, again, do you think I'm inaccurate? So going back to that, like when I presented that question, look at how many hours Americans work a week, how much free time the average person has. And within that free time, they have like 5-6 hours of free time, probably at the most at the end of the day. My prediction is that the overwhelming majority of people, it's pretty much all that time is TV, video games, social media. Do you think what I'm saying there is inaccurate? Yeah?
That's my life, Gene. Don't wear it out.
Yeah, clearly, no, I don't know what I'm talking about.
They know this is a problem. Obviously, this is something that they want to stop. Maybe, after all, this is the best that they can do. But either way, it's an issue, and it may only get worse before it gets better. Because another matter allegedly complicating this entire situation are the border policies currently being employed. And those policies work like this. If someone's caught entering the country, they'll likely be apprehended and released into the country while waiting for a court date or an immigration hearing. And although this policy is arguably way more humane than sending people back to a country that they came from that might be ravaged by war, famine, or both, it's also a policy critics say allows folks to take advantage of. For example, if they're released into the country, they could come.
It's like earlier, like when I was getting all these recommendations in my feed. That's like, why the fuck are they, I don't know. Why are we getting so much traffic?
To a sanctuary city like New York and kind of disappear and not worry about deportation if their immigration hearing isn't successful. And that's because in a sanctuary city like New York, immigration status does not matter to local officials, including police. It's never going to come up, and it's thought that one can live a relatively normal life here, free from worrying about whether or not they're supposed to be in the country. But that reveals the real issue facing New York City right now. If there is another border surge, invariably people will come here, and the reason that's a potential problem for city leaders is because of New York City's right to shelter policies, which many say are the reason the asylum crisis here has reached such proportions. But it's not like those policies are perfect. In fact, after 30 days, single adults over the age of 23 get evicted from shelter, and they're not supposed to come back. Families and people who are under the age of 23 get longer initial placements and are able to reapply without being forcefully evicted. But that system doesn't actually help anybody.
Where do you begin, no matter who is elected, to address what we're seeing with the influx?
Well, we have to adhere to the rule of law.
Oh, how much yes, exactly. We need people to pay for their damn school supplies. Stop allowing these people, I don't know, stop spending so much money on education.
And crayons.
Yeah, God.
All the money goes to crayons.
We are just days away from Election Day, and as the final campaigns intensify, so do concerns about misinformation all over the internet. And with the use of AI, artificial intelligence, it's becoming extremely difficult to identify what is and what is not real. Ryan Nobles has more on the problem.
It has the potential to be the biggest threat to the peaceful transfer of power. A flood of false information about the election shared on the internet. Already in Pennsylvania.
Now, here's the thing. It's like currently, and like I've said with AI, it is probably going to get even more sophisticated at an exponential rate. But even now, it's just, if you have any basic understanding of coding, like you can just, you're mediocre when it comes to coding with like Python or C, Java. It's just, it's so easy to get like ChatGPT to write a code for you. And you don't have to spend that much time. So that's the thing. Like, if you know how to code, a lot of time it's sort of like monotonous. You got to rewrite those while loops, if then statements. Like, you can just get ChatGPT to do that all for you. And even like just a mediocre article. And it's like, imagine how it's so fucking easy to probably like produce that shit in bulk in no time. So, I don't know, like, I think that AI, it's definitely something that, in the same way the internet changed the world, AI is definitely going to probably be the next big thing.
A viral video claimed to show illegal harvesting of ballots in Northampton.
First the printing press, then the steam engine, then like the internet, then like AI's, I think, the next big societal changing thing.
But the next big thing is going to be...
But hey, it's not perfect now.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's always going to be complete total garbage.
The next bring ballots to the election.
The next thing is going to be like the pocket pussy.
I was gonna say butt sex, but you know we're about we're about on the same level here, I think.
Yeah. It's a good thing that if that one person's like, oh God, finally that the one dude's gone. I was actually glad he wasn't. It's like, yeah, if I wasn't here, it'd be a lot more constructive commentary.
Yes. Former President Trump has been without evidence, alleging fraud in the key state of Pennsylvania, where polls are tied. Officials there reassuring the public.
Nonpartisan election officials are doing their jobs across Pennsylvania, and they're working very hard to ensure we have free, fair, safe, and secure elections.
Earlier this month, the FBI believes a group of Russian actors built a fake video that made...
Yes, I knew it was a sarcastic comment, American Voices.
It looked like Trump mail-in ballots were getting destroyed. In 2020, the internet was filled with inaccurate claims about the Arizona vote counting process. In 2024, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes has created a deepfake video of himself to demonstrate that the internet can't always be trusted. His team is also showing voters how their process...
You know what? I think it's fake news. I think that was just him, and it wasn't actually deepfake.
Yeah.
It's deepfake.
This works to prevent the spread of conspiracy theories.
I think the bad guys want us to disbelieve one another.
The Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency has warned that foreign adversaries are amplifying the false videos and claims, but says so far they've seen no evidence they've hacked into election infrastructure. Tom Costello spoke...
Dude, and another thing, it's just, when it comes to AI, imagine it's like you want to trash somebody's business. Imagine how many, like, slanderous, like, articles you could just, like, shit out, like, instantaneously to, like, I don't know, like, you got false flag campaign. Imagine, like, just producing dozens and dozens of articles, and maybe I shouldn't give people
fake
ideas.
stories and stuff, yeah.
Well, not even fake story. It's like you butt heads with, like, a local business owner, and you just flood their Google reviews with, like, slanderous, like, reviews and so forth. It's like,
to the agency's director.
Now with, like, your grandparents and everything, you don't just have to be like grandmom. If somebody calls and they're, like, claiming that, like, they can offer you something for money, you can't, or if they call you and say that your son's, like, in jail or whatever, like, you gotta call the other relatives first or whatever. Don't, like, believe whatever somebody tells you on a phone call. Now you gotta make sure that it's like your senile, like your senior relatives. It's like, grandma, if somebody calls and they sound exactly like me, you gotta be skeptical.
Yeah, it's not me.
Somebody did that to my grandmother with my cousin. So she answered the phone, and he claimed that it sounded like him, but it was muffled because he claimed that he like hurt his mouth and stuff, and he's like in prison and stuff. And my grandmother like freaked out, and it turned out that it was like a scammer. And
no, we're not that far ahead. I've had to call my bank like 12 times, and it's always been the same voice. So, oh, you're talking about scammers. It's gonna be like, oh, my name is John Morgan.
okay, now bad.
Whoever you vote for.
See, look at how much of a triggered snowflake I am.
Confidence
You gotta cancel Pro.
It is easy to spread the misinformation and much more difficult to rein it in, especially with artificial intelligence making it easier to create fake videos that look real.
It would allow you to take a video like this of me, which looks real, or like me here in this bed, or sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat. That video was generated by a computer program.
A big part of the challenge, not only for elections officials, but voters as well, in a race.
See, if there's a YouTuber that you don't like, just make some deep fake. Okay, I gotta stop giving people ideas.
Well, Election Day is right around the corner. Candidates are taking no chances when it comes to securing votes right here.
Yeah, I'm well aware that libel laws still apply. It's not the fact that, hey, they can get away with it legally. It's the fact that they can do a lot more damage and engage in a much larger amount of illegal, like, libel sort of crimes in a very short amount of time. And it makes it a lot... I guess people have to do a lot less work for it, so they might be more enticed to do it, and it's going to be kind of problematic. But hey, it's like, because it's still illegal to some extent, and there are still some barriers, therefore what we're saying isn't significant at all.
Here in Georgia. According to campaign officials, Vice President Kamala Harris is returning to the Peach State.
And plus, a lot of people who are cyber criminals, it's kind of hard to catch them because there's these things known as encrypted browsers and, you know, VPNs. And a lot of cyber criminals, they will not even do things at their own residence. They will drive out, use public Wi-Fi in a remote area, and then use a VPN and like an encrypted browser. And they a lot of times it's like, it's pretty like fucking hard to find them.
State this weekend. Her visit comes just a week after she was joined by former President Barack Obama at a concert and rally in Metro Atlanta. The information on the time and place for this weekend's rally has not yet been released.
Donald Trump's garbage man stunt is a big hit with his supporters.
How do you like my garbage truck?
He actually rented a real garbage truck and put his campaign logo on the side, all to slam Joe Biden for his garbage gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. For Joe Biden to make that...
Oh my God, what a piece of shit. He said all the, like, supporters are garbage.
It's really disgraceful.
Okay, that was brilliant.
His allies are hailing the move
That
as
was
genius.
brilliant.
This may go down.
Oh yeah, so brilliant. He's such a genius.
As
He's
an
so
iconic...
amazing.
What are you doing on your end?
What?
What are you doing on your end? Like, what do you have?
Drinking this beer?
Vampire Survivor.
Are you, like, playing Warcraft?
No.
Epic
What do you
moment.
mean?
And Trump kept the yellow safety vest on for his rally. His
John, someone's like, oh shit, what you're a cyber security expert. Interesting. And from what I've understood from your history, yeah, you can hack into.
Well, I do have a degree in computer science, and
yeah,
I'm like Cisco certified, and I did take classes in data communications, so I do have some background and expertise in that area. So that's why I know about this shit.
So some of these dipshits that have been coming in, being like, "Oh, John's not smart," or
I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I feel like when I took all those classes and stuff, I mean, I'm just an idiot that just believes everything I read in a textbook, everything the professor tells me. I mean,
he looked good.
They said it would be unbelievable if you could wear it on stage. I said, it actually makes you look thinner.
Yeah, you know, people that read and just believe whatever they read in a book or whatever. It's not like, it's like if you read a book about, like, I don't know, programming with Python, and then you actually, I don't know, use that language to produce an application, and what's presented in the book, when tested and applied, it actually shows or it is proven to work. Yeah, you're just a dumb fuck believing what you read in a book.
Why is his face less orange than Neon orange jacket? Like you can see everyone that's white in their red Trump shit, but he's neon fucking like a grade less than neon orange.
Okay, wait a sec. I'm not currently working in IT. I'm a civil engineer. So I have a major in computer science and a major in civil engineering. And then I have my fundamental like engineering, like certification, principles of engineering certification. And I have a master's in civil engineering. But I'm a fucking retard, apparently.
I said,
but I guess that's fake news, even though people have tried to contact my place of employment and people have actually like used my information from the university I went to try to like find me in real life and so forth. I mean, yeah. Same way I'm not really a homeowner, even though like a bunch of people online and stuff have actually like sent shit to my actual house.
This is that's the dumbest campaign I've ever seen.
Shouldn't they put him in the back of that? The garbage goes in the back of the truck. Many took note of this moment when Trump almost tripped over while getting into the truck. He missed the door handle twice, losing his balance.
This dude's nearly 80 years old. He damn near killed himself getting into a garbage truck.
The garbage war started last weekend when insult comic Tony Hinchcliffe roasted Puerto Rico at a Trump rally.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Now his buddy, podcaster Joe Rogan, says he warned Hinchcliffe the joke would backfire.
Don't you dare do that joke. But I heard he did that joke. I was like, oh, oh, jeez.
Okay, I'm willing to hear some constructive criticism, realist. So you're saying that doesn't really reflect on my background. So what exactly?
Oh, you lagged a bit. Oh, you're lagging a bit there, Gene. Say again.
Well, he says it doesn't reflect my background, my creds. So, what about like what I've presented the stream, or the sort of logic that I presented, makes you think that it doesn't really represent my background?
Well, they said the panel, so that's you and me, Shab.
Well,
doesn't
Shab and Crow don't have that background.
No. Yeah, we don't.
I'm more educated than anybody that ever lived.
I have a big education. It's huge.
Huge.
Last week I went into a dump truck, and you know what? It was fantastic.
Well, it is sort of like people will criticize me for like, oh God, like he's the one that does all the talking. Well, it's like my podcast. I just let Crow hang out or whatever because I don't know, it's kind of fun and stuff. And he gets all drunk. It's like,
go fuck yourself. God damn it.
Comedic relief. And Sheb's the one that operates the OBS or whatever, so I don't have to do that while also streaming. And I think it's good to at least have two people or one person you can work off of, because it's kind of like Howard Stone, where it's like he has this co-host, like, was it Rose? And she like hardly ever says anything, but it's just good to have somebody to fall back on when it's like, I don't know, you need to ask questions and stuff. They're there as like this kind of small buffer. But yeah, and talking about who asked this, Shab here plays video games, and he's a streamer. He currently has more subs than me, and I would just hang out with him on stream. So it was a bunch of people where, like, when I would discuss things on stream, they'd be like, hey, like, does this guy have a channel? So there were people, like, pushing me to start my own channel and actually, like, produce content. So I guess those are the people that asked for it.
Here it comes.
But they watch this dumb stoner. You drunk, dumb fuck.
Whoa.
Okay, all right.
Which one of us are you talking about?
Less than a week before election, a steady stream of misinformation is circulating online about the race, much of it targeting key swing states. False accusations of voter fraud have gained significant traction, bolstered by distrust in the electoral process that developed in 2020. Social media users incorrectly claimed this week that 2 videos...
John, I think I sent you a video of Trump shitting himself.
Okay, I don't care about that.
Evidence of fraud. In one video, a man walks into the...
You know what, never mind. I gotta fire Shad and Crow. Maybe that makes a good point.
Northampton County, carrying a postal bin filled with ballots. Someone off camera yells that he's only supposed to turn in 1 ballot per person. Northampton County Executive Lamont McClure told the Associated Press that the man is...
Yeah, I'm just using Shad for subs.
Local post...
Why is he so fucking red?
Ballots after collection, as instructed. Many online...
Well, okay, one sec. I'm gonna address this dude. I did not originally intend to do YouTube streams. That is something that it's like during the quarantine when I was spending more time online and I started hanging out with Shab on his streams. It's like I would hang out with him on stream. It was like throughout the quarantine before I even actually made a channel and started doing anything. And it was people asking me to produce content. And then because I work full time, it's like the last 2 weeks I didn't do a stream because I'm busy. So then people will be like, hey, like, you're neglecting your streams and your content. But yeah, I'm just milking Shab for views.
True. I'm the greatest cow. Milk cow.
Claimed that a second video showed a group of non-citizens trying to vote illegally in Allegheny County. County officials said in a statement that the group had come to apply for mail-in ballots on October 26th with help from translators. They added that the deadline to register to vote in Pennsylvania was October 21st. This means anyone in the group would have only received a mail-in ballot if they were already registered, and only U.S. citizens can register to vote in Pennsylvania. Other recent misinformation about the 2024 election has included claims of ballot destruction, fraudulent voter registrations, and vote flipping.
On this last day of early voting, Georgia and federal officials are warning you to watch out for election hoaxes.
Just today, the FBI said a video appearing to show undocumented immigrants voting, it is a fake. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon live in Cobb County tonight. And Doug...
Like, Republicans are just too smart. So when they see stuff like that, they're not just gonna, I don't know, just have a cursory glance and just skim across it and then just take for granted that it's true because it's showing something that they want to be true. And again, I'm well aware people on the left do the same fucking thing.
Election leaders want us to be very skeptical, not gullible.
Exactly right, Sean and Carly, and that's because here in
skeptical, not gullible. That's like totally against the American like lifestyle. Like what the fuck?
When I was in high school and the controversy with like George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin happened, I remember my father's on like the far right, my aunt's like on the far left, and they were discussing it. And like my father was talking about how, like it was a gated community, wasn't supposed to be in there. When, of course, he actually had the right to be in there. Because he was like with a relative. Then my aunt, like it was, they edited the phone call where like they asked him his race, and she wasn't aware of that. That it's like, okay, they did ask him what his race was. He didn't just like say that just out of the blue for no reason. And regardless of what you think about it, it's like both of them. When like I told them that, okay, that actually isn't true. Both things aren't true. It's because, you know what? I'm not just getting my information from one source. Like I'm applying this level of cadence and like saving several different articles and reading through them and so forth. And both of them, because they're like old farts, are like, no, that's not true, acting like they clearly know their shit. And it's like, oh yeah, the internet. It's like, well, they clearly were very well informed. And they did a really good job fact checking those things and determining what the actual facts are in that particular like dispute.
Issue that is actually still in court as we speak that might impact people's ballots, but it's really some of the other videos and comments that are online floating around out there that Georgia and federal election officials are really scared of.
Yesterday we voted in Gwinnett County and today we are voting in Fulton County.
In this video posted to Twitter this week, a man claims to be a Haitian immigrant.
Dude, see, the realist doesn't like you.
Who?
And in Fulton counties. Then he flashes 4 identical fake IDs to the camera. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and his COO, Gabriel Sterling, tweeted out the video was, quote, a ridiculous...
Yeah, you guys don't say much, thankfully.
obvious lie
I'm the
and quote, likely
greatest.
the production of Russian.
Oh, they're talking about me.
They were right, said the FBI in a statement, calling the men Russian influence actors and saying the video was, quote, part of Moscow's broader effort to raise unfounded questions about the integrity of the U.S. election. Sterling had already warned Georgians about this kind of activity this week.
Crow, you need to pay me more on my streams. I don't know.
Do I actually? Oh, I do owe you. So yeah.
That's why, like, I have a patron account, and that's like the $5 perk. Maybe I should raise the price there.
People to be cautious and to trust officials.
And it is a choice. People are making a choice not to believe those of us who are in the government offices, and I get it sometimes. You should be skeptical. You can ask questions, and those can be legitimate. But some of these things are so cuckoo-cachoo crazy town that it's ridiculous to even try to respond to sometimes.
A real voter issue took over Cobb County Superior Court on Friday. The ACLU...
Was it cuckoo-cachoo? Wow. Good God. Grandpa. Get off the lectern.
You sued the county for failing to mail out 3,000 absentee ballots. They demanded the
Fucking
county overnight the ballots to voters. The deadline to return to November 8th, the last day for voters to fix mistakes with their ballots. And while we wait for this to wrap up to find out what happens with the 3,000 ballots in Cobb County, the Secretary of State...
Well, to be fair, I also had a hat on.
Also warned this week, if you have not mailed your ballot back because of ongoing issues with the U.S. Postal Service, they said don't put it in the mail at all. Instead, they'd rather you bring it to your local elections office or to one of the drop boxes at any early location, voting location that might have one in your county. From Cobb County tonight, Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
With the election fast approaching, it is more important than ever to be able to spot misinformation. Our CBS News Confirmed team shares some tips on how you can identify what's real and what's fake.
Ooh, okay. What do you think the tips are going to be?
I don't know. We all got hats on.
I wonder. Get your information from multiple sources? Do you think? I like how people need to be told that.
Harris get help in the debate with some Bluetooth earrings. People on social media claim she did, but that's not true. CBS News Confirmed has some tips to help you spot political misinformation. Now, our first tip is if it seems too outlandish, get another opinion. A quick Google search of Harris's outfits reveals that these are the earrings she's been wearing for months. They came from Tiffany & Company. This is the silver version of them, and they are not an audio device.
So, it kind of shows how misguided so many people are. Who the fuck cares about a lot of this stuff that even is being fabricated? It's like with me, if I saw, like, I don't give a fuck that they're wearing some pricey object because pretty much everyone running for, like, some political position at the federal level is going to be, like, in the 1%. So it's like, no shit. And it's like, why don't you actually focus on the policies that they're endorsing and stuff? And that's the thing. It's like, it's more of like, hey, they're supporting this absurd policy. That's the stuff that would catch my attention, where I really want to look into what policies they're actually presenting or trying to endorse. But a lot of this crap, it's just like, hey, they were, I don't know, picking their nose and stuff. And you got to see that that's really not true. And the fact that that's the kind of stuff that I guess people find to be more important when it comes to whether they're going to vote for this person, it just shows, like, where the average Joe functions, like, mentally. But I'm arrogant for thinking that.
Now, here are the ones that people said she was wearing from a company that makes Bluetooth sound devices, and you can see they're not the same shape at all. They are not the same earring. So our next tip...
Well, hey, we're commenting on it, and a lot of stuff we've watched, we've been fairly critical of it. And we are watching content from multiple sources, and I know mainstream journalistic sources are not the best qualitative sources out there, but you know what? This is the stuff I show on stream to apply criticism, because the homework I do off stream is from peer-reviewed sources and academic sources, and I get information from things like think tanks, like Pew Research Center. So in the end, it's like, maybe if you do your, like, homework and stuff, and you're then watching that sort of content, that you actually know what to criticize and what to point out that's sort of obnoxious or bullshit. And, like, even though it's like, hey, these mainstream journalistic sources are pretty mediocre when it comes to, like informing yourself and so forth in terms of, like, qualitative content, I'd say at least when we're going through all this stuff, we're watching things from a pretty, like,
diverse.
yeah, array of like sources and information.
Is to check the date. Old photos can resurface during election season. Let's say you came across this image supposedly of former President Donald Trump's inauguration.
God, we've been going for 7 hours.
Is this accurate? Well, let's take a look. When we zoom in, you can see there's actually not a single red MAGA cap in sight. There are, however,
I'm not going to go to bed tonight.
Hats with Obama logos. So those are hints that these may be from a different date. And in fact, this photo is from Obama's inauguration in 2009. Tip 3, always check the source. Is it a recognized news organization or is the source new or unfamiliar? The website where this was posted is called KBSF from San Francisco, and they falsely claimed that Kamala Harris hit a 13-year-old girl with a car and left the crime scene. Now, if you Google it, you'll find no results for a station called KBSF. What you might find is a CBS News confirmed story where we looked at it.
Oh my God. Gotta stop looking at the chat. Facts are confusing when you have already been told what to think. Yeah. Because people that make that argument, they're not guilty of, I don't know, being told what to think based on what their, I guess, metric is for whether or not a person is doing that. Man. Because you get your information from sources and you just believe what those sources say. Yeah. Got them, because, yeah, you don't get your information from sources and believe what those sources tell you. And the thing is, yeah, I understand that certain sources are more, I guess, credible than others. But the problem is the people that make that argument, it's just, okay, are you doing thorough research and getting your, like, the information that people are just telling you what to think? Are the people telling you what to think, is it pundits and academics and people that are experts in these fields? Or is it just journalists exclusively? Or is it just fucking hearsay from other people? And it's like, yeah, you're not somebody who's guilty of just being told what to think and buying into what you're told, but other people are.
I recently watched an interview with a liberal pundit on a conservative channel, and someone on the panel was like, "Oh yeah, they're having abortions after birth," and the one person was like, "Oh, can you describe it, like where is that happening, and the person that brought that topic up was like, oh, it's definitely happening in Colorado, in maybe Minnesota. And they're like, okay, well, can you give me an example in those two states? And she's like, oh, well, I know what's happening there. I know what's happening in those two states, like, but not like giving any fucking example.
Yeah, because again, 93% of Americans can't show any complexity when writing an essay. And I mean, I just believe when I'm being told from, these peer-reviewed sources and these like studies from some of the most credible academic institutions on the planet, because you just believe what academics and like pundits and scientists tell you. I mean, God, what a dumb fuck. It's like, it could be wrong, therefore it is wrong. And I'm going to say that when I'm too stupid to see that, hey, the same logic, if you want to discount information, applies to 100% of sources out there. If you're going to be that black and white where it could be wrong, therefore it is. It's like, of course, when they believe something from any source out there, they're not just believing what people tell them.
We called it bogus, and actually, who's behind it has been linked to a Russian troll farm. So let's recap those tips for you. First, check the source. Next, always check the date. And cross-check what you see with other sources online. Google it to make sure you don't get misled. Lastly, follow CBS News.
And remember, when I was in like college and I was working at like Target, one of my employees, where they're like talking about religion and stuff, and I'm disagreeing with them. They're like, says who? And I mention like Richard Dawkins and a bunch of other like scholars in that area. And he's like, so you're just going to believe what those people tell you? It's like, you asked me, says who? And then I give you some names of some professionals. And it's just, do you not see how inconsistent like that sort of rhetoric is? And then it's like they're buying into religion. And it's like, says who? Oh, their parents. And a priest. So it's like, yeah, they're not, when, I don't know, you read a book or take a class on something, that's just believing what those experts tell you. It's just being a sheep. But when they believe what their parents tell them, I mean, clearly they're very like skeptical people, and they probably would score high on any test that measures like critical thinking.
With the election fast approaching, it is more important than ever to be able to spot misinformation. Our CBS News Confirm team shares some tips on how you can identify what's real and what's fake.
Did Kamala Harris get help in the debate with some Bluetooth earrings? People on social media claim she did, but that's not true. CBS News confirmed
We
has
just
some tips
watched
to help you
this.
spot political misinformation. Now, our first tip is if
The Supreme Court has rejected an emergency appeal from Republicans that could have led to thousands of uncounted provisional ballots in battleground Pennsylvania. The ruling means election officials must count provisional ballots.
Oh, I know. Pennsylvania, they went red during Trump's first election.
By voters whose mail-in ballots were rejected. The deadline to apply for and receive a mail-in ballot in Pennsylvania was 5 p.m. Eastern tonight. As of Thursday, state elections offices have received nearly 1.6 million ballots.
Former President Trump campaigning today with RFK Jr., who gave up his bid for the presidency to endorse Donald Trump. Trump is now promising that RFK Jr. would.
Pastors like, who's it, Huckleberry? Do you know why rabbits poop little pellets? So is your argument, oh, you can witness it directly? But it's like, hey, do you believe Mount Everest exists? Well, hey, you're just told that it exists, and you're just, I don't know, you'll just go on the internet and stuff and believe like any source that presents it. So did you actually see Mount Everest directly? Yeah, I guess you just believe whatever you're told.
Would have a major.
And I like people that make that argument, and it's just, again, it's like something like history. People make that argument, and it's like, so what's the alternative? Going on an archaeological dig? It's like, are you going on an archaeological dig to like engage in more hands-on, direct, like empirical means of like learning this stuff? And it's just you're aware that again, most people they work like 40 hours a week. I don't think that's a viable option for most people. So when you're discussing, I don't know, trying to inform yourself or educate yourself on certain more like esoteric topics, what's the alternative? But hey, when you're talking to people who are like functionally illiterate and they don't do any sort of homework, it's not like they're using that as like some kind of cope.
And Trump administration when it comes to women's and children's health. Rachel Scott with the Trump campaign in Wisconsin.
Tonight in must-win Michigan, Donald Trump urging his supporters forward towards the end of a long road.
But we're going to miss these rallies, aren't we, huh?
Like his Democratic rival, the former president closing on the #1 issue for voters, the economy.
And when we win, you are 4 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world
biggest
has ever
paychecks.
Don't overthink the rally.
Traveling with Trump to Michigan today, one of his top supporters, Robert.
Sorry, maybe I got to stop paying too much attention.
You're gonna get the biggest
Kennedy
paychecks,
was
Gene.
repeatedly spread debunk conspiracy theories about vaccines, dropped his
The
own
biggest.
independent bid for the White House to back Trump. He said he's been promised a top role in a Trump administration.
If you want to see me go to Washington, you better vote for Donald Trump.
God.
Why does he talk like that?
Today, Trump making this pledge.
Well,
he's got a speech disorder.
And it's been proven that he had worms in his fucking brain, and Trump wants him to be in charge of healthcare.
Wait, was it like tapeworms or?
I don't know, some sort of like worm in his brain, and he even admitted it. Like it was in my brain, and so I don't know if like worms in your brain, and they Trump wants to put him in charge of healthcare.
Well, I don't know, like how exactly if it is true. I don't know how it actually happened. Now, if you're dealing with some kind of cognitive impairment due to something like that, whether it's like an infection or some kind of traumatic injury, it's like some people are able to recover. Usually it's like the 2-year mark, where it's like if you go too long without actually addressing it, then a lot of times the, I guess, long-term permanent damage is much more significant. But if they get the right level of treatment and then they can show that they can still function at a notable level when it comes to their cognition, then I do think it would be irrelevant. But a lot of times it is, what is it? Who's the Hank Johnson? He's the politician that said that, the representative that said he was concerned that if they put a base on Guam, that the island would get so overly populated that it would capsize. And then you look at him on camera and it's almost like Forrest Gump, the way he's talking. And it's like he's clearly, and he's been reelected multiple times. And it's just, he can't even put a sentence together. And it's like, he clearly, and that's the thing. And it's like, okay, it sucks that he had an infection in his brain and it caused some kind of notable cognitive impairment, but he shouldn't be like one of the people running the fucking country in like Congress.
RFK Jr. is an anti-vaxxer, so yeah, let's put him in. The head of healthcare.
Oh God.
How good?
But vaccines cause autism. Yeah. And people that buy into that, don't you think, they're the kind of people that don't just believe what doctors tell them. And I'm sure, when they did a lot of research to verify when they were told that vaccines cause autism, to verify that, to fact check that, to verify that it's true. And when they buy into that, it's not just hearsay, that they hear other people say it, and then they take it seriously. Shab, you're muted. I think he's probably talking to his girlfriend.
Was Bobby Kennedy Jr. How good was he? And he's so into health and all, he's going to take care of women's health and men's health and your children's health.
Something he's been repeating on the campaign trail.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
Kennedy insists Trump made him a very specific promise.
The key tonight.
What wasn't that like Dianne Feinstein? Wasn't she like she had they literally like rolled her in a wheelchair, and she was like wetting herself and so forth, and yet she was in office. And again, people pay no fucking attention to who their like state representatives or senators are. So people are just, one of the reasons why these cognitively impaired sort of like candidates are getting reelected in, because people just pay no attention to any other like member of the government who isn't the president.
I think that President Trump has promised me is control of the public health.
And it's just a geriatric state. It's like our country's run by a bunch of seniors with dementia.
Agencies, which are HHS and its sub-agencies, CDC, FDA, NIH, and a few others, and then also the USDA, which is key to making America healthy.
Tonight, sources tell ABC News Kennedy has already recommended a fellow vaccine skeptic to be Secretary of Health and Human Services in a Trump administration, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, currently Surgeon General of Florida. During the pandemic, Ladapo repeatedly questioned the effectiveness of COVID vaccines. Today, Trump asked if he agrees with Kennedy about vaccines.
His views on vaccines.
Do you think people that actually took the quarantine seriously and wore their masks, do you think they did a really good job looking into it to verify that it was just quackery and pseudoscience?
I mean, I live in a very, very conservative.
Because they don't just believe what people tell them.
I did not take the vaccine. I mean, what was there, like 3, 4, 5 vaccines? I didn't take. Well, no, it's just me personally. I'm not trying to represent anyone, but I mean, if I get sick, I just get sick. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, I do think it's just okay. I understand that there's some extent where you try to learn about, I guess, the medical science and have some basic understanding of like the sort of like biology, chemistry, and stuff that's at play. But even if it's like you're not well read in that area, if you're going to claim that it's some kind of conspiracy, what does the government gain from it? And it's like the fact that the entire planet was like trying to enforce quarantines or whatever, regardless of whether it's like they went about it in the best way, or maybe it was excessive, or maybe it wasn't like strict enough. But regardless, it's just you can use that basic logic of you think there's like what the deep state Illuminati. Is it that kind of like quackery where all the world's government, like Xi Jinping, Putin, like Trump, they're all like collaborating to like enforce this global sort of like quarantine on something that they claim is only as bad as like the flu? It's sort of like flat Earth conspiracy theorists, where it's like, okay, even if it's like a lot of people, like people are just believing what they're told when they believe the Earth is round. And okay, I think that a lot of people, it's like they probably don't understand the fundamental forces and like dynamics of gravity, how it holds the planet together, why it would be spherical over this, and it is stuff that it's like why certain celestial objects form these shapes. It's like, okay, I understand that most people don't know about the more advanced science there, but then you can use basic fucking logic to be like, why are they trying to mislead people into thinking the Earth is flat? Why are all these world's nations trying to, I don't know, keep this from the people? Like, it's just, you got this basic layman's sort of, I guess, dynamic to it, where you can just assess it to that level, where you don't need to know the more esoteric stuff. And the fact that they're not even able to do that just shows how impaired they are.
Talking about a lot of things, but he's going to have a big role in healthcare, a very big role.
Is it HHS maybe?
He knows it better than anybody. He's got some views that I happen to agree with very strongly, and I have for a long time. I mean, for years, you and I would agree. We'll be seeing it as.
What about his views on vaccine and maybe a position at
All
HHS?
these things will be talked about.
Vice President Kamala Harris today attacking the idea that Trump would put Kennedy in charge of America's health system.
He has indicated that the person who would be in charge of health care for the American people is someone who has routinely promoted junk science and crazy conspiracy theories, who once expressed support for a national abortion ban, and who is the exact last...
No. It's your side that does the conspiracy theories, not my side.
person in America who should be setting healthcare policy for America's families and children.
David, Donald Trump has a rally tonight in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This weekend he heads to Pennsylvania and Georgia. But David, look at this. He's making 3 stops in battleground North Carolina, a state he won in 2016 and in 2020. Those stops in the final weekend of his campaign shows just how much that state is a must-win for his campaign, David.
Rachel Scott on the Trump campaign tonight. Rachel, thanks to you as well.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And the sun's coming up where I am.
Tuesday, October 29th, more than 50 million early ballots have been cast for the 2024 presidential election. Here to tell us what this number means and what we should expect around voter engagement is Andrea Haley. She is the CEO of Vote.org, the nation's largest voter engagement digital platform. Andrea, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
These early voting numbers are...
Do you think people are foolish, like trusting anything that's on like Vote.org?
I mean,
yeah.
If you're in a cult and you don't know and you're in a cult, yeah.
Are somewhat amazing to me. I checked this morning, it was 48 million. I checked this afternoon, we're up to 50 million. Let's start broad. What do these figures mean to you, and how remarkable are they compared to prior election cycles?
You know, these figures mean that the American public is really excited to have their voice heard this election cycle. These narratives about apathy and exhaustion just are not true. People are showing.
And of course, what is it, Juan in the chat? I know you're on the right side of history. Because, yes, it's your side that clearly knows what you're talking about. And, yeah, you're not biased in your own favor because you don't think you're biased in your own favor.
up and they want to participate. As you know, we had some of the highest turnout in American history in 2020. So 2020
Interviewer has a big nose
this is a very
job.
robust early vote. And
Good.
what's really exciting is that we're also
Good
seeing,
input.
Many young people all across the country participate.
Speaking of young people, I did want to get into the demographics within these broad
Yeah, young people suck.
Wait, John.
So
So
50 million is the top.
can we skip this and get into like a little bit of the Ukrainian Russian kind of stuff?
Yeah, we did. Dude, we haven't covered that yet. It's already like 7 hours into the stream.
Yeah. So I kind of want to skip over this.
The unused roads and rail lines that once linked North Korea with the South were blown up in a spectacular and symbolic display of aggression. The explosions, seen in videos taken from the south side of the demarcation line, triggered warning shots from South Korea's military and strong condemnation from South Korea's government, a spokesperson calling it a very abnormal act. For days, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un had vowed to cut off the links once seen as symbols of inter-Korea cooperation and to entirely sever his territory from the south. The fury over drones.
Now, do you think this would have happened if Trump was in office post Biden? Yeah.
No.
They see like North Korea, like they're getting along better, like South Korea when Trump was in office, and that's not incidental. It's all Trump.
Drones, with North Korea accusing the South of sending several to drop propaganda flyers over Pyongyang 3 times in the last month.
No, I don't think they should be doing that, because if people get caught with those flyers, they'll be killed or sent to a torture camp. So I do think that it's like, that isn't going to really help a whole lot. I don't think that that's going to really shift the view of the people that come across it. And it's they are brainwashed that, hey, everything they're getting from like these flyers are just these flyers are just propaganda from the evil like South Korea, because it's like everyone's eating birds from trees and stuff, and all they eat or whatever is snow.
Well, from what I understand, what did they say? They sent like 1,000, 10,000, or I don't know the exact number into Russian territory to actually get some military training.
What? We're talking about North Korea, not Russia or not Ukraine.
But no, Ukraine or North Korea did send troops into
that's why we're covering them now, and get into that.
Well, I'll save that.
Kim Jong-un's powerful sister, Kim Yo-jong, declared there's evidence proving it was the South. At first, South Korean military officials denied it, then said no comment. Both sides now positioning forces at high alert, with recent images showing that the North has been laying landmines, laying anti-tank traps, and building barriers for months.
Kim Jong-un has made clear that he sees this not as one people, but 2 states on the Korean Peninsula, and he's taking efforts to send a direct signal to South Korea that the era of engagement is over, and this is a physical manifestation of that policy.
During Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to North Korea in June,
they got along so well before.
2 nations signed a comprehensive strategic...
How often do you think people use that road to travel to and from North and South Korea?
One donkey.
Stoking fears those deepening ties have emboldened Kim Jong-un.
In the absence of North Korea's relationship with Russia, I don't think we would see the North Koreans be as provocative as they are right now.
It's still unlikely that...
What is it? North Koreans, on average, I know they're like a few inches shorter than South Koreans because of how malnourished they are. And I like how it's like everyone is like a fucking skeleton or like a toothpick in North Korea. And then look at how much of a fat fuck he is.
Have emboldened Kim Jong-un.
In the absence of North Korea's relationship with Russia, I don't think we would see the North Koreans be as provocative as they are right now.
It's still unlikely that Kim will launch any sort of large-scale attack because of retaliation by South Korea, along with U.S. forces, could be devastating.
We continue to urge the DPRK to reduce tensions and cease any actions that...
Now, there is discussion that South Korea might send troops to Ukraine. But that's kind of something that's just in the air.
Well, John, okay, so apparently from what I have tried to educate myself is Turkey has gone
has been like, Russia, give back Crimea, since they occupy, or they're the biggest country that occupy the. I think it's the
Wait. I really got to address this. This one person, motor culture, they've constantly been talking about how ill-informed we are and crap. And it's like, when it comes to like international news or knowing what's going on, like when it comes to like the world stage, they just said, is that the Chinese dude who had his brother unalived, or is that the Korean president? You should probably know that if you're going to claim that you have any notable level of knowledge when it comes to what's going on politically, or at least on the international level. I mean, that's someone where anyone that pays the slightest level of attention would know what's going on there. And it's like, is that the Korean president? I guess he has the title of president, or that's what he gives himself, but I'd say he's more like, he's generally considered a dictator as opposed to a president.
Would increase the risk of conflict, and we encourage the DPRK to return to dialogue and diplomacy.
For years, there have been upticks in military tension around North Korean missile testing and South Korea's military drills with.
Yeah, I know people don't know the states of this country. It's what I'm pointing out. I've like discussed that throughout the stream. So many people, it's just they don't have this like very basic rudimentary knowledge, this 101 knowledge on various topics. But then let's spam the rolling on the floor laughing emojis because, again, most Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level, and they show that they're the exception of the rule. Because when they present some kind of rhetoric in a text format, it's just, strings of emojis and text abbreviations. And if you just spam a bunch of rolling on the floor laughing emojis, that shows that you clearly are the kind of person that knows your shit. Because somebody says that 2 + 2 = 4, and you think it equals 5. I mean, because you spammed a bunch of emojis and acted like, that's so stupid. Clearly know your shit when you think it equals 5, not 4. Because that's how rhetoric works.
With the United States. This time, the rhetoric is angrier, and Kim is emboldened to follow through on those threats, which is a dangerous escalation for 2 countries still technically at war. Tom?
All right, we thank Janice Mackey-Frayer for that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Dude, no. This guy, he's saying it's hard to take me seriously, this guy sitting next to you, or this homeless guy sitting next to you. Which one? Crow or Shab? Shab, you're muted.
And top stories on the...
What? Shab, one of us is homeless.
They're talking about you, Drunken Crow. It's your beanie and stuff, obviously.
Oh, God, I'm homeless? I didn't know that. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's news to me. World attention focused on the Middle East and fears of further escalation between Iran with its nuclear program and nuclear-armed Israel. The rhetoric from North Korea's Kim Jong-un is getting less international attention. This week, he repeated a warning. If South Korea used armed forces against his country, North Korea would, without hesitation, use all its attack capabilities. And he said the use of nuclear weapons is not ruled out, though he later said, we have no intention of attacking South Korea. This week saw a massive annual military parade in South Korea, including...
Now, to be fair, he's been making these very same threats. like North Korea has been making these kind of threats for the last, 3 fucking decades. So it's never been any different. It's like, oh shit, they said that they're gonna, bomb, South Korea or shell them with artillery and stuff.
Including a U.S. bomber.
So this is something that's really... And here's the thing. It's like, this is constantly covered in the media. What the dispute between North and South Korea, and it's just, if you even tune in periodically now and then to, what's going on the world stage, you would know that. And then it's like, we got people spamming rolling on the floor laughing emojis, but then they don't even know, where North Korea is, or whether it's that Chinese guy, or is it the Korean president? I think that's kind of funny.
where South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol vowed the end of the North Korean regime if it ever used a nuclear weapon. So, add the Korean Peninsula to the global list of problems in the next president's in-tray. The two candidates offering very different approaches.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, I think it was in Thailand where it was Kim Jong-nam. He wanted to go to Disney World or Disneyland. And then there are these two women where they, I guess, snuck up to him from behind, and they started like poking him with the needles to execute him.
And I got along very well with him. He'd like to see me back too. I think he misses me. If you want to know the truth.
I will not close the.
He also had an uncle, like when his father passed away, and they're like dealing with all like the House of Cards, Game of Thrones, sort of like oligarchy Q bullshit. He fed his uncle to a pack of rabid dogs. But hey, that's fake news. It's just I don't know. We're just believing what the mainstream media tells us.
To tyrants and
we can't know that 100%. We weren't there.
Like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Increasing
Well,
the complexity, many burning international issues are interwoven.
Nope, never mind.
In Ukraine, it's now highly likely that North Korean soldiers are fighting for Russia, South Korea's defense minister says. Kim Jong-un wished President Putin a happy birthday this week, a friendship both sides have had reason to celebrate. During the Russian leader's visit in June, they signed a comprehensive strategic partnership. The US suspects that means sharing more weapons and perhaps even nuclear secrets.
We continue to be incredibly concerned by the expanding security
Perhaps
relationship
even
between,
dick
North Korea
pics.
and Russia, both for the support that North Korea continues to provide to Russia to prosecute its illegal war against Ukraine, and for the prospect of Russia assisting ways.
Sunshine Lollipop says they don't know about soil biology either. I don't know what the argument is there, but the point is, it's like, okay, I don't think somebody's stupid just because they don't know. Like, even if they're not knowledgeable of it, it's like if somebody recognizes their own ignorance and they acknowledge that, hey, I just don't care, I don't pay attention. I find that those people who aren't knowledgeable and they just admit that they don't know, I'm not going to think those people are stupid. Being aware of your own ignorance is a sign of intelligence. I mean, knowledge doesn't necessarily equate to intelligence, but that shows a level of critical thinking when you can actually apply that sort of self-assessment and recognize that, yeah, knowledge is justified true belief. Why would I think I know this? And then when somebody says something that I disagree with, why am I going to act like I have some notable level of knowledge compared to them? Because, you know, most people are average. So chances are, probability, talk to some random person, they're in the average category when it comes to things like knowledge. And how much does the average person know? And why do they think that they're one of the people above the average when it comes to education on the topic or any level of understanding on a particular subject? And then they sit there and it's like, oh my God, these people don't know what they're talking about. Rolling on the, like, spam the, like, rolling on the floor laughing emojis. It's like, yeah, clearly the likelihood of you being the kind of person that actually applies any, like, I don't know, notably, like, a distinct level of research compared to others. Yeah, you clearly have a good reason to think that you have knowledge on that topic.
Assisting North Korea in ways that ultimately will be destabilizing to the Korean Peninsula.
Kim's confidence is growing. Last month, he was pictured visiting centrifuges that can produce fuel for nuclear bombs. Last year, he brought his daughter to inspect missiles.
This is my honor.
The years when Kim Jong-un was prepared to meet with President Trump and perhaps negotiate are a memory now. The next president may have to deal with a very different North Korea.
From the relationship between President Putin and Kim Jong-un is not new. President Putin knew Kim Jong-un's father, Kim Jong-il. But the closeness between the two men and the two countries, that is increasingly unusual.
Aristotle used to complain that Plato would, instead of responding and debate with words, he would just flex. Yeah, I don't know if that was the case.
Intelligence.
I know Aristotle was Socrates mentored Plato, and then Plato mentored Aristotle, and then Aristotle mentored Alexander the Great.
that North Korea shipped 16,000 crates of munitions to Russia in the past year. And Russia says it is helping North Korea with its space program.
I mean, Socrates, he's the philosopher behind Socratic knowledge, recognizing one's own ignorance. Said, the oracles have said, I'm the wisest man in Athens, and the reason I'm the wisest man in Athens because I know nothing. Or I know that I know nothing.
There are tensions.
Was it Einstein? It's like the more you know about how much you don't know. But what do those dumb fucks know?
Between China
they know
and
nothing.
North Korea, between China and Russia and Iran, that may be an opportunity for a future administration. Tom?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Ukraine has claimed that a Russian missile struck a civilian ship in Odessa.
Exactly, and this is resulting in one fatality and leaving Israel in several injured. Now, Ukraine officials have confirmed about the attack, saying that the Russians hit a civilian ship with a ballistic missile. The officials also mentioned that 5 foreign nationals were injured in the attack, making it the second attack on civilian vessels.
Meanwhile, the Russian shelling in the eastern city of Sloviansk has killed 1 person and injured 6 others, including 2 children. Governor of the Donetsk region, Vadim Flashkin, said that the shelling damaged 6 multi-story apartment buildings, an administrative building, and a business site.
The Russian forces claim to have captured another village in the Donetsk region, an area critical to logistics near Pokrovsk.
Okay, so this is something that Putin now is getting a lot of slack from people in it, the kleptocrats in his inner circle. Sorry, I'm flubbing. Currently going on 8 hours, but one of the reasons is because the conscripts that pretty much had no training that were on the border, they're not supposed to be in the front lines, but then Ukraine brought the front lines to Russia when they invaded the Kursk region. So now a lot of the people, young adults that died, they're the children of more affluent people in St. Petersburg and Moscow, where it's when it comes to Russia, it's pretty much Moscow and St. Petersburg. That's really the only places you're going to go where you see any notable level of development. But because of that, a lot of people in his inner circle aren't really happy, and now he's kind of losing a level of sway and control. So I think the possibility of maybe a coup is increasing, but
amidst a series of deadly attacks with reports of civilians being killed in Syria and Kherson regions.
The Ukrainian president addressed the ongoing challenges in the Donetsk region in his nightly video message and emphasized the urgency of reinforcing Ukraine's military capabilities.
He highlighted the upcoming...
The Ritless in the room says that I need to disconnect you from the stream chat.
Yeah, well, that's because I'm the coolest.
A Ramstein meeting in Germany where leaders from over 50 nations are expected to discuss military aid to
You know what? I like this guy.
Ukraine, including the permission to use long-range missiles.
The Donetsk directions remain particularly challenging, and we will try to convince our partners at the upcoming Ramstein meeting of the urgent need for the significant reinforcement of our capabilities and positions right now during these autumn months.
Remember when we were talking to Ruby, and he was trying to defend Israel, and he was pandering to the sort of hey, it's they elected Hamas and crap like that, and it's how many people in Gaza do you think are actually Hamas militants? They're actually fighting in that militia. So I don't know, 60%.
Yeah.
And then it's usually it's you look at countries like North Korea. I guess North Korea made me think of this. Or Eritrea, the countries that have the largest level of conscription, and they do have the largest quantity of active military personnel. And you look at the largest examples of active military personnel, and it's rare that it ever surpasses the single digits. And it's something it's 6% for Eritrea. And the fact that it's if you pay attention or actually read about the stuff to inform yourself, then you would know that it's very rare that you ever see more than 2-3% of a country's population that's even involved in the military. And you think 60% of the population in that region is actually like involved when it comes to combat and are actual Hamas militants.
Meanwhile, Kiev also ramped up its offensive against Moscow, targeting a key energy infrastructure.
I can't remember what popped up, but
reported a successful strike on an oil terminal in Crimea aimed at disrupting Moscow's war funding.
Russia is continuing to march on the eastern Ukrainian battlefield. Russian missiles and drones are continuously targeting Ukraine. While Ukrainian troops are outgunned and outnumbered, they're deploying small modified drones to deadly effect. And our next story explains what this strategy is all about.
Russian attacks intensify with missiles raining down on Ukraine's eastern front, targeting key cities like Kyiv and Odessa. Russian artillery is raining fire on the front lines. Russia claims its troops have taken control of a settlement in the Donetsk region. Ukraine has been pleading with its Western allies to allow it to shoot long-range weapons at Russian targets. Fearing escalation, the West is...
Now, I do know that very recently, a few countries did give them permission to use artillery and certain weapons against Russian units that are on Russian soil. And that might be one of the reasons why they actually decided to invade in the Kursk region. And now it's you know what? Even though it's a very small chunk of land and it's not really something that would help break the stalemate in those eastern provinces, it did because you had those conscripts that were pretty much not trained and they were practically just in lawn chairs and stuff when they invaded. That's now really fucking with Putin's political status within his own circle. So did have a significant impact there.
Unwilling to give the nod. Ukrainian forces, however, are pushing back, deploying their new incendiary drones to devastating effect. These Dragon drones, known for their ability to rain fire from above, strike with thermite, a compound that burns at an astonishing 2,000 degrees Celsius, easily melting through tank armor and other metal targets. Footage from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry shows one of these drones hovering over a Russian tank before dropping its fiery payload, reducing the armored vehicle to a smoldering ruin. The Ukrainian military reportedly started using these thermite-equipped drones in September, with videos emerging that showcase their destructive capabilities. Russia too has been using new weaponry to deadly effect. These images released by the Russian Defense Ministry show a heavy flamethrower system firing on enemy positions. This is a multiple-barreled flamethrower capable of firing a stream of flammable liquid up to 300 meters. As both sides...
Dude, and when they destroy that, ammunitions factory, it's you look at, Two Guns said when I was talking to him, that when he originally came across it and just saw, the thumbnails and so forth, he's like, oh, fuck, has it happened? Was a nuke actually dropped? And he's like, oh, okay, it was just, an ammo factory, but still... It's but then you look at the casualties, and I think it was only 4 or 5 people were actually killed. And I think that they were all actual militants. And then it's you look at that where it's that's probably one of the largest non-nuclear explosions that has happened in the last century. And the fact that they're able to conduct that without killing dozens or hundreds of people at a time. But hey, it's do you think Israel is doing its due diligence when it comes to, I don't know, not murdering dozens of people whenever there's 3 militants in this building, so yeah, it gives us the right to lob a missile there when we know that there's civilians there. But they're using their people as shields, so yeah. That's okay. It's almost 2 wrongs don't make a right, but yeah, there's 3 people holding dozens of people hostage, 80 Americans, and the cops just blow up the building and kill 80 fucking civilians in the process. But hey, those criminals were using them as human shields, so therefore What the officers did in that scenario isn't profoundly fucked up and unethical, and there's nothing criminal on their end.
Experiment with this new breed of weaponry, the intensity of warfare escalates, sparking fears that the conflict will become even more ferocious. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
For all the latest news, download the Beyond app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Man. Dude, realist in the room, do you think, okay, you keep telling me I should ditch these dudes? What about me? You think I'm like, just some, like, drunk, dumb fuck? I mean, I understand this dude, this Shabisky guy.
What?
But, what? Think I'm not, it's pretty much my stream. I just let these guys on.
Whoa.
Chill out and stuff.
He allows us to be here, Crow.
Yeah, I'm all right. Okay, good. At least I'm not complete garbage.
Yeah, I'm gonna wonder if he sticks around or not.
He's gonna love you forever.
Dude, now, people have said before, it's like usually a bunch of people would pile up like in the waiting room when I would do the stream, and then it's like most of them wouldn't talk at all. And people are like, okay, even though it's like you are providing commentary like pretty much throughout the entire stream, because there's so many people on screen that aren't talking or that are barely talking, it does kind of seem like there's less activity even though there's none. So I don't know, maybe we should start, I don't know, taking people off camera and they can just like still chat when they want to.
Well, John, I was in still waiting. I was playing poker, but I did have a lot to say when you guys were talking about like daycare and whatnot. I did have experience.
You're a homeless, drunk, dumb fuck.
No.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what that one dude's saying.
Oh shit. Okay, well, can I stay with him then? I'll pay rent. I'll suck your dick.
Mine? Cool.
Yeah.
For a cheeseburger.
Another thing, you look at the drone warfare in Ukraine and in Burma, and how like the level of precision you get compared to like conventional ground combat, and it's just, you know what, the fact that it's just you have these massive ground forces and they're heavily outnumbered, but then it's like they're able to easily deal with like tank battalions just using because you can just fly a drone in, plant some C4 on it, and there you go. And then you look at Israel, where Israel has one of the most sophisticated militaries on the fucking planet, and look at how much money they get from the US. And it's just I don't know if you know how like demolition works with buildings, where they'll blow up buildings with explosives and they collapse into their footprint. It's almost like it's just, again, there's like a squad of Hamas militants in this one building, but there's a bunch of civilians in the other, like residents nearby. And it's like they're going to use an airstrike or lob a missile there that's also going to like destroy and level those other buildings in the process. And it's just, I know I'm not a military expert, but it seems like you use like 3 or 4 drones to plant like some C4, and you just put it in the proper like sort of vulnerable areas and collapse the building into its footprint. And it's just, is that really not something that's practical for them to do? And I understand that there's a greater level of like population density, but people like make the argument, oh, they'll see that coming. They're not able to like they wouldn't be able to get drones there and do something like that. But then it's just look at the sort of like distance that they need to go to get to their targets in Ukraine. And it's just, okay, maybe they don't always get there, but it seems like when it's like in an open fucking plain, so it would definitely stand out more. The fact that they're able to, I don't know, get the drones to their targets and actually use it efficiently, they wouldn't be able to, I don't know, do something like that to deal with the militants in like a more efficient, precise manner where you don't kill dozens of children in the process, because they're using a bunch of kids as shields, so it's okay to kill all the fucking children.
What if they deserved it?
Yeah, they voted Hamas into office even though like over half of their population are minors, and they didn't, like, most of the people in the country today weren't old enough at the time to even vote. And then on top of all that, it's just what, like, Kim Jong-un is president, like Erdogan is, like, Putin classifies as president. Are those all fair elections? It's like most dictators don't claim to be dictators. Most dictators claim to be elected officials, and it's like, they're clearly not mock elections. And it's just, clearly Hamas, in the same way Saddam Hussein was, it was a fair election when they were, elected into office there. Yeah, clearly, it was completely fair, not corrupt, and the people willingly voted them in.
Wait, someone in the chat, what the fuck is it? Remind me, what's a toque? Toque? What the fuck is a toque?
Just Google it.
I can't, I'm too fucking retarded.
Now to the war in Ukraine. Last week, Ukrainian missiles struck Donetsk. The attack killed a few soldiers, but here's the catch. They weren't Russians. In fact, new reports suggest that they were North Korean soldiers. What were they doing in Ukraine? How did they end up in Donetsk? Well, it seems like it's the extension of a military pact that Moscow and Pyongyang signed in the month of June this year. They pledged to extend military ties. North Korean weapons are already being used in Ukraine by the Russians. And
and that's the big thing. So I think it's something like, on average, they're losing 1,000 troops a day, like Russia. And one of the things that they've been doing, we covered that, the meat grinder tactics, where they have untrained like troops and they just kind of use them as cannon fodder. And that way it allows the troops that are actually more well-trained to like get in closer to the front lines where they're needed to actually fire more accurate shots and so forth. And Wagner did that, where they got the criminal like conscripts. And one of the things they would do is they'd say, hey, if you flee, we'll shoot you ourselves. So you guys need to go into the front lines and stuff and pretty much get shot at. And then by doing that, it would reveal the position of the Ukraine fighters. So then it would allow like the Wagner mercenaries to get the proper shots in and everything. And it was actually a fairly efficient tactic on their end, even though it's pretty like fucked up and unethical. But then what happened with Wagner and that particular group? Yeah. Seemed like they were quite the asset, but then, like, wasn't it the logistics with Russia and Putin? They weren't really getting the supplies that they needed. And then because of that, even though it's like unethical, you don't want them to do well, they actually were, in terms of like Putin's advantage, doing a decent job there. But then again, it's almost like things aren't well structured and well managed, like at the top levels in Russia, so that fucked them over. So it's on, like, logistics is really important.
Pyongyang soldiers have also joined Russia's war. But will it change anything? Our next report tells you.
Yes. I like that you subscribe. Come back more, and I promise the next time you come back, I'll make sure that these guys aren't on camera.
It was Vladimir Putin's birthday yesterday. The Russian leader turned 72.
and of course, messages poured in from across the globe. One such special message.
See, it's like we got over 31,000 views, and I'm all sleep deprived and shit. And it's just, I don't know. Usually it's like the 3-hour mark. It's like, okay, I'm getting tired and stuff. But when you look at how many people are watching, it's just, oh my God. How many more views am I going to get if I go longer? And then it's just, maybe I got to start popping some caffeine pills.
Well, John, you can still keep going. I just keep getting insulted.
Relations between Moscow and Pyongyang would be raised to a new level. Do the deepening ties mean they would fight each other's wars? A new report suggests so.
What the fuck?
Soldiers
Go back to that little clip where... yeah, right here.
A new report suggests so.
Such badass.
South Korea, North Korean soldiers are fighting along...
Dude, it does remind me of clips of... What was that one movie where it was like Seth Rogen, the dictator? I know that really pissed them off, and they said that if they...
Yeah.
If they premiered that movie in theaters, then they would there'd be a 9/11 level terrorist attack on every single theater, which I don't think they really have the means to carry that out. But
they still fucking what do they hacked Sony.
Yeah, and then America, I think, hacked them back because just a week later, their entire network went down. And I mean, it's pretty much only the elites in North Korea that have access to the internet, but yeah, that did happen in response. And Obama didn't take credit for it, but one thing, and I've talked shit about Obama tonight if you've paid attention, but with Iran, one of the things he did is the Stuxnet virus. When they actually looked at the virus, it was programmed to actually go a nerd and everything or whatever, pretty much or whatever. But it turned out that it was programmed to pretty much shut off at the end of Obama's presidency. So it's I guess we can't know 100%, but it seems a little evident. And it was pretty much programmed to just sort of spread itself to as many devices as it could until it got where it was needed. And when people were actually decoding it and so forth, all the professionals and so forth, they saw that, I forget what it's called. So a lot of malware and so forth that's used to hack, it will have it's called a new day or a 0 day, because it's pretty much, it has just been discovered, the exploit, and people on the deep web will sell it. And pretty much it's you have a limited amount of time to really utilize this, to really exploit it. And that's where some of the most significant acts happen, because it's your major software corporations, and when it comes to anti-malware, they haven't actually filled in or fixed that sort of exploit. And that particular program had 4 new days or 0 days, forget what the term is. And it's incredibly rare for a program to even have one. And then it was designed where it would display fake information. So a red herring on the terminals and stuff at the nuclear facility, or the nuclear power plant. And then when it came to the pylons in the generators, it calls them to essentially it disrupted their rotation, and it caused them to rotate back and forth abruptly to the point where it pretty much completely destroyed and crippled their nuclear weapon program. So when Obama was in office, I don't know, there are a lot of cyber attacks on a lot of opponents.
Russian troops in Ukraine. The revelation came from Seoul's defense minister. On October 3rd, Ukraine struck Donetsk. Seoul says the missile strike may have killed 6 North Korean officers. Ukrainian media has also reported the same. So the partnership is going to new levels, and that's been the case for a while now. In June, Putin landed.
I'm not going to drop them. I'm just being sarcastic.
In Pyongyang. It was his first
being
visit to the country in
facetious.
24 years, and he got the fanciest red carpet welcome. Last year, Kim traveled to a city in the Russian Far East, so the ties have been growing. And one of the reasons for that is the war in Ukraine. It's left Putin isolated. He's lost the West, he's lost support, he needs new allies. And what better option than North Korea? The Moscow-Pyongyang relationship goes back decades. It started in the 1950s with Kim's grand.
So there's been talks that since there's been North Korean soldiers in on the battlefield with Ukraine and Russia, and there's been talks that if other countries from NATO give troops to Ukraine, that might escalate it. But who started it first?
Oh. It's like, no shit, any sort of participation is going to escalate it. Them simply giving them weapons to begin with is going to escalate it. I mean...
Well, yeah, but well, fucking Russia has been, like, low on troops, and then all of a sudden...
It's that sort of tap dancing on, like, the red tape, the red line, and...
Grandfather.
It's wanting to be involved, but not wanting to be too involved, and so forth. And like it's like with Vietnam, the troops were there, but they only actually fought on the border or within South Vietnam because they didn't want to actually go on the offensive or actually give support there. Why? Because they didn't want to piss off China and Russia and get them involved. And the thing is, they were pretty fearful of China getting involved. It seemed like they cared more about China sending troops there than even Russia. But then here's the funny thing: this is the last time that China, troops in China have ever actually seen combat that had been deployed in any sort of military dispute was in Vietnam. And the funny thing is that when the United States withdrew and had that big blunder of an involvement, Pol Pot in Cambodia, he was paranoid as fuck, and he ended up he thought that Vietnam's going to invade him at any moment, which kind of silly. But then he just attacked Vietnam, and then Vietnam went in and occupied the capital and stuff. And it's like I actually think Vietnam did the right thing there, and they got rid of Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge. They all had to go hide in the jungles and stuff. So at least they liberated the people there from that oppression. Pol Pot is probably, I think he's the fourth when it comes to murderous tyrants. When it comes to their kill count, he's number 4, number 5 when it comes to his level of genocide and everything. But China, because they constantly claim that, hey, we're the big power. We don't want France here with all their Indochina colonies and stuff, and we call the shots. And we need to show Vietnam and Laos, Cambodia, all these countries, when we tell you that you don't attack Cambodia, you do what we say. So there was the Sino-Vietnam War that kind of directly followed the Vietnam War that America was involved in. And China, unlike the United States, where we played that bureaucratic red tape game and we only had troops in the South playing defense, China went full on offense, which again, the United States was afraid of that. But here's the funny thing. The Vietnamese, they were able to fight the Chinese soldiers back to their border, while also fighting the Khmer Rouge and the military in Cambodia, and while fighting on this opposite front where they had their troops like pretty much dedicated to what was going on like on the western end with Cambodia. China invaded them, so they're completely unprepared, and they were still able to, I don't know, distribute half of their like military to fight China back to the border. So, yeah, when people bring up Vietnam with America, which I think it was stupid that we were there and stuff, a lot of people don't know that about China. That they also had their own Vietnam War, and their like blunder is like much more embarrassing.
Soon, in between, the two nations grew apart, but now things are back on track. And the two countries are signing deals to prove that point, including a mutual defense pact. The two nations promise to share military technology. More importantly, Putin says he may defend North Korea if attacked. That's a very big promise. North Korea is returning the favor too. Its weapons are...
I like people in the chat where it's like, yeah, this person's definitely going to win. I know that 100%. When you look at the elections and it's always by like close to like a 50-50 margin. And it's just the fallacy. It's like if their candidate happens to win, they knew like 100% that they were going to win. It's like, yeah, of course. And that is something that both sides fucking do. And it's just, then it's funny when their side loses and crap when they were so, like certain what was going to happen. And it is sort of like, you know, people are so fucking smart. I'm arrogant for looking down at that because, yeah, clearly I'm unreasonable thinking that kind of logic is flawed.
Role in the Ukraine war. Growing evidence suggests that Russia has been deploying North Korean missiles in Ukraine, and now it looks like it's also using Pyongyang soldiers. Which brings us to the question, how far does this no-holds-barred friendship go? Well, there's nothing organic about this comradeship. It may look like these two are BFFs, but it's based on common enmity towards the US. However,
she's like, what is it, out of all of these areas, which one has the most badass organized crime gangsters? Russia, Colombia, China, Italy, Jamaica, Haiti. I'm gonna go with Haiti. Like, what is it? Lieutenant Barbecue, Sergeant Barbecue?
Yeah.
Even though he barbecues a lot of innocent people and they go in and it's just an entire, like, sort of field of, just, like, a bunch of corpses that are, burnt to a crisp. So, I don't know. Lieutenant Barbecue, he does seem like the kind of guy you don't want to fuck with. I mean, he's a gangster. He pretty much... It's something like they broke out close to like tens of thousands of gang members from prison. And then you look at how many military personnel the Haitian government has. And it's like they have like something like 9,000 personnel. I think it was like less than 10,000. It's like, holy fuck. It's kind of hard to say that they're just a gang.
There's also a lot to gain.
When is it a fucking gang and when is it a terrorist group? When is it a militia? When are they pirates? Like, what is it? Like, when do they fall in one category compared to the other?
When they get a Jewish lawyer.
In Somalia, it's like they're not gangs, they're pirates, and like Haiti, they're not militia, they're a gang or whatever, and then like it goes like full circle.
For Putin, it's a new ally, a steady supplier of military weapons and now even soldiers, also a deterrent in the Pacific. For Kim Jong-un, Russia can help upgrade its military technology. It can also help in providing food and fuel. So both sides have a lot at stake here. For the West, this new partnership spells danger. Kim's weapons are already impacting Ukraine, and now his soldiers could tip...
I mentioned like the soldiers that they sent there. Wasn't it's like 4,000? Yeah.
North Korea?
Yeah. So people are like, both sides, Ukraine and Russia, are having notable troop shortages. But with Russia, I would say it's causing more problems on their end than with Ukraine, especially since now there's all that infighting with all the flubbing my speech, been on for like 12 hours, or the oligarchs or whatever. It's a less flubbable sort of term. But people are like, oh my god, that's such a large amount of troops, and it's like they've been losing like 1,000 soldiers a day. I don't think they're gonna really last that long.
Well, Putin's favor in this war.
So you brought up earlier that they're sending like the sons of oligarchs onto the front lines because that's all they fucking have at the moment. And then you got what was
gangs because of the dude. It's a no true gangs, no true militia fallacy, no true terrorists.
The U.S. election explains how America chooses its president. Your primer on the race to the White House. Everything you need to know about how America votes.
Ukraine seems to be hurtling towards a free fall. Its hopes of turning the tide against Russia seem to be...
Hold on. So we had that that was a advertisement for pro Kamala, and you're
okay. Wait 1 sec. It says 8 hours and everything. Yeah, but it's like I woke up around the same time. Yeah, like I woke up at 7 o'clock yesterday. So now it's like I've been awake for over like 24 hours.
Talked about November Peace Summit. Is no
on my point, you're not going to see Kamala suck the dick of President Putin and fucking whatever that fat fucking Chinese guy was.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
I'm like, where are all my regulars? Because it's just the people that are always here aren't here today. When like this is probably like the most views that we've ever gotten, and now Stabby McHugs comes, who usually is like very nice. He loves Shab and everything, and then he comes and he's like, we finally get some regulars here, and it's like, yeah, it smells like booze, weed, and regret. So he even says that you guys fucking suck. Yeah.
Well, we're getting close to the fucking election day, so of course tensions are going to be high. Shabisky's going to be high. Our body odor is going to be high.
Daddy, tell me more about how much Shab and Crow suck compared to me.
This is a huge jolt for the
I really like it when people tell me how awesome I am.
president. It comes as the U.S. is yet to make up its mind about letting Kiev use long-range weapons inside Russia. Just to put it simply, things are not looking good for Volodymyr Zelensky. Ukraine's allies have made comments expressing reservations and concerns about the ongoing war. And to top that, Zelensky has had to cancel the November Peace Summit. As per reports, Daria Zarivna, senior presidential aide to the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky, told the media on Tuesday that the second peace summit will not take place in November. You see, this is a massive blow for Ukraine. Not just that, as per experts, Ukraine's ambitious Kursk offensive in August was carried out with the aim of using captured Russian territory as a bargaining chip for the November summit. Not only is the summit not taking place,
Monica says she's high. Who isn't high?
Ukraine's Kursk offensive has largely
Everyone's
been viewed by
copying
analysts
me.
as a...
They're copying me, Gene.
What is it? People tell me I'm like a twerker or whatever.
The tweaker?
Tweaker. Yeah.
Twerker.
Over 24 hours. I'm sorry. I'm kind of.
Gene the twerker.
Yeah.
I could get with that.
With Russia not only managing to withhold Ukraine's offensive, but also managing to regain a significant share of the territory.
But is that being high if you're like on those drugs on the other side of the spectrum?
While simultaneously capturing large parts of
Yeah,
the Ukrainian territory.
twerking. That's when you're really high.
No, shut. But I mean, are you? Is it high if you're on like a bunch of stimulants and shit?
Yeah, it's still considered high in my book. Doing
Well, isn't it-
shrooms
it's like
is
you're
high.
amped.
Doing coke is high.
Yeah, but that's because it's got like that more sedating sort of effect. It like it like makes you baked, and then you're amped when you're on like coke and shit.
On the task of crumbling to
I've
Russia.
never seen people use the term amped, I guess. I don't know. But I don't hang
That's
around
'cause you do
cokeheads.
pussy drugs.
Jeez, what a jerk.
Yeah.
In fact, the Russian Defense Ministry on Tuesday claimed its forces have captured Ukrainian villages of Zolota Neva and Zoryane Pershe in Donetsk region, putting further pressure on the Ukrainian army. The villages reportedly lie to the north and to the south of the town of Korakhove. As per reports, one of the focal points of military activity on the Eastern Front. And on the other hand, Zelensky said that Ukraine is maintaining...
They've found like buckets and of pee and waste near these gamers, so they don't lose time going to the bathroom. Yeah, exactly.
pressure against Russian troops in the Kursk region. Listen in.
It's definitely what Shad gets up like every 2 minutes to use the restroom.
My dick gets up.
The fighting in the Kursk region is now in its third month already, and we are maintaining the necessary pressure on Russia.
Plus, I don't fucking eat, so that's my problem.
This area.
You don't really have to shit when you don't eat.
Also, you can't have a waste if
Despite the news, just one
you
part of the
spell
story,
it
like we said,
fucking wrong, you dipshit.
Dude, no, I'm like Kim Jong-un. I was born without a butthole.
The U.S. is yet to make up its mind on allowing...
I'm such a pure specimen that when I flew out of my mother's vagina, that, yeah. I don't need a butthole either. Yeah. Did you know Kim Jong-un? He always gets a hole in one.
Oh, yeah. He's the greatest.
And he's written like 10,000 operas and so forth.
Oh, yeah.
Have to use long-range weapons. On Saturday, the White House has reportedly announced that Biden would not be meeting Zelensky in Germany. That's also happened. As per reports, Zelensky was set to bring up that issue, and Biden reportedly has cancelled all of his travel plans due to the impact of Hurricane Milton in Florida. And it is not clear when the two leaders will be meeting next. And this is crucial, because several leaders have voiced concerns and reservation about Ukraine in regard to the war against Russia. As recently as Tuesday, the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban at a news conference in France reportedly said that Ukraine cannot win the war with Russia on the battlefield. His comment comes days after the Serbian president, Alexander Vučić, reportedly in an interview said that the Ukraine conflict is slipping away from US control and could now come back to them like a boomerang. Serbia, although not a member of NATO, has expressed support for Ukraine in the ongoing war with Russia. In the past, even the United Nations 2 weeks ago said that it cannot afford to support Ukraine for...
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I like being a skeleton, so I can because Americans are just fat. That's what a lot of people say. So when you're a non-fat American, it's like you get to point to the 9 in 10 Americans who are fat. It's like I'm in the not fat club. Yeah.
Damn.
I think technically Mexico is fatter than America.
Well, they did surpass us, but we surpassed them again. So it oscillated for a couple of years.
Gene is paying close attention to the
For the
numbers,
upcoming
Drunken
winter.
Crow. Don't worry.
In fact, even citizens in your country are putting pressure domestically on their leaders.
It's
to
a
stop
race.
supporting Ukraine.
Who's gonna win? Yes.
Young
Do you know what the most overweight country is, or the most obese country is?
Belgium.
Nope.
The Vatican?
Why are those your guesses?
I don't know.
It's an island state, Nauru, and it is one of the least populated countries on the planet. I think there's less than 1,000 people that live on it, and they're pretty much all mortally obese. And a lot of it's because initially, when I guess they were discovered or whatever by other countries during, I think it was the earliest 20th century or whatever. They had a lot of resources and so forth, so their economy went way up, and then it kind of dived and everything. And one of the reasons why they're so overweight is because they didn't really they lived hunter and gatherer lifestyles, so they didn't adapt to agriculture, so it's feast or famine. So they never really adapted to more processed diets. So once processed meals were introduced, their obesity rates kind of skyrocketed, and it's something like
Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
Thousands of people took...
Well, that's the thing. I mentioned that before. It's that Australia and Britain and Canada I'm certain that other countries love to talk about how fat America is because, like, whatever, but because they don't speak English, I guess maybe you don't come across it as much. But the other big English-speaking countries, they love to give America shit for being fat. And they're up there as well. It's like something like their obesity rate is only like a couple percentage points behind the U.S.
Well, that's because in the U.S. we have guns, and so we run more. And
okay, I just said that we still have a higher rate of obesity.
I know.
Yeah, but we run more.
Wait, shit. I don't know.
You're drunk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Streets of Berlin to protest against arms deliveries to Ukraine, expressing concern about a possible nuclear escalation. Germany, as per reports, is one of the biggest donors to Ukraine, sending tanks, air defense, artillery systems, as well as other weapons to Kiev. Even in France, there were similar such protests in Paris by citizens.
Who's this guy? It's Macron. Yeah.
Macaroni.
Exactly. God, such constructive commentary.
This year, over French President Emmanuel Macron's proposal to send troops to Ukraine.
Oh, there you go.
With the peace summit.
Yeah, I bet
taking place in November.
You didn't know that, Chad.
What? His name's Macaroni?
That the time for Ukraine is running out.
Okay, maybe I do need to get rid of you guys.
And the weeks and months ahead look extremely challenging for Volodymyr Zelensky. To stay up to speed with the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
As bitter winds sweep across the war-torn landscape, Ukraine is staring down at the barrel of what NATO was or has warned could be its toughest winter yet. With Russian forces advancing, allies hesitating, and infrastructure crumbling, the nation is on a desperate plea frenzy. Here's a report.
Russian troops continue their relentless assault. Russian forces are steadily advancing in eastern Ukraine. After capturing key city of Volodar in Ukraine's east, Russian troops are piling more pressure on Ukrainians. Russians are using firepower to a deadly effect. Russian planes are firing dozens of glide bombs daily. After dismantling Ukraine's frontline defenses, Moscow's forces are unleashing massive artillery fire on key positions. The Russian Defense Ministry has also released footage of its motorcycle assault units executing rapid strikes, signaling an intensification of its ground operations. Ukraine is staring at bigger problems. Ukraine is outgunned and outnumbered on the battlefield. There are enormous challenges beyond the battlefield as well. Repeated Russian strikes have considerably weakened its infrastructure. As temperatures drop, NATO warns that...
Now, who do you think's going to cave in first? Because both of them are dealing with troop shortages.
Ukraine is on the brink.
I think I brought it up a while ago. Turkey has said that the Russian annexation of Crimea was they disagreed with that. And since Turkey is what is the Black Sea or what body of water
it's the Black Sea.
Yeah, so and I don't know if it's like Turkey's or Turkey or whatever the fuck they want to call it now, because I know they changed the
So you're talking about the strait that they have that leads into
so that gets rid of Russia's in that area that gets rid of Russia's naval force. I don't know if like I said, oh shit, fuck words.
I do know, what is it? The Gibraltar Strait is technically a British territory still.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the Suez Canal, that kind of leads from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. I think it's something like 12-18% of the world's trade just goes through the Suez Canal. And like with the Black Sea, it's like that's definitely a notable level of I guess sea where a decent amount of maritime trade also goes through there. That I forget what the strait's called with Turkey, but yeah, there are a lot of advantages there. And then when it comes to Crimea, It's like that leads into a notable like body of water. And that's clearly but people are like, hey, the people in Crimea, they didn't want to be part of like Russia and shit. It's like, okay, whatever. I think maybe that's Russia's fault, the Soviet Union's fault, when they carved out these fucking borders and so forth. And when it collapsed, then they decided that, okay, you get this land, you get that land. Maybe it's their fault that these people who identify more with like Russia, that they allocated that land to Ukraine. But even if that's the case, it's like, yeah, I'm sure Putin had altruistic reasons for annexing that land. It has nothing to do with like more, I guess, tactical or also lucrative reasons of controlling that sort of like passageway and that sort of maritime traffic.
Well, who's the leader of Turkey? Erdogan, right?
Yeah, Erdogan.
So now since we got like Russia, China, North Korea, and apparently Russia thought that Turkey was like on their, on their side, on their like the axis of like power or whatever. When they said that, or when Erdogan said that, Crimea should be returned back to Ukraine. Politically, I can see it. I don't know what Erdogan's you're actually
fuck.
You're looking it up. Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this leads into the Black Sea. So it's near Istanbul. And that's one of the most heavily populated cities on the planet. And then here is the other like passageway. See the Azov. Azov, I don't know how you pronounce it, but so I think maybe this has something to do with controlling this body of water. And you have maritime borders and stuff, so they take which is a certain amount of miles from the coastline. So I think maybe this is why they annex this region, because now they can play the stupid, hey, because we have more like square like kilometers and everything. Yeah, Black Sea. We should have more control in the Black Sea and so forth, and now they completely control this passage. So it used to be like half of it's controlled by Ukraine and the other half is Russia. Now they have complete and total control of it. So, and I do kind of feel that, like the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, the Gibraltar Strait, I kind of find these passageways, it shouldn't be one country that really controls. This is where, when it comes to like the UN, maybe they should carve out like the most minimal amount of like coastal like sort of territory and make it some sort of like international sort of regulated area. Similar like the Antarctic Treaty, where no one has possession of Antarctica or international waters and so forth. I do think maybe there should be some kind of international jurisdiction, because it's like I don't think Egypt would do it because it's too lucrative for them and stuff. But or currently I don't think they do it. But a few decades ago they actually did cut off like transportation of like vessels between and there were these ships that were kind of stuck in that area. So there were like 6 commercial vessels where they ended up like tying all their ships together, and it was something like for like over a month they all kind of lived with each other on this like it was almost like this makeshift like boat island. But yeah, I think it's kind of problematic. I think maybe the UN should just administer those regions.
But it is Turkey, as far as I know, as far as I watched a video. Is Turkey part of the UN?
Yeah, like pretty much every country is part of the UN. The only exceptions are Taiwan, Palestine, and the Vatican. Those are the three states that are clearly sovereign states that aren't members of the UN.
Okay, so
Jesus Crow!
What?
I'm sorry that I do think that's something you should know. That even North Korea is part of the UN.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
North Korea is part of the UN.
Yeah.
The United Nations.
The United Nations is every country except for the only three regions where they're not part of the UN is Vatican City, Taiwan, and Palestine. And that's, I would say that kind of is common knowledge because it's...
no, I'm fucking stupid. I was thinking of NATO.
Yes, Turkey is part of NATO.
I'm stupid. Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, I think most European countries are part of NATO. Greenland, Canada is part of NATO. I think the non-NATO states, there's a few like Yugoslavic states that aren't part of them. Belarus isn't part of NATO because they're like a Russian shill. But the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, they're part of they're part of NATO. And it was Sweden and Finland. They were not part of NATO until Russia attacked Ukraine. And then the big thing is Putin was mad, the NATO borders are growing and everything. And that's why he started fucking with Ukraine, because he doesn't want, Ukraine applying for membership of NATO. And because he did that, now Finland and Sweden are NATO states, which has drastically increased the NATO borders. Plus, Finland and Sweden, both of those countries have decent militaries. Or I don't know much about Sweden, but I know Finland has a pretty sophisticated military and so forth. So that's added a decent amount of military strength to NATO and so forth. So
Negan is moving to Finland, so yeah, they can take on a Russian battle tank battalion.
Maybe I should get rid of Crow.
Yes, let's off him. Let's off him. We could eat him on Minecraft.
Against Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure. Ukraine could be facing its toughest winter since the full-scale invasion began.
See, I'm always God damn, I didn't prepare for the stream this week, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to provide enough content to go 3 hours. And then we never get past, we never even get through 10% of the content. And then the commentary, it goes into the 9-hour mark.
Well, Shabisky, who talks the most?
You. No, Drunken Crow, he talks too much.
Okay, you guys met me in person, so you know how, I guess, non-talkative I am typically. So this is my therapy every week, where I get all my
do cocaine
thoughts out
and
there.
then you talk too much on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good therapy.
It's where I get all my thoughts out.
Defense summit in Germany has been postponed due to President Biden's cancelled visit, leaving Ukraine's allies scrambling to regroup. President Volodymyr Zelensky is pressing for advanced missiles and the authority to strike.
Yeah, people I know outside the internet, my coworkers, they'll watch my stream, and then they'll be like, Jesus, you never fucking talk. When we're hanging out with you and stuff, but then it's you never shut up when you're on stream.
Deep into Russian territory. Kyiv claims hitting a Russian arms depot in Bryansk, reportedly stocked with North Korean munitions. With Russian forces steadily advancing and resources stretched thin, Kyiv is pleading for more support from Western allies. Bureau Report beyond World is One.
We are
All this comes from a single Russian military blog source, a source called the Kremlin Snuff Box of all things, which says, you're right, 20 people killed, of whom 6 Ukrainians.
And it's been like, they've been locked in this stalemate for like most of the war, and it's just turned into like World War I style trench warfare, where it's not as bad as the kind of trench warfare you saw in the Great War. Like, that was fucking horrific. But it is like victory is being measured in inches and so forth, and...
Sorry. 3 other North Koreans were wounded, it says.
Now, North Korean soldiers...
It's like, once you get to the trench warfare part, and it gets into that war, like, that is the most fucked up level of, like, a war on attrition. Never gets worse than that.
supporting the Russian invasion are reported to have been killed in occupied parts of Ukraine. A security official in the Ukrainian government has said that limited numbers of North Korean military personnel, mostly engineers, are overseeing the quality and use of the weapons which their country has provided to Russian forces, and that some of those North Koreans have already died. It comes after Western intelligence reports that North Korea is supplying half of the shells used by Russia in the war. That's about 3 million a year. Well, I've been speaking to John Everard, former British ambassador to North Korea, and I asked him what he made of those reports of North Korean soldiers.
Tagging up hugs is like, yeah, you know, yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to give them a wrench soon, because all the regulars and stuff, I probably should make sure I had more mods, because none of my mods fucking showed up today.
Whoa. They don't like you, Gene.
I'm gonna have to get on them.
What
do I not pay them for?
I showed up before I started playing.
You're on the stream with us. It's like, Skeppy and Bill Hicks, where the fuck are they? They're always here.
Taking part. There's no evidence that they were actually engaged in combat. It's much more likely that they were either there to support technically the use of North Korean munitions in Ukraine, which of course the Russians have been using in very large quantities, or according to one of the Russian blogs, that they were there on what the Russians call an experience exchange. That is to say that they were watching how the Russians prepare and launch an assault. Of course, North Korea, fearsome though it is, has not actually fought a war for a very long time, and its knowledge of how the modern battlefield works is way out of date.
We've been hearing for quite some time the suggestions that North Korea is providing some military equipment, missiles and so on to the Russians to help their battle in Ukraine. But it is a whole new dimension if they're actually sending North Korean personnel into the war zone.
Well, yes, if they are there just to support the equipment that, as you rightly say, North Korea has been supplying in large quantities.
And when it comes to Russia and so forth, the fact that they're sending a lot of untrained troops there from poorer regions as sacrificial lambs, and we don't really see a lot of the coverage, because when you see firsthand, because it's a war zone, it's either aerial footage of drones dropping explosives, or it's usually journalists that are in the trenches with Ukrainian soldiers, where they're definitely more well trained and much more well taken care of. But I'm wondering what it really looks like if you go into the trenches on the Russian end. How much do you think it compares to the trenches in World War I?
Well, John, you're saying it's like World War I. You're in the trenches. 6 inches could be a lot. I dated a girl, and she's like,
see, I don't know, maybe that guy again was making a good point.
6 inches could be a lot, and she's just like, no, that's kind of small. But dick joke. Oh.
Okay, one sec. You know what's coming.
Yes.
What are you?
I think some of your colleagues in the Times newspaper were told by intelligence sources a few days ago that something like half of the shells used by Russia come from North Korea. If they were there to support that, that's frankly not particularly surprising. You'd expect that kind of support for that kind of massive munitions transfer. If we do find that North Koreans are actually involved in combat, that would be a game changer. But
in World War I, with the trenches, I know it's you look at a lot of there's some footage, but photographs and so forth, and it's always it's pretty much ankle deep in mud, and you look at just how I guess what's the right word I'm looking for, but the soil wasn't as dry. And I'm wondering why it was always, I guess that, yeah, but the point is, it's like, I'm wondering what's going on here. Maybe it's just because they're in a different part of that continent, and maybe the soil is just naturally, like, much more,
drier.
Yeah, a lot drier. Maybe I'm overcomplicating things. Maybe that's all I have to say. But I'm wondering what was going on and why exactly things were that sort of in that condition, like when it came to the Great War. And I know the Western Front and stuff, it pretty much extended to the Mediterranean Sea all the way up to like Belgium and the Netherlands.
No real evidence of that yet.
The Times is reporting that local media, the Kyiv Post, saying that 6 North Koreans...
I keep thinking, like, maybe it's in the stream, and I look, and 45 people are watching.
...amongst 20 soldiers killed by a Ukrainian missile in the Russian-occupied Donetsk region. I mean, this would suggest that there was at least a small, if significant, number of North Korean personnel on the ground there.
All of this comes from a single Russian military blog source, a source called the Kremlin Snuff Box of all things, which says, you're right, 20 people killed, of whom 63
went up to 53.
3 other North Koreans were wounded, it says. Okay, so we have 6
So you got the Ukrainian defense or whatever going after or getting back the Kursk, right? Kursk region. And I don't know what Russia's plan was at the time, but I don't know if they had their military more to the... I'm dyslexic, so I'm sorry. Southeast from where they started, but and I don't know what the Ukrainians plan is, but they took back a good chunk of their territory, and I don't know if they're gonna go like...
Yeah. I just looked it up when it comes to like soil status and what the more I guess scientific terms are, and it's hydric. That's the term for, I guess, more muddy, liquefied hydric. Yeah. So it's less hydric, I guess, this soil. And then waterlogged. That's another term.
Yeah.
Waterlogged. The waterlogged soil is wet with lots of water in it.
You get trench foot.
I just need to stop obsessing over using the more technical terms.
Ted, that's sort of technical team stuff, not a massive infantry deployment.
And how significant do you think is the overall military support that North Korea is providing to Russia?
I think I've no reason to doubt the intelligence sources that briefed some of your colleagues that the support is very large indeed and is crucial to the Russian war effort. If indeed North Korea is supplying something like half of all the shells that Russia is using, so something like 3 million shells a year, that's a huge transfer of munitions and would make a very big difference on the battlefield.
North Korea is already almost completely isolated from the West, and there are many sanctions on it and so on. Would any evidence that North Korean personnel are actually fighting inside Ukraine, would that actually make much difference?
And I do think they haven't actually engaged in any combat yet. They're there, but I don't know. I guess the clock's ticking down. Watch them, like, not even...
No.
I'm wondering, like, what if, like, pretty much all of them just fucking flee? Which that probably won't happen, all of them, like, deserting. But it's like, North Korea is pretty much a giant prison. And it's always been incredibly difficult for people to actually leave North Korea, but now it's, like, harder than ever, apparently. And it is, like, it's weird that this is probably the largest amount of people who are North Korean citizens that have been outside the country at one time.
Do you want to be in North Korea or do you want to go to war? I want to go to war.
Yeah, so, I mean, since North Korea was an established state, I would say this is probably a few thousand people is the largest amount of people they've ever had overseas. or just outside in some like on some other country?
To be honest, no. I think the West has applied all the sanctions it can to North Korea. Clearly, if we found that they were actually fighting Ukrainians involved in combat, that would cause fury. But in terms of what you then do, how you actually respond, that's much more difficult. We're full stress already.
Why would North Korea want to get involved in this?
Why do I get involved? Well, firstly, it gets battlefield experience. Secondly, this is a huge trade. It's one of the few bits of the North Koreans' decrepit economy that actually works. Their ability to produce large quantities of munitions, and they're getting equipment back.
I'm really starting to crash. We provided people with pretty much 9 hours of content. So I think maybe
we gained over 100 subscribers.
Yay! I need to keep streaming more. How many views are you getting in your recent stream chat?
12.
Dude. I'm going to have to start rubbing it in your face.
Poop?
I know. I'm an asshole, Shab. Do people think I'm too abusive to Shab?
Yeah, you owe me big time for that.
Yeah.
You owe me a dick sucking.
Vote against Trubisky in the election.
Yes. Everybody hit the subscribe and the like button.
Yes, everyone do everything. Follow us on all our social media or whatever. Try not to look for my personal information, so I don't like it when people do that. Maybe I should stop giving people ideas. But yeah, join Discord. If you like Discord, we're always in there. Maybe I'll pop a link real quick.
I'll give you John's address.
I've been too lazy when it comes to like actually monetizing. Maybe I should start. I need to actually monetize the fucking channel.
Or for these long fucking streams, do like an hour or two, and then on Patreon, do the rest.
Yeah, I need to start chilling StreamLabs more and stuff. Or yeah, see, I'm not fucking poor. If I was poor, I'd be like, holy shit, I really need to start milking this.
I'll milk your mom.
Here you go, people. If you like Discord, if you don't hate us or whatever, you can come in there and hang out. But don't post any porn unless it's in the not safe for work section. Yeah. And what else?
Oh,
and maybe people are like, hey, I can't become a member or whatever. Like, people have been saying that, and it's like, oh, shit, I forgot to do the thing I need to so people can actually become members. So I need to start doing this. So
unprofessional. Yeah. All right.
And maybe become a patron or whatever, because we got like 10 patrons. So
Patreon.
I'll start shilling my stuff more for people. Anyway, and we're going to be here Tuesday. We're going to cover the actual election. We're going to marathon that. And maybe I'll stream tonight because people are mad that I missed the last like 2 weeks.
3?
3?
I don't know. 2.5.
Yeah.
What time is the
And
election?
I am going away again on like the 9th. So maybe I need to start like maybe do like 3-4 streams before I go to make up for it. Yeah, why would people give me money? I don't deserve it.
It's because they're Jewish. They don't want to give anyone money.
Okay, maybe this guy's onto something. Maybe I gotta stop here.
There goes a bad boy.
Wait,
all right.
We're not live, are we?
No, we're still live.
Ah, fuck. The Jews.
Well, I'm more offended on how stupid the jokes are. Not really. Like,
hey, not everything is gold. Not everything I throw. Not everything I throw.
Yeah, you gotta wait for the gold.
Yeah.
It'll come out. Be patient.
They say please stop. Dude, see, I gotta listen to what this guy says. But yeah, 54 people now. Yeah, but anyway, like if you want to watch me, Shab and Crow get drunk and make poopy jokes every hour, and you want to watch me get amped up and blab on and stuff about like random news coverage for several hours, subscribe to the channel. Yes.
All right, peace out.